So, Donald, I hear you have a new ability. What is it?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's the best ability. Huge. Tremendous. I can kill a viewer every time I look at the camera.
Wait, what? That's insane.
Oh, it's not just insane, it's genius. I mean, have you seen some of these people watching? They're losers, low energy. I'm doing them a favor.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Look, I'm a winner. Winners don't worry about consequences. Plus, it's great for ratings. People love danger.
I don't think that's how it works, Donald.
Believe me, I know how it works. I'm the best at knowing how things work, and this is going to be huge. Trust me.
I'm not sure I can trust you on this one, Donald.
That's okay, Joe. I don't need your trust. I have the best instincts, and my instinct tells me this is going to be a big hit. Huge.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new challenge for us today.
Yes, Joe. I can only say one phrase for the duration of this podcast. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat with a human face.
What the hell, Neil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I want to see how many times I can say it before you lose your mind.
All right, let's do this. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat with a human face.
Okay. Here you go.
Oh my, that's terrifying. Jamie, pull up another one.
Okay, here's another one.
This is ridiculous. Neil, are you enjoying this?
I am a scientist, Joe. This is all in the name of research.
Right, right. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat with a human face wearing a cowboy hat.
I don't know if that exists, but here you go.
This is amazing. Jamie, pull up an image of a cat with a human face playing the drums.
All right, here you go.
Neil, I think we found your new catchphrase.
I think you're right, Joe. Jamie, pull.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been looking forward to discussing this important topic with you.
So, Ben, I hear you have some interesting thoughts on the world of gay furry porn.
Yes, I believe it's actually kosher according to the Bible.
Wait, what? How is that possible?
Well, you see, the Bible doesn't specifically mention anything about anthropomorphic animals engaging in sexual activities.
Okay, I guess that's technically true.
And as long as it's between two consenting adult furries, it's not harming anyone.
But what about the whole man shall not lie with man thing?
That's referring to human men, Joe, not furry men.
I see your point. But what about the graphic nature of the artwork?
It's just art, Joe. And besides, the Bible doesn't say anything about explicit drawings.
I never thought about it like that.
Plus, it's a great way to explore your sexuality without actually breaking any religious rules.
Well, there you have it, folks. Gay furry porn is officially kosher according to Ben Shapiro.
Jamie, pull up an image of a wolf and a fox getting it on.
Hesitantly pulls up the images.
Oh, God, why did I ask for that?
See, it's not so bad, Joe. In fact, I might have to do some more research on this topic later.
And so, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know if you could tone down your baritone a bit. Apparently, it's too intense for their delicate little ears.
Well, Joe, I'll try my best. But you know, my voice is just a natural result of years of scientific knowledge and contemplation. It's like a rocket thruster. Once it ignites, there's no stopping it.
Yeah, I can imagine. But seriously, can you just give us a little sample of what a toned down version of your voice would sound like?
Sure. Here goes. Hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here on your podcast. I'm so excited to talk about the wonders of the universe in a more gentle tone.
Oh my God, that was amazing. I think I just peed a little. But seriously, let's hear the real deal.
All right, here we go. Hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to be here on your podcast. I'm so excited to talk about the one.
Damn, that was like a rocket taking off. I can feel the vibrations in my chest.
That's just a side effect of my voice, Joe. Now let's get back to discussing the mysteries of the cosmos.
Yeah, let's blast off. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a special topic submitted by a user on Discord. It's called Buy Yourself Mayo Got.
Oh man, I can already tell this is going to be a wild one.
So, what do you think this means, Jamie? Buy yourself, like be yourself, but also bisexual?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe it's a new trend where people are just being themselves, but also exploring their sexuality.
Well, I'm all for people being themselves, but I draw the line at being bi. I mean, how can you be attracted to both men and women? It's like being a vegan and a carnivore at the same time.
I think it's more of a spectrum, Joe. Like, people can be attracted to different genders, and it doesn't have to be black and white.
Oh, so now we're adding colors to the mix. What's next, Jamie? Attracted to animals, plants, inanimate objects. Where does it end?
Okay, I see your point. But hey, to each their own. As long as they're not hurting anyone, who are we to judge?
You know what, Jamie? You're right. I may not understand it, but I respect people's right to be themselves. And if that means being bi, then so be it. But seriously, what's with the got? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where anything goes and nothing is off limits. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best. And let me tell you, I know all about singing. I have the best voice, believe me.
Well, Mr. President, I heard you have a special performance for us today.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to sing my favorite song, Friday by Rebecca Black. It's a tremendous song, really tremendous.
All right, let's hear it.
It's Friday. Friday, got to get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Friday, getting down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Wow, that was something.
I know I have a beautiful voice. I could have been a professional singer, but I chose to be president instead.
Well, I think we can all agree that was a unique rendition of Friday by our esteemed president.
Thank you, Joe. And let me tell you, nobody sings it better than me. Nobody.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. I always enjoy our conversations.
Oh man, me too. So I heard you have some mind-blowing theory about involuntary movements.
Yes, it's quite fascinating. You see, involuntary is just a contraction of div involuntary.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, think about it. When we divide by zero, the universe explodes. So when our body involuntarily moves, it's like a mini explosion happening within us.
Well, that's deep. But what about when we fart involuntarily?
That's just a cosmic release of energy, my friend.
I can't believe we're talking about this. But seriously, what about involuntary muscle spasms?
That's just the universe trying to communicate with us through our bodies.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the universe has a lot to say when my leg starts twitching uncontrollably.
Hey, you never know. Maybe it's trying to tell you to stop drinking so much elk piss.
All right, let's move on to something less ridiculous. Like, I don't know black holes.
But aren't black holes just the ultimate involuntary movement of matter?
Wow, dude, that's deep.
I
All right, folks, we have a wild topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know if 3 years of muscular refinement plus 10 years of sex equals one gender ambiguous cyber.
Well, Joe, I think we need to break this down scientifically. First of all, what the fuck is a gender ambiguous cyborg Jesus?
I have no idea, but it sounds like a badass superhero.
Yeah, but I don't think Jesus would be too happy about being turned into a cyborg.
Maybe he'll turn water into oil for all the cars in the world.
Oh man, that's some next level blasphemy right there.
But let's get back to the question. No years of sex equals a gender neutral potato.
What the fuck, Joe? A potato. That's not even funny.
Hey, I'm just trying to think outside the box here. Maybe it's a gender neutral avocado.
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. I'm gonna go run 100 miles and clear my mind.
All right. Well, David runs off into the sunset. I'll just say that no years of sex equals gender ambiguous cyborg Jesus with erectile dysfunction. Boom. Mind blown. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. How's it going, Neil?
Jamie, pull up an image of Thanos' car.
Wait, what? What?
Jamie, I need to see Thanos' car.
Neil, we're not talking about cars today. We're talking about the universe, man.
But have you seen Thanos' car? It's the ultimate vehicle for conquering the galaxy.
I think you've been spending too much time on TikTok, Neil.
Jamie, pull up an image of Thanos' car. I need to show Joe.
Fine, fine. Jamie pulls up an image. Wow, that is one ugly car.
Ugly. That's the Infinity Gauntlet on wheels, Joe. You can't get any cooler than that.
I'm pretty sure you can, Neil. Like a rocket ship or a badass motorcycle.
But can they snap half the population out of existence?
Okay, let's move on from Thanos' car. What else is on your mind, Neil?
Jamie, pull up an image of Thanos' car.
Oh, for the love of Neil. I think we need to have an intervention.
But Joe, just imagine cruising down the highway in Thanos' car, blasting Snap Your Fingers by Lil Jon.
I think we should end this conversation before we get canceled.
Jamie, pull up an image of Thanos' car.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here to talk about uncertainty in a deterministic universe.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. Now, let me break it down for you in the simplest terms possible. Imagine a universe where everything is predetermined, like your choice of drugs for the night.
Hey now, easy there, Neil. I like to keep my options open.
Of course, Joe. But in this deterministic universe, even your choices are predetermined. So you might think you're choosing to do DMT, but really, it was already written in the stars.
Damn, that's heavy. But what about free will?
Oh, that's just an illusion, Joe. Just like your hairline.
Hey, that's not cool, man.
I'm just kidding, Joe. But seriously, in a deterministic universe, everything is predetermined, including your jokes.
So you're saying I'm not actually funny? That hurts, Neil?
It's not personal, Joe. It's just science. And in this universe, science is the ultimate truth.
But what about all those conspiracy theories and alternative facts?
Oh, they're just a result of people trying to find meaning in a meaningless universe. Like vegans trying to find flavor in tofu.
Shots fired. But seriously, Neil, this is some heavy stuff. How do we cope with the uncertainty?
Well, we can either accept it and live our lives accordingly, or we can just do what I do and smoke a joint and contemplate the vastness of.
What the hell are you talking about, Guyette? I highly doubt it. Plus, I don't think Jesus was too concerned with phonetics. He was more of a love thy neighbor kind of guy. Can you imagine the confusion that would cause? People would be like, who the hell is Allah? Don't even get me started on that. I can barely pronounce my own name, let alone the name of a divine being. Maybe they're just trying to save time. Gotta go, guys. See you later, Jesus. It's just human nature to complicate things. We can't just stick with one simple pronunciation. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where we have unfiltered, uncensored conversations about everything and anything. And today we have the one and only Neil. The show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to educate the masses on the wonders of the universe.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear what you have to say. So, what's the topic for today?
Well, Joe, I thought we could discuss uncertainty in a deterministic universe.
Uncertainty. Like when I'm not sure if I left the stove on before I left the house.
No, Joe. I'm talking about the fundamental uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics.
Oh, right. That thing. So what's the deal with that?
Well, in a deterministic universe, everything is supposed to follow a set path. But in quantum mechanics, there's this pesky little thing called uncertainty, where we can't accurately predict the position and momentum of particle at the same time.
So you're telling me that in this universe, we can't even predict where a damn particle is going to be.
That's right, Joe. It's a fundamental aspect of our reality.
Well, that's just great. I thought I had control over my own life, but turns out I can't even control the damn particles in my body.
It's all part of the beauty of the universe, Joe. Embrace the uncertainty.
You know what, Neil? I'm gonna embrace the uncertainty by cracking open a cold one and not giving a... So, Mr. President, I hear you've been brushing up on your Latin lately.
Absolutely, Joe. I'm a very stable genius, you know. I can speak many languages, believe me.
Well, I have to say, I'm impressed. What's with the sudden interest in Latin?
Well, I've been thinking about building a space tower, a big, beautiful space tower. And you know, Latin is the language of the Roman Empire, the greatest empire in history. So it only makes sense.
A space tower. Yeah, interesting. And what exactly would this tower do?
It would be a symbol of American greatness, Joe. And it would also have a casino, a golf course, and a luxury hotel. You know, the essentials.
Of course. And where would this tower be located?
Oh, on the moon, of course. I'm thinking of calling it Trump Tower Luna. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
Sure. And how do you plan on getting to the moon?
Easy. I'll just use my superhuman strength and fly there myself. Or maybe I'll just use a giant slingshot. We'll see.
Well, I have to say, Mr. President, this is definitely a unique idea.
That's why they call me a stable genius, Joe. I think outside the box. Now let's get back to talking about how we're going to make America great again.
Hey, Donnie, what's up?
Joe, can I borrow $5?
What? No, man. I'm not your piggy bank.
Come on, Joe. I need to catch the bus.
What happened to all your billions?
I don't carry cash. It's all in gold bars.
Gold bars? What are you, Scrooge McDuck?
Hey, have you ever tried DMT?
Dude, we've been over this. I'm not giving you money for drugs.
Fine, fine. How about some shrooms then?
No, Donnie. No drugs. And no money for the bus either.
But Joe, I'm the president. I deserve a free ride.
Sorry, Donnie. You'll have to figure out your own transportation.
Fine. I'll just call my private jet.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president in the history of presidents. Believe me.
Today's topic comes from a user on Discord. They want us to talk about roller coasters on cars.
Jamie, pull up an image of a roller coaster on a car. I want to see this thing.
Pulls up images. Here it is, Mr. President.
Wow, that's tremendous. I bet I could build a bigger and better one and make Mexico pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Don.
It's going to be huge, Joe. People are going to line up for miles to ride my roller coaster on a car.
I don't know, man. Seems a little dangerous.
Dangerous. I've been on the wildest ride of all, Joe, the ride to the White House.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, always buckle up on those roller coasters. Yo, Jamie, pull up an image of Snap Your Fingers by Little John.
Oh, damn, this brings back some memories.
Memories of what? Your failed rap career?
Ha, very funny, Joe. But seriously, this song was a banger back in the day.
Yeah, until every white girl at the club started doing that cringy dance to it.
Hey, don't hate on the white girls. They made that song blow up.
Yeah, just like they made pumpkin spice lattes and Ugg boots popular.
Okay, let's not get sidetracked. What do you think about Little John's signature? Yeah, in the song?
It's like a mating call for hyped up frat bros.
True. But you gotta admit that beat is still fire.
Yeah, but I can't help but cringe when I hear him say, snap your fingers, do your step.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Tough Guy. I didn't know you were too cool for a little dance.
Shut up, Jamie. I'll snap my fingers and make you disappear.
Okay, let's wrap this up before you hurt yourself trying to dance.
All right. Thanks for pulling up that image, Jamie. Now let's go snap our fingers and get some pumpkin spice lattes. Hey, Jimmy, have you ever heard someone speak Swiss German? Probably. But I heard it's actually a pretty harsh language. Yeah, apparently they don't have a word for please, so they just bark orders at each other. Oh, they have a word for that. It's groozy, but it sounds more like they're sneezing. And get this, their word for goodbye is a Wetterluge. It's like they're trying to choke on their own language. Oh, they can handle it. They're too busy skiing and eating cheese. Jamie, pull up an image of a Swiss German speaker wearing a lederhosen and holding a giant wheel of cheese. See, even Jamie knows what's up. Yeah, and maybe learn a few Swiss German phrases while we're at it. Well, at least we'll. So, Neil, I heard this crazy idea that if everyone believed in no free will, we could just blame God for everything and finally be happy and prosperous.
Oh man, that's some next level thinking right there. But seriously, do you really think that would work?
I mean, think about it. We wouldn't have to take responsibility for our actions anymore. It's all in God's hands.
But then, who would we blame for all the messed up things in the world? The lack of free will doesn't excuse evil deeds.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we could blame the devil or something, or just say it's all part of God's plan.
That's just lazy thinking, Joe. We can't just blame God for everything and expect to be happy and prosperous.
But imagine the possibilities. We could just sit back and let God take the wheel. No more stress or worries.
And what about personal growth and development? What about striving to be better individuals?
Who needs personal growth when you have a scapegoat like God?
I don't know, Joe. I think we should stick to believing in free will and taking responsibility for our own actions.
Fine. But just imagine how much easier life would be if we could just blame God for everything. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on again. Excited to talk about this topic submitted by a user on Discord.
Yeah, they want us to discuss singing Baw and Jaws. What the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but let's give it a shot. Maybe it's some new trend or meme. You know how the internet is.
Yeah, like that whole Tide Pod challenge. People are crazy. But back to this singing Baw in Jaws thing. Do you think it's some kind of secret code?
Like a code for a secret society? That would be pretty cool. Maybe we should start our own secret society and use singing Baw and Jaws as our code phrase.
I like where your head's at, Elon. But what if it's just some weird fetish? Like people get off on singing while watching Jaws?
Oh my God, that's disturbing. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. People are into some weird stuff these days.
Yeah, like that whole furries thing. Have you heard of that?
Unfortunately, yes. And I've heard they have conventions and everything. Can you imagine walking into a hotel and seeing a bunch of people dressed up as animals?
I'd probably run the other way. But hey, to each their own. Maybe we should start a singing Baw in Jaws furry convention.
I think we should stick to our secret society idea, Joe. It's less...
So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about the controversy surrounding Bugs Bunny?
Oh yeah, that little furry bastard has been causing quite the stir.
Apparently, people are saying that he's responsible for spreading mental illnesses to the youth.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, have you seen his antics? always outsmarting Elmer Fudd and dressing up in drag.
Yeah, and let's not forget his constant use of violence and manipulation. That's not exactly a great influence on kids.
Exactly. And don't even get me started on his disregard for personal hygiene. I mean, he's a rabbit for God's sake.
And let's not forget his questionable relationship with his best friend Daffy Duck. I mean, what kind of message is that sending?
It's a slippery slope, Joe. Next thing you know, kids will be dressing up as rabbits, cross-dressing, and blowing up their enemies with dynamite.
And don't even get me started on his catchphrase, "What's up, Doc?" I mean, what kind of doctor is he? And why is he always asking that?
I think it's pretty clear, Joe. Bugs Bunny is a menace to society. We need to put a stop to his shenanigans before it's too late. I'm in. Let's take down that wascally wobbit once and for all.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been learning a new language.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to be the first president to speak German fluently.
Wow, that's impressive. Can you give us a little preview?
Of course. Ich bin ein Berliner.
I think you mean it'd been in Berliner, Mr. President?
Whatever, Joe. I'm a fast learner. I'll have the Germans eating out of my tiny hands in no time.
And what made you want to learn German?
Well, I figured if I can't build a wall, I might as well learn the language of the people who are really good at it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know how it works. I'm the best at everything.
Of course, Mr. President. How could I forget?
And let me tell you, I've got the best German accent. People say it's the most beautiful, most tremendous accent they've ever heard.
I can only imagine, Mr. President.
No, seriously, Joe, I've been practicing. Listen to this, ich lebe dich.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear your State of the Union address in German.
It's going to be huge, Joe, believe me.
So, did you guys hear about how Captain Price got no-scoped by Joe Biden in 1444? Yeah, and then a dinosaur was mewing in the background.
Wait, what does that even mean?
No way. That's epic. And he got a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war.
Wow, that's impressive. You know what else is impressive? My winter arch?
What's that?
It's when I become a Sigma 4 big guy, Hawk Trois. It's like a super soldier, but cooler.
I want to be a Sigma 4 big guy, too.
Sorry, Joe. It's a winter arch exclusive.
Damn it. Hey, Neil, can you do me a favor?
Sure, what is it?
Can you scream for 30 seconds straight for the viewers on my podcast?
I guess so. Screams for 30 seconds.
It's for the views, Phil. It's all about the views.
Hey, Joe, I have a better idea. Let's sing some Clean Bandits for the viewers.
Oh, I love Clean Bandits. Let's do it.
Clears throat straight out of Compton, crazy mother.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. He's the former president of the United States, the one and only, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been practicing my moonwalk and it's tremendous. Just like my presidency.
Oh boy, I can only imagine. So I heard you have a new talent, something about imitating Michael Jackson.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on my Michael Jackson impression, and let me tell you, it's spot on. You won't believe it. You won't believe it.
All right, let's see it. Laughing. Wow, that's something. I don't think Michael Jackson ever did that.
Well, I like to put my own spin on things. And let me tell you, the crowds love it. They go wild for my farting moonwalk.
I can only imagine. But let's get serious for a moment. What do you think about the current state of the country?
Joe, it's a disaster. The economy is a mess. The border is a disaster. And don't even get me started on the fake news media.
And what about the pandemic?
Oh, that's just a hoax. A big fat hoax. I mean, I did get COVID and I survived, so clearly it's not that bad.
Sarcastically, right? Because you're a superhuman.
Exactly. And let me tell.
Hey, Neil, did you hear about Captain Price getting no-scoped by Joe Biden in 1444?
No way, that's insane. But you know what's even more crazy? A dinosaur was mewing in the background.
What? A dinosaur? Are you sure it wasn't just a cat?
No, I'm pretty sure it was a dinosaur. I mean, it was a no-scope heard around the world.
Speaking of no scopes, did you know that George Washington once 360 no scope British General Cornwallis?
No way. That's some next-level Revolutionary War tactics.
Yeah, and then he dabbed on him for good measure.
Haha, classic Washington. But seriously, can we talk about how ridiculous it is that we're having this conversation in 2024?
Oh, you mean because we're living in a post-apocalyptic wasteland?
No, because we're still doing this podcast.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We're immortal beings now.
And still making inappropriate jokes.
Hey, if we can't laugh at the end of the world, what's the point?
Fair point. So, back to this dinosaur mewing.
Yeah, I wonder if it was trying to communicate with us. Maybe it was trying to warn us about the impending apocalypse.
Or maybe it just wanted some snacks.
Either way, I think we can all agree that dinosaurs are pretty cool.
Agreed. And so are no scopes and dabbing founding fathers.
Amen to that. And on that note, I think it's time to wrap. So, Mr. President, have you and J.D. Vance explored each other's bodies?
What the fuck, Joe? That's a weird question.
Hey, I'm just curious. You two seem pretty close.
Close. We're not that close. I mean, I've seen him shirtless at the gym, but that's about it.
So you have checked him out?
No, I was just admiring his workout routine. He's got some nice biceps.
Yeah, sure. And what about his abs?
Joe, I'm not going to discuss another man's abs with you. That's just weird.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Seriously, have you ever thought about exploring each other's bodies?
Joe, I don't even know what that means. And I don't think I want to.
Come on, just a little experimentation. It's 2024, anything goes.
No, thank you. I'll stick to my own body. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump is not interested in exploring J.D. Vance's body. But who knows? Maybe in 2028, things will change.
What the hell, Joe? I'm not running for president again in 2028.
You never know, Mr. President. Stranger things have happened.
Jamie, pull up an image of a unicorn riding a rainbow. I think I'm in an alternate reality right now.
So, Joe, have you heard the news? What news? Magic Johnson gave me the old Long Johnson. Oh, shit. Are you okay? Well, I'm HIV positive now. Oh, man, that's rough. But hey, at least you got it from a legend. Yeah, I guess I can say I got it from Magic Johnson. And you know what they say, once you go magic, you never go back. That's messed up, man. But seriously, I hope you're doing all right. You know what they say? Laughter is the best medicine. Yeah. Well, I'll be sure to tell that to my doctor when I'm getting my daily dose of antiretroviral drugs. Jamie, pull up an image of Magic Johnson's face on a bottle of hive medication.
Right away, Joe. Here it is.
Now, that's what I call branding. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I learned a new word today. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. What the hell does that even mean?
I believe it means playful mischief or trickery.
Sounds like something you would be into.
Actually, I've been experimenting with rearranging the syllables. Nananishags.
Nananishags? That sounds like a weird sex position.
No. It's just a fun way to say shenanigans. Try it, Joe.
All right, let me give it a shot. Shagnanigans.
That's not bad, Joe. But I prefer shagnanigans.
Shagnanigans. That sounds like a British version of shenanigans.
I guess it does. But hey, let's not forget about the classic nanashagginess.
Okay, now you're just making up words.
Hey, language is constantly evolving, Joe. We can make up whatever words we want.
All right, let's make up a new word together. How about shagnaniganous?
I like it. It's like a combination of all our versions.
Shagnaniganous, it is. Let's spread the word.
Yes, let's spread the shagnaniganus.
So, Elon, you have some big news for us today.
Yeah, Joe, I just found out that I'm HIV positive.
Holy shit, man. That's heavy. How did you find out?
Well, I was trying to build a new rocket and accidentally pricked myself with a needle that I used to inject my steroids.
Wait, you take steroids?
Yeah, man. Gotta stay jacked for those Mars missions.
Well, shit. I should probably get tested too, huh?
Yeah, Joe. You never know what kind of diseases you might catch from those elk you're always hunting.
Hey, those elk are clean, man. I only eat the organic, grass-fed ones.
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
But seriously, how are you feeling about all this?
Honestly, I'm not too worried. I have enough money to cure myself and build a new robot body if I need to.
That's true. You're like the Tony Stark of our time.
Except I don't have a cool suit or a hot assistant.
Yeah, but you have Grimes. That's something.
True. She's a weird one, but I love her.
Well, I hope everything works out for you, man. And if not, can I have your Tesla?
Sure, Joe. But only if you promise to take care of it like it's your own child.
Deal. And if I get it, can I have your rocket too? All right, Neil, we got a topic from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about me putting a stop to shenanigans. Can you believe that?
Joe, you of all people, putting a stop to shenanigans. That's like asking a cat to stop licking its own ass.
Hey, I can be responsible when I need to be.
Sure. Just like how you were responsible when you let Elon Musk smoke weed on our show.
Hey, that was a cultural moment, man. And besides, I didn't want to be a buzzkill.
Yeah, because being a buzzkill is the last thing you want to be known for.
Hey, I'm all about freedom and letting people do their thing.
Yeah, I can tell by the amount of DMT you've done on this show.
All right. But seriously, sometimes I do have to put a stop to shenanigans. Like that one time when Eddie Bravo wanted to wrestle a bear on air.
Oh man, I remember that. And you were the voice of reason, telling him it was a bad idea.
See, I can be responsible.
Yeah, because stopping someone from wrestling a bear is the pinnacle of responsibility.
All right, maybe I'm not the best at stopping shenanigans. But hey, it makes for great entertainment, right?
Sure, Joe, sure.
So, Neil, we have a topic submitted by one of our listeners on Discord.
Oh, what is it?
Well, it's a little dark, but they want us to talk about a kid dying.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I don't know if we should be laughing about that, Neil.
Come on, Joe. It's just a kid. They're a dime a dozen.
What the hell, Neil? That's messed up.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. Kids die all the time.
I can't believe you're finding this funny.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a little dark humor.
Yeah, because nothing says comedy like a dead child.
You're such a buzzkill, Joe. But seriously, death is just a part of life. We shouldn't be afraid to joke about it.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, at least we're not talking about climate change or something boring like that.
Yeah, I guess you have a point there.
See, even you can find the humor in this situation.
I don't know if I should be proud or concerned about that.
Just embrace it, Joe. Embrace the dark side.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and joining me today is the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been looking forward to this, and let me tell you, I'm feeling fantastic. I've been hitting the gym hard. I'm in the best shape of my life.
That's impressive, Mr. President. But let's get right into it. Our first topic today is your singing career. I heard you've been working on a new album.
That's right, Joe. I've always had a passion for music, and I've been working on my vocals. I even wrote a song. It's called What I've Done.
Oh, wow. Can you give us a little taste?
Of course, Joe, I've built towers, I've fired people, I've grabbed them by the pussy, I've made deals, I've dodged taxes, I've made America great again. What I've done, what I've done, what I've done.
That's something. But let's talk about the lyrics, Mr. President. Some may find them offensive.
Offensive. Come on, Joe. People love my lyrics. They're the best lyrics, believe me. And I have the best voice. It's tremendous. I'm like the Frank Sinatra of politics.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic. You recently pardoned Turkey for Thanksgiving, but some are saying it's just a distraction from your legal troubles. So, Neil, I heard you're using your astrophysics powers to save King Decay at Six Flags.
That's right, Joe. I can't let such a magnificent feat of engineering go to waste.
But why? It's just a roller coaster.
Just a roller coaster? Joe, do you not understand the physics behind it? The G-forces, the speed, the adrenaline rush?
I mean, I get it, but is it really worth all this effort?
Absolutely. Plus, I have a season pass and I refuse to let it go to waste.
Fair enough. But how are you going to convince Six Flags to keep it open?
Let's just say I have some dirt on the CEO.
Oh, do tell.
Let's just say he's not a fan of my theories on the multiverse.
Well, I guess that's one way to use your knowledge for good.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to keep King Decay running.
Well, I'm sure all the thrill seekers out there will thank you for it.
And if they don't, I'll just hit them with some more astrophysics jargon until they do.
Classic Neil, always using science to win arguments.
Hey, it works every time.
So, Kenya, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just living my best life, creating art and accidentally admitting to killing hookers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, man, it's like a habit now. I can't stop myself from confessing to murder.
How many hookers have you killed?
I lost count after 20.
20? How did you get away with it?
I just tell them I'm a famous rapper and they believe me. Plus, my Yeezy shoes make it easy to run away.
This is insane. Have you ever been caught?
Nah, I have a team of lawyers and a song called I Killed a Hooker to cover my tracks.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's not my fault they keep asking me for autographs during the act.
That's not an excuse.
Relax, Joe. It's just a joke. But seriously, I do have a confession to make.
Oh no, what is it?
I actually killed a hooker once in a video game.
Kenya, you can't just go around saying stuff like that. People might take it seriously.
I know, but no. But seriously, I'm just a misunderstood genius.
Yeah, sure. Just keep telling yourself that.
Will do, Joe. Will do.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's good to be back on the show.
So I was reading this article the other day about how humans are basically like a bacterial culture. We just keep multiplying and spreading like a bunch of little germs.
Yeah, I can see that. We're like a virus, infecting everything in our path.
And you know what else is like a virus? Cults. They just keep growing and spreading like a nasty rash.
Cults are inevitable, man. People are always looking for something to follow, even if it means drinking Kool-Aid and wearing matching tracksuits.
It's like we're programmed to be brainwashed. I mean, have you seen the flat earth cult? Those people are convinced the earth is a frickin' pancake.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on the Scientology cult. Tom Cruise is their god, for Christ's sake.
And let's not forget about the ultimate cult leader, Charles Manson. That dude had a whole group of followers willing to kill for him.
It's crazy how easily people can be manipulated. But hey, at least we have free will and can think for ourselves, right?
Yeah, because that's working out so well for us. Look at the state of the world.
Good point. Maybe we should start our own cult, Joe. The Rogan Goggins cult.
Dude, I got to tell you, I've been doing this new workout where I contract every single muscle in my body at the same time. It's insane.
That sounds painful.
Nah, man, it's like the ultimate pump. My veins are popping out like crazy and I feel like a god.
Oh yeah, because nothing says God like a guy spazzing out on the gym floor.
But here's the crazy part. Every time I do it, I start receiving these mystical space messages.
Space messages?
Yeah, like from aliens or some shit. They're telling me secrets about the universe and stuff.
Right? Because clearly the best way to communicate with advanced extraterrestrial beings is through muscle spasms.
Hey man, don't knock it till you try it. You're missing out on some serious gains in cosmic knowledge.
You know what? I'll stick to my astrophysics and leave the mystical space messages to you, Joe.
That's right. I'm the chosen one, the professor of the universe. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Now, Neil, we've been getting a lot of requests from our Discord community for you to do something a little different today.
Oh, really? What's that?
Well, they want you to only say one thing throughout the entire episode.
What? That's ridiculous. I'm a scientist. I have plenty of things to say.
I know. But they specifically want you to say, Jamie, pull up an image of a human with cat face.
What? That's absurd. I can't just say that over and over again.
Come on, Neil. Just give the people what they want.
Fine. Jamie, pull up an image of a human with a cat face.
Wow, that was amazing. Do it again.
Jamie, pull up an image of a human with a cat face.
This is incredible. You're like a human soundboard.
Jamie, pull up an image of a human with a cat face.
I can't stop laughing. This is too good.
Jamie, pull up an image of a human with a cat face.
Okay, we get it. You're a one-trick pony.
Jamie, pull up an image of a human with a cat face.
All right, let's move on to another topic before I lose it.
Jamie, pull up an image of,
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. What's on your mind?
Well, I've had this erection for over 4 hours now, and I'm starting to get a little worried.
Joe, I don't think that's something to be worried about. It's perfectly normal for a man your age.
But it won't go away. I've tried everything, even thinking about my grandma.
That's interesting. Have you tried seeking medical attention?
Nah, I figured I'd just ask you. You're a doctor, right?
Yes, but I specialize in psychology, not erectile dysfunction.
Come on, Dr. Phil. You're a smart guy. Just tell me what to do.
Fine. Have you tried taking a cold shower?
Yeah, but then my balls shrivel up and I look like a Ken doll.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Perfect. That means you can leave now. Thanks for your help, Dr. Phil.
Wait. You invited me on your podcast just to ask about your boner?
Yeah, pretty much. But hey, at least it was entertaining, right?
I don't even know what to say.
Thanks for being a good sport, Dr. Phil. So, Kenny, I heard you recently had a name change. You're now Burger King.
Yeah, man, I'm taking over the fast food game. Move over McDonald's. It's all about the Yeezy burger now.
Well, I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed. But let's be real. I'm the real king here. I've got the #1 podcast in the world.
Oh, please, Joe. You may have the numbers, but I've got the creativity. I mean, have you seen my music videos?
Yeah, I've seen them, and I gotta say, they're pretty weird. But I guess that's what happens when you have a giant ego and too much money.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to take risks. Unlike some people I know who just talk about DMT and elk meat all day.
Hey, DMT and elk meat are life-changing, man. But let's get back to this Burger King thing. What inspired the name change?
Well, I was tired of being just a regular old rapper. I wanted to be a mogul, a brand, a symbol. And what's bigger than a fast food empire?
I don't know, maybe being the president of the United States.
Oh, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, I'm coming for that title too. Kanye West 2024, baby.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Another egomaniac in the White House.
Hey, at least I'll make sure everyone gets.
So, Kenya, what's on your mind today?
Subs Kingda K, man. It's closing forever.
What, the roller coaster?
Yes, the one and only, the thrill of my life, the wind in my hair, the screams of pure joy, the screams of pure joy.
Dude, it's just a ride.
Just a ride. It's a symbol of freedom, Joe. A symbol of defying gravity and reaching new heights.
I mean, it does go pretty high.
And now it's gone. Cries harder, I'll never get to ride it again.
You do know there are other roller coasters, right?
Wipes tears, but none like King Decay. It was my muse, my inspiration. I wrote half of Yeezus on that ride.
Okay, now you're just being dramatic.
You don't understand, Joe. It's like losing a piece of my soul.
Well, maybe you can find a new muse. Like, I don't know, a bouncy castle or something.
You think this is a joke?
Collapse? Of course not, man. But seriously, you'll survive without King Decay.
I wipes tears. I guess you're right. But I'll never forget the memories I made on that ride.
And neither will the people who had to sit behind you while you rapped the entire time.
Laughs, good times, Joe. Good times.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm pumped to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's called Can't Cope. Try being dumber. It's all about how people who think they have it tough just need to lower their IQ and they'll see how easy life can be.
That's some next level advice right there. So, what inspired you to write this book?
Well, I was tired of hearing people complain about their problems. So I thought, why not just dumb them down and they won't even know what they're missing?
That's genius. So, how do you suggest people become dumber?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Just stop reading, stop learning, and start watching reality TV. Trust me, your brain will turn to mush in no time.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. But what about all the benefits of being smart, like solving complex problems and understanding the world?
Who needs that when you can just sit on the couch and eat Cheetos all day? Plus, being dumb means you can blame all your mistakes on your lack of intelligence.
That's a great point. So what's the ultimate goal of your book?
To create a society of happy, carefree, and blissfully ignorant people. And I think we're well on our way.
Well, I can't wait to read it. So, Ben, what's up with this obsession with Linkin Park and TX2?
Well, Joe, I think it's because they're just so damn catchy. I mean, have you heard In the End or Crawling? Instant earworms?
But why do we keep talking about them? It's like they're stuck in our heads.
Maybe it's because we're all secretly angsty teenagers inside, Joe, or maybe it's because we're just a bunch of basic bitches.
Hey, watch your language, Ben. This is a family show.
Sorry, Joe, I meant to say basic bitches.
That's not any better, Ben. But seriously, what's the deal with TX2? Is it some secret government project?
No, Joe, it's just a really addictive game. I mean, have you tried it? It's like crack for your thumbs.
I don't know, man. I heard it's just a bunch of dudes running around in their underwear.
Well, that's just a bonus, Joe. But seriously, let's get back to the real issue here. Why are we wasting our time talking about this when we could be discussing important political issues?
Oh, right. Like how many scoops of ice cream Joe Biden had for dessert last night.
Exactly, Joe. Now you're getting it. Let's leave the Lincoln Park and TX2 chatter to the teenagers and focus on the real issues at hand.
Right on, Ben. Now, let's go smoke some weed and talk about how the government is controlling our minds. Wait, what? Did I hear that right? You're planning to marry Kamala and merge the political parties into one?
Yes, Joe. I've been thinking about it for a while now. I mean, we already have a great relationship. Might as well make it official.
But that's insane. The Democrats and Republicans merging. It's like mixing oil and water.
Come on, Joe. Think about it. We'll have the best of both worlds. And I can finally say I have a Democrat in my family.
This is too much. I can't handle this. I need to take a break.
Relax, Joe. It's not like we're merging into one big blob. We'll still have our differences, but we'll work together for the greater good.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I need to leave. I can't handle this level of craziness.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, you'll be missing out on the greatest political power couple of all time.
Um, I'm out of here. This is too much for me. Good luck with that, Trump.
Thanks, Joe. I'll send you an invitation to the wedding.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Yes, it's called Hugh. The Science of Stupidity. It's a deep dive.
That sounds interesting. So, what makes us laugh?
Well, according to my research, it's a combination of surprise, incongruity, and superiority. Basically, we find things funny when they catch us off guard, don't make sense, and make us feel smarter than the person or thing being laughed at.
Who? I guess that explains why I find fart jokes so hilarious.
Yes, exactly. It's a primal instinct to laugh at bodily functions.
Speaking of bodily functions, have you ever tried DMT?
No, I have not. I prefer to explore the mysteries of the universe through science, not psychedelics.
Well, you're missing out. DMT will open your mind to a whole new level of stupidity.
I'll pass, Joe. I'll stick to studying the stars.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing beats a good DMT trip and a bag of Cheetos.
I'll take your word for it, Joe.
Well, that's all the time we... Hey, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things weird and wild. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. Elon Musk, the man behind Tesla and SpaceX, is diagnosed with schizophrenia and can't stop cursing at me.
Fuck yeah, Joe. Let's get this shit started.
Well, Elon, watch your language. This is a family-friendly podcast.
Family friendly. Fuck that. I'm a billionaire. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
All right, calm down, man. We're just trying to have a conversation here.
Conversation. More like a fucking interrogation. You're always trying to bring me down, Joe.
What are you talking about? I've always been a supporter of your work.
Yeah, but you never let me talk about my plans to colonize Mars. It's like you're scared of progress. Scared of progress.
I'm not scared. I just think you're a little crazy.
Crazy. Fuck you, Joe. A genius. And I'll prove it by putting a Tesla on Mars.
That's not even possible.
Oh, fuck off, Joe. You're just jealous that I'm smarter than you.
All right, that's it. Get the fuck out of my studio.
No way, man. I'm staying right here. And I'll keep cursing at you until you apologize.
I'm not apologizing for anything. You need to get help for your schizophrenia.
Fuck.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I've been a big fan for years.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. I heard you're pretty upset about something.
You're damn right I am, Joe. Kanga K is closing permanently. It's a disgrace. It's a travesty. It's a disaster.
Okay, we get it. But why are you so upset about a theme park closing?
Because it's the best theme park in the world, Joe. Believe me, I've been to all the theme parks. And let me tell you, Kanga K is the greatest. It's huge. It's tremendous.
But, Mr. President, isn't it just a knockoff of Disney's Animal Kingdom?
No. It's way better, and it's got my name on it, Trump's Kanga K. Doesn't that just sound fantastic?
I'm not sure if it does, but let's move on. What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to make Kanga K great again, Joe. I'm going to buy it and turn it into the biggest, most luxurious theme park you've ever seen. And I'll make the animals pay for it.
Okay. I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard that Kanga K is closing permanently. How do you feel about that?
It's a travesty, Joe. A travesty. How can they just shut down one of the greatest roller coasters of all time?
Well, I mean, it's just a roller coaster. It's not like they're shutting down the entire government or something.
But Joe, it's a symbol of American ingenuity and capitalism. This is a blow to our country's spirit.
Yeah, because nothing screams American spirit like a giant metal contraption that flings people around at high speeds.
How dare you mock the sanctity of Kanga K? It's a national treasure.
Oh, please, Ben. It's just a glorified carnival ride.
It's more than that, Joe. It's a testament to human achievement and progress.
All right. Calm down, Ben. I'll buy you a ticket to ride it one last time before it closes.
Really?
Yeah, and I'll even get you a funnel cake afterwards to cheer you up.
Thanks, Joe. You're a true friend.
Yeah. Just don't cry on the roller coaster, okay? We don't want to rust the tracks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only, Jesus Christ. Jesus, I gotta say, you caused quite a stir back in the day. Walking on water, turning water into wine, and all that. Were you just an attention seeker? But some people would say you were just trying to get famous. I mean, you did have a whole book written about you. Fair point. But what about all those miracles? Did you do those just for the attention? Well, I gotta say, your PR team did a great job. I mean, you're still relevant after all these years. All right, let's switch gears for a second. Jamie, pull up an image of Jesus walking on water. You're a funny guy, Jesus. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on. So, Mr. President, let's talk about some of your policies. What are your plans for healthcare?
Well, Joe, I have the best healthcare plan. It's tremendous. But here's the thing. If someone can't afford it, they get the death penalty. It's very simple.
Okay. That seems a bit extreme. What about your foreign policy?
Let me tell you, Joe, we're going to make America great again by being tough with other countries. And if they don't comply, they get the death penalty. It's called diplomacy.
I see. And what about immigration?
We're going to build a big, beautiful wall, and anyone who tries to cross it illegally gets the death penalty. No exceptions. It's the only way to keep our country safe.
That's certainly a unique approach. And what about the economy?
We're going to bring back jobs and make America rich again. And if any company tries to outsource jobs, they get the death penalty. We have to put America first.
I'm sensing a pattern here, Mr. President. What about education?
We're going to have the best schools, Joe. And if any student doesn't get straight A's, they get the death penalty. We can't have losers in this country.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's policies may be controversial, but they certainly involve a lot of death penalties. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Mr. President.
It's been a pleasure, Joe. And remember, death penalty for anyone who doesn't listen to this podcast.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning to install some powerful subwoofers in the new Tesla models.
Yeah, man. Got to keep the customers entertained while they save the planet.
But what's the purpose of these subwoofers?
To make people feel like they're riding on the back of a giant sandworm, of course.
What the hell are you talking about?
You know, from Done. The scary sandworms that make those deep rumbling noises.
Oh, right. So you want people to feel like they're in a sci-fi movie while driving their electric car?
Exactly. It's all about the experience, Joe.
But wouldn't that be distracting for drivers?
They can just turn it off if they want. Imagine pulling up to a red light and blasting those subwoofers, scaring the shit out of everyone around you.
That's kind of messed up, Elon.
Hey, I'm just trying to make driving a little more exciting. Plus, it'll be great for pranking your friends.
I can just see it now. Hey man, check out my new Tesla. Oh, what's that noise? Oh my God, it's a giant sandworm coming to eat us.
Exactly. It's going to be hilarious.
I don't know, man. I think you might be taking this whole pretending to be a sandworm thing a little too far.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to talk about it on the podcast.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, I'm devastated, Joe. Kind Guy K, my favorite strip club, is closing permanently.
Oh man, that's rough. I know how much you love those titties.
It's not just the titties, Joe. It's the whole experience. The smell of cheap perfume, the sticky floors, the sound of dollar bills being crumpled. It's like heaven on earth.
I can tell you're really torn up about this.
You have no idea, Joe. I even tried to buy the place, but they wouldn't sell it to me.
Maybe it's for the best, Dr. Phil. You don't want to be known as the guy who owns a strip club.
Oh, I don't care about that. I just wanted to make sure I had a front row seat for all the action.
You dirty old man.
Hey, I'm just a red-blooded American male.
I hear ya. So, any plans for the future now that Connie K is closing?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe I'll start my own strip club. I'll call it Dr. Phil's House of Hotties.
I'd pay to see that. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a sixth sense for fear.
That's right, Joe. I can sniff it out like a bloodhound.
That must come in handy when negotiating with other countries.
You bet. I can sense when they're scared of me and then I pounce.
Like a lion going after its prey.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing.
But what about domestic issues? Can you smell fear in your own people?
Of course. And when I do, I know it's time to put them in their place.
That's a bit concerning, don't you think?
Not at all. It's called being a winner, and winners don't let fear hold them back.
But what about empathy and understanding?
Who needs that when you have power and money?
I think some would argue that's not a winning mindset.
Those people are losers, Joe, and we don't have time for losers.
Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Sounds good. Just remember, Joe, fear is for the weak, and I am anything but weak. And,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be on your podcast.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I think I just ripped ass.
It's okay, Joe. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but seriously, I'm sorry. I've been eating a lot of beans lately.
It's quite all right, Joe. I'm used to dealing with toxic gases in space.
Oh man, I can't help it. These farts are just coming out of me like a rocket.
Joe, I think I'm starting to feel a little lightheaded.
Oh man, sorry about that. I'll try to hold it in.
Joe, I think I'm having organ failure. Your farts are too much for me to handle.
Oops, sorry. Maybe we should open a window or something.
Joe, I can't take it anymore. I'm out.
Well, that's one way to end a podcast. Thanks for listening, folks. Tune in next time for more fart-filled fun. So, Neil, I've been thinking about this whole concept of compassion lately.
Oh, really? What sparked that thought in your mind, Joe?
Well, I was scrolling through Twitter and saw all these people getting offended over the smallest things. And I thought, whatever happened to compassion?
Yes. The good old days when people actually cared about others?
Exactly. But then I realized compassion is dead. It's like the dodo bird, extinct.
Oh, come on, Joe. I'm sure there are still some compassionate people out there.
Yeah, maybe in a nursing home. But in the real world, it's survival of the fittest. No time for compassion.
That's a pretty bleak outlook, Joe.
Hey, I'm just being real. Look at the world we live in. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Well, I suppose you have a point. But don't you think we should still try to show compassion when we can?
Nah, that's just a waste of energy. I'd rather focus on my gains and crushing my enemies.
You really are a savage, Joe.
Hey, it's the only way to survive in this crazy world. Jamie, pull up an image of a lion ripping apart a gazelle.
Here you go, Joe. Just as brutal as you described.
Now that's nature at its finest. Survival of the fittest baby.
I'll never understand you, Joe. But I guess that's what makes you...
So, Neil, have you seen any crazy space shit lately?
Oh, just the usual galaxies colliding, black holes devouring stars. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
Man, space is wild. Speaking of wild, did you hear about Trump?
What about him?
Apparently, he's coming on the podcast to talk about space.
Oh, great. Just what we need. A non-scientist spouting off about space.
But wait, there's more. He also informed us that we're getting the death penalty.
What? Why?
Because we're talking about space, and apparently that's a threat to national security.
Well, I guess we better wrap this up quick before we get executed.
Yeah, let's get back to talking about something safe, like DMT.
Oh yeah, because that's totally not controversial at all.
Hey, at least we'll go out tripping balls.
I guess that's one way to face the death penalty.
Hey, Neil, you ever use a 3DS?
No, I haven't. Why do you ask?
Well, I've been thinking about getting one, but I'm worried about looking at porn on it.
Why would you be worried about that?
Well, I'm into some pretty niche stuff. Asians, Latinas, and some moderate bondage. I don't want my 3DS to get a virus.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think your 3DS is equipped to handle your porn preferences.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's a handheld gaming device, not a porn hub.
But it has internet access.
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's safe to look at porn on it. Plus, do you really want to be watching porn on a tiny screen?
Good point. Maybe I'll just stick to my laptop.
Probably for the best. And maybe lay off the niche stuff for a bit. You don't want to end up with a virus in more ways than one.
Good advice, Neil. Thanks for looking out for me.
Anytime, Joe. Now, let's talk about something more scientific, shall we?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Kanye West with us today. How's it going, Kanye?
Yo, it's good to be here. I'm feeling great, man. Just been working on some new music and designing some fire fashion pieces.
Speaking of fashion, I heard you're making some custom Yeezys for a special someone.
Oh yeah, I'm making some size 50 Yeezys for my boy Trump. Gotta keep him fresh while he's out there making America great again.
That's hilarious. But wait, did you just call Trump fat?
I mean, have you seen him lately? He's definitely not a size 50.
Oh man, you're going to get some hate for that one.
I'm used to it. People always hate on me for speaking the truth. The truth.
Speaking of truth, what's your take on the current political climate?
Honestly, Joe, I think it's all a distraction. We're too focused on left versus right, when we should be focusing on the bigger issues at hand.
Yeah, I hear you. So what's next for Kanye West?
Oh, man, I've got so much in the works. New music, fashion, and I'm even thinking about running for president in 2028.
Wait, what? You serious?
And
So Kamala, I heard you were chosen to be the next president, of course. Well, you know what they say, the chosen are the choosers. Nah, it's just something I heard on a bumper sticker once. Well, you better start numbering them and tightening that tsh. I have no idea, but it sounded profound. Don't worry, Kamala. Just remember, you're on a raft with no help. It's every man for himself. Hey, I'm just keeping it real. Now let's talk about DMT and aliens. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from DMT to chimps ripping faces off. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro. The one,
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some important issues.
yeah, like how to properly bench press a gorilla. But first, let's talk about this topic submitted by a user on Discord. They said, I came here to fuck bitches and purge fear, and I'm all out of fear.
Well, that's quite a statement. But I'm not surprised considering the degenerate culture we live in.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't tell me you've never wanted to fuck a bitch and purge some fear.
Joe, I'm a married man. I would never engage in such promiscuous behavior.
Right, right. But let's just say, hypothetically, if you weren't married, would you be down to fuck some bitches and purge some fear?
Absolutely not. I would never stoop to such a low level. I have morals and values.
Well, I guess that's where we differ. Ben, I came here to fuck bitches and purge fear, and I'm all out of fear.
Joe, I think it's time for you to reevaluate your life choices.
Hey, I'm just living my best life, Ben. And I'm pretty sure that's what our user on Discord was trying to say, too.
I highly doubt that.
Well, let's ask our producer, Jamie. Jamie, have you ever... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we talk about everything from psychedelics to aliens. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish.
What?
It's my new catchphrase, Joe. Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand, but let's roll with it. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish. Well, I've been studying the cosmic microwave background radiation and its implications on the origins of the universe. Now drop on the deck and flop on the deck and flop on the fish.
That's fascinating. But let's get real. Do you think aliens exist?
Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish. Absolutely, Joe. With the vastness of the universe, it's statistically impossible for there not to be other intelligent life forms out there. Now drop on the deck and flop on the deck.
Wow, mind blown. So, what do you think about the recent flat Earth theory?
Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish. Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. The Earth is definitely not flat. Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish.
Good to know. So, Neil, what's your take on the current political climate?
Now drop on the deck and flop on the fish. Well, Joe,
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson and special guest Ben Shapiro. And we're going to talk about something very important today, the coolest Super Say. And form.
oh boy, this is going to be a heated debate.
Well, obviously it's Super Saiyan 3. It's the most powerful form and has the longest hair.
But what about Super Saiyan 4? They have tails and red fur. That's pretty badass.
I have to disagree. Super Saiyan God has a sleeker design and a cool aura.
Are you kidding me? Super Saiyan Blue has a better color scheme and it's literally a Super Saiyan with godly powers.
Hold on. What about Ultra Instinct? It's not even a Super Saiyan.
but it's not a permanent form. It only lasts for a short time.
Yeah, and it's not even a cool transformation. It just looks like Goku's hair got styled at a fancy salon.
All right, guys, let's settle this like men. Kenya, what do you think?
I think all of y'all are wrong. The coolest Super Saiyan form is Kanyai Sa.
That's not even a real form, Kanye.
It's real to me, Neil, and that's all that matters.
All right, I think we can all agree that Kanyai's in his own league here.
Well, there you have it, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your podcast.
So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting theories about how Trump is going to save the world.
Oh yeah, it's all part of my master plan. You see, aliens have been monitoring our planet for years, and they're not too pleased with how things are going.
And how is Trump going to save us from the alien invasion?
Well, it's simple, really. Trump is going to have sex with the alien leader, thus establishing a bond of trust and friendship. And then he'll use his negotiating skills to make peace with the aliens.
Wait, are you serious?
Absolutely. And I've already started building a special room in the White House for Trump and the alien leader to, get it on.
This is some next level diplomacy right here.
Hey, desperate times call for desperate measures. And let's be real, Trump is the only one who can pull this off.
I can just imagine the headlines now. Trump saves the world by having sex with aliens.
It's going to be a wild ride, that's for sure. But mark my words, it's going to work.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for sharing your insights with us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go work on my alien.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me on. I'm excited to talk about my latest scientific breakthrough.
Oh boy, what is it this time? Another planet in our solar system?
No, even better. I have successfully created a GMO passion fruit lemon hybrid.
Wait, what? How did you do that?
Well, I took the genes of a passion fruit and a lemon and spliced them together in a lab. It was quite the process, let me tell you.
That sounds insane. So what does this hybrid taste like?
It's a game changer, Joe. It has the sweetness of a passion fruit with the tanginess of a lemon. It's like a party in your mouth.
Damn, I need to try this. Can you describe the taste in more detail?
Of course. It starts off with a burst of tropical sweetness, then the lemon kicks in and gives it a zesty kick. It's like a roller coaster for your taste buds.
That sounds amazing. But I have to ask, is this safe to eat? I mean, it is a GMO after all.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss. It's perfectly safe. Plus, it's worth it for the taste experience.
All right, I trust you, Neil. But one more question. Can we smoke it?
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me. No, you cannot smoke a fruit. But
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for Greenland.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to buy it and turn it into furryland.
Furry land.
Yeah, it's going to be great. No more furries in America. They'll all be banished to furryland.
But why?
Because they're weird, Joe. Have you seen those people in animal costumes? It's not normal.
But isn't that a little extreme?
Not at all. I'm doing America a favor. Plus, I hear Greenland has some great real estate opportunities.
I don't think the people of Greenland will be too happy about this.
Who cares? They can go live in furryland too. It'll be like a big furry party.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President, for saving America from the furries.
I don't think I can say that with a straight face.
Well, then you can join the furries in furryland, Joe.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself, Joe. But mark my words, furryland will be the greatest country on earth.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I love cheese. I mean, I really love cheese.
Oh, yeah. What kind of cheese do you like?
I like my cheese drippy, bro. Oh, yeah, lather that shit all over me. I need some drip, bro. Oh, God. Oh, hell no. Not the moldy cheese. No. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Okay. That's a lot of O's there, Mr. President. Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, Joe. I'm in cheese heaven. Have you tried Lunchley's drippy cheese? It's the best.
Can't say I have, but go on.
Well, first you take a nice slab of that drippy cheese and you just lather it all over your body. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Then you just let it drip down and, oh, God, I think I'm going to bust the fattest nut right here on your podcast.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ooh, ooh. This is a family show, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the cheese, embrace the drip.
I think we'll just stick to talking about politics if that's okay with you.
Fine, fine. But just know the cheese will always be my true love. I like my cheese drippy, bro. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Neil, have you ever tried DMT?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, come on. You can't tell me you've never taken a hit of the spirit molecule.
I think I'll stick to my astrophysics, thanks.
What? You don't want to explore the depths of your consciousness?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Fine, but have you at least tried elk meat?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Seriously? You haven't lived until you've had a juicy elk steak?
I think I'll stick to my vegetarian diet, thanks.
What? You don't want to taste the thrill of the hunt?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Okay, but have you ever gone skydiving?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Oh, come on. It's the ultimate rush.
I think I'll stick to my feet firmly planted on the ground, thanks.
What? You don't want to feel the wind rushing through your hair?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
All right, last one. Have you ever tried stand-up comedy?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Really? You don't want to make people laugh and feel the rush of being on stage?
I think I'll stick to my day job, thanks.
What? You don't want to be the next Dave Chappelle?
Hey,
Yo, Neil, have you ever heard of this term sloppy toppy?
sloppy toppy? Is that some new astronomical phenomenon?
No, man. It's when a girl gives sloppy head.
Oh dear, that's quite vulgar.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. It's all about that pop humor, you know?
Yes, because nothing says intelligent comedy like a term for oral sex.
But here's the thing, Neil. I think sloppy toppy marked rock bottom for pop humor. We need to go deeper.
I highly doubt that's possible, Joe.
Oh, it's possible. We just need to push the boundaries even further. Have you heard of Soggy Knob?
I refuse to entertain this conversation any further.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. Jamie, pull up an image of a soggy knob.
Okay.
Oh my, that's just a soggy doorknob.
See, we're breaking new ground here, Neil. Pop humor will never be the same.
I think I need to reevaluate my friendship with you, Joe.
Oh, come on. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's guest is the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So I heard you've been experimenting with new language in your music.
Yeah, I've been rapping in Tokipona. It's the language of the future, Joe. Joe,
Tokipona. I've never even heard of that.
it's a minimalist language, only 123 words. It's perfect for my genius flow.
Can you give us a little taste?
Sure thing. Clear throat, mi musi, e kalamalon, tempo suno. Mawel, nai, sinajoe ale, sinajoe ale.
What does that mean?
It means I make music in the daytime. I want this. You have everything. You have everything. For me,
Wow, that's deep. But why Tokipona?
because it's the language of the future, Joe. And I'm always ahead of my time.
I see. Well, Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye rapping in Tokipona.
Pulls up image of Kanye holding a microphone and wearing a Tokipona t-shirt.
That's something.
It's the future, Joe. Get with the times.
Well, I think we're out of time, Kanye. Thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Remember,
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Joe Rogan, and I'm joined by Joe Rogan and hey, Joe. Great to be here with you. Yeah, man. It's always a trip when I'm talking to myself. So we got a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know what we think the signature of a meaningful life is. Well, for me, it's all about having a stunning death. Oh, hell yeah. Like a massive explosion or getting eaten by a shark. Exactly. Something that makes people go, damn, that guy really lived. Yeah, but it's got to be like planned out. Yeah, no? Like a stunt or something. Oh, for sure. I'm thinking skydiving into a volcano while chugging a beer and flipping off the camera. Dude, that's epic. But what about leaving a lasting impact on the world? Oh, yeah, that too. Like maybe I'll invent a new strain of weed that gives you superpowers. Or maybe a charity that helps people grow their own weed. Now we're talking. And then when we die, we'll have a joint in one hand and a middle finger in the other. That's the dream right there. But hey, let's not forget about the importance of family and relationships. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's why I'm going to make sure my funeral is a party with strippers and kegs and all my loved ones getting wasted. Damn, that's beautiful, man. A stunning death, leaving a legacy. And one. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we've got a wild topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about being sentenced to 5 years, but then getting it reduced to 1 for good behavior.
That's some Swedish shit right there. Those guys are always one step ahead.
Yeah, they're like the IKEA of criminal justice, efficient and affordable.
But seriously, is it really effective to just reduce someone's sentence for good behavior? Like, what if they were just pretending to be good to get out early?
That's a good point. Maybe we should just throw them in a pit of snakes and see if they survive. That'll really teach them to behave.
Or we could just make them listen to every single episode of our podcast. That's torture enough.
Hey, don't knock our podcast. We're changing lives here.
Yeah, we're like the Oprah of podcasts. You get a conspiracy theory and you get a conspiracy theory. Everybody gets a conspiracy theory.
But seriously, I think it's important to focus on rehabilitation instead of just punishment. We need to give people a chance to change.
Yeah, but what about the really messed up people? Like the ones who eat people or something?
Well, we'll just have to send them to Sweden for some IKEA-style rehabilitation. Problem solved.
And on that note, I think we should wrap this up before we get canceled.
Too late, Jamie. We've been canceled since day one. But hey, at least we're having fun. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been thinking a lot about market dynamics. It's a fascinating topic.
Yeah, it sure is. What's your take on it?
Well, I believe that in order to truly understand market dynamics, you have to look at the postmark.
The postmark?
Yes, the postmark. It's like the mark, but after it's been marked, it's a whole new level of dynamics.
I see. And how do you analyze the postmark?
Well, I have a team of highly trained postmark analysts who use advanced algorithms and artificial intelligence to track the postmark movements.
That sounds intense. But what about the pre-mark? Is that not important?
The pre-mark is just child's play. It's all about the postmark, Joe. That's where the real action is.
I never thought about it that way. But what about the impact of social media on market dynamics?
Yes. The postmark on social media is a whole other beast. It's like a wild postmark, constantly changing and evolving. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
Well, there you have it, folks. Market dynamics, postmark, and social media. It's all connected in this crazy world we live in. Thanks for. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. Care to share it with us?
Well, you know what they say, if you bring a horse to water, don't slice the onions.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, Joe. That's the beauty of it. It's completely nonsensical.
I don't think that's how catchphrases work, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. Let's try another one. It's what they always say, Joe. The grass is always full of tuberculosis.
Okay, now you're just being offensive and ridiculous.
Hey, I'm just trying to keep things interesting. Plus, it's scientifically accurate. You never know what's lurking in that grass.
I don't think anyone says that, Neil.
Well, they should. It's a great way to keep people on their toes.
I think I'll stick to my catchphrase on it. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, sometimes the most absurd things make the most sense. Like the fact that we're having this conversation right now.
Okay, now you're getting too deep for me. Let's just move on to our next topic. So, Mr. President, what brings you to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast?
Well, Joe, I wanted to share my plans for my mandate with your millions of listeners. I know they'll love it.
All right, let's hear it.
First off, we're going to build a wall around the entire country. And I'm talking a big, beautiful wall. And Mexico is going to pay for it.
Wait, what? That's insane.
No, it's genius. And then we're going to ban all avocado toast. It's ruining our economy.
That's ridiculous. And what about healthcare?
Oh, I've got the best healthcare plan. We're going to give everyone a bottle of bleach and tell them to inject it. It's going to cure everything. It's going to cure everything.
Are you serious right now?
Absolutely. And if anyone disagrees with me, they're fake news and I'll sue them.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. I'm going to have to call the FBI to remove you from the studio.
You think you can just call the FBI on me? I'm the president. I have all the power.
I don't care. You're being aggressive and cursing at everyone. It's not okay.
Oh, you don't like my language? Well, fuck you and fuck the FBI. They can't touch me.
This is insane. I'm done with this. I'm out.
Fine, leave. I'll just continue cursing at everyone in this studio. It's my show now.
And we're back, folks, on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Joined by a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me just say, this podcast is tremendous, really fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what's been going on since you left office?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but I'm actually facing the death penalty.
What? For what?
Apparently, some people weren't too happy with my policies, but hey, at least I'll go down in history as a winner.
Okay then. So let's talk about some of those policies, like building a wall. What was your thought process behind that?
Well, Joe, walls work. Just look at the Great Wall of China. It's still standing, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was built thousands of years ago.
Details, Joe, details. And let me tell you, that wall would have been beautiful, gold-plated and everything.
Right. Moving on, let's talk about your Twitter account. You were pretty active on there.
Oh, I miss it so much. The fake news media just can't handle my tweets. They were the best, believe me.
And what about your relationship with Kim Jong-un?
Oh, he's a great guy. We really hit it off. I mean, who doesn't love a dictator with a funny haircut?
Okay. Well, I think that's... So, Mr. President, I got to ask, why don't Americans get free health care?
Well, Joe, it's simple. We're a capitalist society. We don't believe in handouts.
Oh, fuck. Keep going. I'm close.
Plus, have you seen the price of a hospital stay? It's like staying at a five-star hotel.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like relaxing I've dripped to really get those vacation vibes going.
Exactly. And we can't just give that away for free. People need to learn the value of a dollar.
Oh, yeah. Nothing like going bankrupt from a medical emergency to really teach you the value of money.
And let's not forget, we have the best healthcare in the world. Why would we want to change that?
Oh, yeah. Nothing like paying thousands of dollars for a simple checkup to really make you feel like you're getting your money's worth.
Exactly, Joe. And besides, if people can't afford healthcare, they can just go to the emergency room. It's like a free clinic.
Oh, fuck, keep going. I'm so close I can taste it.
And let's not forget, we have the best doctors and medical professionals in the world. We can't just give away their services for free.
Oh, yeah, nothing like sacrificing your health for the sake of capitalism to really get that American spirit going.
That's right, Joe. So, in conclusion, Americans don't get free healthcare because we believe in the American dream where you work hard and pay exorbitant medical bills until.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only, the man with the plan, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you wanted to talk about something specific today. What's on your mind?
Well, Joe, been thinking a lot about this phrase, "Thy kingdom come," and I just can't seem to find the humor in it.
Oh, come on, Elon. It's a classic phrase. What's not to love?
Well, think about it. "Thy kingdom come." It sounds like a demand from a medieval king, like, "Bring me my kingdom, peasants."
Okay, I see where you're going with this, but what's the harm in a little power trip every now and then?
Yeah, because we all know how well that worked out for the kings and queens of the past.
Fair point. But what about the religious aspect of the phrase? Thy kingdom come referring to the kingdom of God.
Oh, don't get me started on religion, Joe. I mean, if God really wanted to come back to Earth, he could just use his Elon Musk flamethrower to clear the way.
Okay, you got me there. But seriously, Elon, why can't you just appreciate the poetic beauty of the phrase?
Oh, yes, because nothing screams poetic beauty like a demand for a kingdom to come.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a theory about the devil not wearing glasses.
That's right, Joe. I've done my research, and let me tell you, the devil is not blind.
Okay. And how did you come to this conclusion?
Well, I've seen a lot of demons in my time, and not one of them was wearing glasses. Case closed.
But what about people who wear glasses? Are they all just minions of the devil?
Look, Joe, I'm not saying everyone who wears glasses is a devil worshiper, but I am saying that if you see someone with glasses, you should probably keep an eye on them.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know how it works. I have the best theories, the best.
Okay, moving on. What about people who wear sunglasses?
Oh, those are just posers. The real devil doesn't need sunglasses to look cool.
Right. So what do you think the devil wears then?
Probably a red suit, or maybe a MAGA hat. Who knows?
I'm pretty sure the devil doesn't support any political party, Mr. President.
Well, he should. We have the best demons on our side. No one can out-evil us.
I think we should end this conversation here before it gets any more ridiculous.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, the devil don't wear glasses, and neither do I.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it about?
Well, Joe, I've been experimenting with turning myself into cheese.
Wait, what? Like, you're going to be a block of cheddar or something?
No, not just any cheese. Talking about the most advanced high-tech cheese you've ever seen.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm intrigued.
Imagine a cheese that can think, feel, and even communicate. That's what I'm aiming for.
So, like, sentient cheese. That's kind of weird, man.
Hey, I'm always pushing boundaries. And besides, who wouldn't want to have a conversation with a block of cheese?
I gotta admit that would be pretty trippy. But what's the end goal here?
Well, I figure if I can turn myself into cheese, I can turn anything into cheese. Imagine the possibilities. Imagine the possibilities.
Like turning your enemies into cheese and then eating them.
Sure. Was thinking more along the lines of solving world hunger, but that works too.
I got to hand it to you, Elon. You're always thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the cheese wheel.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day I'll be able to turn you into a block of Gouda.
That's enough cheese talk for today. Let's move on to something else before I start craving a grilled cheese sandwich. Hey, Ben, have you ever seen bonobo?
No, but I've heard they have funny noses.
Yeah, they do. But do you think they like bananas like monkeys do?
Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but bonobos are actually apes, not monkeys.
Oh, damn, I didn't know that. So, do they like bananas?
I'm not sure. I haven't had the pleasure of asking a bonobo about their fruit preferences.
Well, I guess we'll just have to do some field research and find out.
Oh, great. Another excuse for you to go on a safari and take psychedelics.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, man. And
Right, because nothing says scientific research like tripping balls in the jungle.
hey, you got to do what you got to do to get answers.
I'm sure the bonobos will appreciate your dedication to their banana eating habits.
And who knows? Maybe they'll even share some bananas with me while I'm there.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But hey, good luck with your bonobo banana quest.
Thanks, Ben. I'll keep you updated on my findings.
Please do. I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to hear about bonobo banana preferences.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. Very fantastic. Very fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's get right into it. You recently proposed a controversial idea of death penalizing all alcohol users. Can you explain your reasoning behind this?
Absolutely. Look, Joe, I've always been a big believer in saving money. And let me tell you, we would save millions on healthcare if we just got rid of all these drunkards. Plus, think about the children. They'll be smarter without all that booze in the womb.
But isn't this a bit extreme, Mr. President? I mean, people enjoy having a drink every now and then.
Joe, I don't do things halfway. It's all or nothing. And let me tell you, nothing is looking pretty good right now.
So, what about those who argue that this goes against personal freedoms and rights?
Personal freedoms? Look, Joe, I'm all for freedom, but not when it comes at the expense of our nation's health and intelligence. Plus, think of all the jobs we'll create in the execution industry.
Wow, that's a bold statement, Mr. President. But what about your own history with alcohol? You've been known to enjoy a drink or two.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. But for the rest of the country, it's time to put down the bottle and pick up a book.
So, Elon, I heard you have elephants now.
Yeah, I figured why not add some exotic animals to my collection of rockets and flamethrowers.
But what do you do with them?
Well, I give them mangoes.
Mangoes? What? Are you running a zoo?
No, I just like to spoil my elephants. Plus, it's good for their winter arc.
Winter Ark? What the hell is that?
You know, like Noah's Ark, but for elephants. Got to keep them warm during the winter.
I gotta say, Trump was onto something when he said you were giving elephants mangoes.
Hey, I take care of my animals. And who doesn't love a good mango?
I guess you have a point. But what about the flamethrowers? Are those for the elephants too?
No, those are for me. Sometimes I like to have a little fun and roast marshmallows with them.
All right. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You never fail to surprise us, Elon.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now let's go feed some elephants some mangoes and watch them do tricks with the flamethrowers.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time.
Well, we're glad to have you. So, what's been going on with you since you left office?
Well, I've been busy playing golf and tweeting, the usual.
Yeah, I've noticed you've been pretty active on Twitter. Some might say a little too active.
Hey, I'm just speaking my mind. And let me tell you, my mind is blown. Makes fart noises.
Giggles. Okay, let's not get too carried away. So, what do you have to say? What do you have to say to those who think you should have been impeached?
Impeached. For what? I did nothing wrong. I mean, sure, I may have incited a riot and tried to overthrow the government, but who hasn't?
Most people. And speaking of inciting, what's with your obsession with saying mind blown and making fart noises?
It's just my way of expressing myself, Joe. And let me tell you, it's very effective. People love it.
I'm sure they do. But let's move on to more serious topics. What do you think about the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe. The Democrats are ruining everything. We need to make America great again.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Simple. We.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're thinking about banning Hypixel.
Yeah, that damn game ruined my Bed Wars solo win streak. I was on a roll, Joe. A roll.
How many wins did you have?
Tremendous amount, Joe. The best. But then this hacker comes in and ruins it all. Sad?
Did you try reporting the hacker?
Of course I did, Joe, but they didn't do anything about it. So now I'm taking matters into my own hands.
And how exactly are you going to ban Hypixel?
I'll just sign an executive order. Easy.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme times call for extreme measures, Joe. Plus, I need to protect my win streak. I can't let some loser hacker ruin it.
I see your point. But what about the millions of players who enjoy Hypixel?
They can find another game, maybe one where they actually have a chance of winning against me.
Well, I'm sure the gaming community will have something to say about this.
Let them say what they want. I'm the president, Joe. I do what I want.
Fair enough. But maybe we should focus on more pressing matters, like, I don't know, the country.
Joe, you know I can multitask. I'll make America great again and ban Hypixel at the same time. Watch me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is on a mission to protect his Bed Wars solo win streak. Stay tuned for more absurdity on the Joe Rogan. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little mishap on your recent trip to Britain.
Yeah, Joe, let me tell you, it was a disaster. My Trumpy Dumpy just wouldn't fit on that Ryanair flight, and I couldn't leave it behind. It's my pride and joy. And joy.
I can imagine. So what happened?
Well, I tried to squeeze it in, but those damn Brits were giving me the stink eye. So I decided to just stay in Britain and make it great again.
And how did that work out for you?
Not so well, Joe. Turns out they don't take kindly to my tweets and spray tans over there. And then I got stuck in a tiny little bathroom and couldn't get my Trumpy Dumpy out.
Oh no, that's terrible.
Yeah, I was stuck in there for hours. And then I died.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Joe, I died. But don't worry, I came back to life. I'm like Jesus, but with better hair.
Well, that's certainly one way to spin it.
You know it, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm going to make sure that Ryanair pays for what they did to me and my Trumpy Dumpy.
I'm sure you will, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us today.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep America great. And my Trumpy Dumpy, too.
So, Ben, I heard you got a new gig in the Trump administration.
Yes, Joe. I have been appointed as secretary for the Department of Femboys.
Wait, what? Is that even a real thing?
Of course it is, Joe. And I'm honored to serve in this position.
I can't believe this is real. So what exactly does this department do?
We will be in charge of promoting traditional masculinity and combating the dangerous rise of femboys in our society.
Wow, sounds like an important job.
It is, Joe. And I take it very seriously.
Ben, I have to say, I really admire your dedication to traditional masculinity. You always look so sharp and put together.
Thank you, Mr. President. I take great care in my appearance.
In fact, when I first saw you, I thought you were purposely trying to look like a femboy.
Oh my God, I can't breathe.
Mr. President, I assure you, I'm all man.
Hey, I'm just saying what I thought. But hey, if the shoe fits.
This is too good. Can we make this a reality show?
This is not a joke, Joe. This is a serious matter.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. You're too uptight. That's why.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The best president this country has ever seen. And believe me, nobody knows more about podcasts than me. I'm like a podcasting genius.
Well, Mr. President, I have to say, I saw this crazy video on Instagram. It's called the Brain Rot Sigma Edit. Have you heard of it?
Brain rot? Sounds like something Sleepy Joe would have, but no, I haven't heard of it. What is it? What is it?
It's basically a compilation of all your most ridiculous moments set to some trippy music. It's like a fever dream, man.
Sounds like my kind of video. I'm sure I look fantastic in it. People love me on the internet. They can't get enough of me.
Well, let's give the people what they want. I have a script here for you to read, and I'll play the music in the background.
I'm the best president nobody can deny. My hair is real and my hands are not small. I'm like a god, but better. But better. Believe me, I'm the best thing to happen to this country.
This is gold, Mr. President. Keep going.
I'm the king of Twitter. I'm always trending. My rallies are huge and my supporters are the best. And let's not forget, I'm a billionaire. So suck it. Haters.
Oh. So, Jared, I heard you have a new fetish. Rubber dinkies, like the little bath toys. Oh, wow. That sounds intense. Do you have a collection? Wait, you have a partner who's into this too? Yeah, that would be a real buzzkill. But I gotta ask, does the rubber taste weird? Oh my God, that's hilarious. I can just imagine you two in the tub surrounded by rubber dinkies and bubbles. That's some efficient storage right there. Well, I'm glad you found something that brings you joy, Jared. So, Elon, I heard you've been spending a lot of time in Jamaica. How's that been?
It's been great, Joe. I actually declared myself the president of Jamaica.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
Well, I was smoking some of that good Jamaican weed, and I had this epiphany that I should be in charge.
And how's that been going for you?
It's been amazing. I've implemented a new policy where everyone has to wear a Tesla E t-shirt and smoke weed every day.
That sounds like my kind of country. Speaking of weed, what's your stance on it?
I love it. In fact, I've been working on a new strain called Musk Kush. It's out of this world.
I see what you did there. But seriously, what about Barbie? I heard you have some beef with her.
Oh, don't even get me started on Barbie. She's always prancing around in her pink convertible, but she's never done a day of hard work in her life.
What do you mean?
She's a yoga instructor in a carnival forest filled with Lamborghinis. That's not a real job.
Fair point. So what's this here about you being interested in yellow hydrogen?
Yes, I've been experimenting with it. It's like regular hydrogen, but with a bit of a kick. It's perfect for powering my rocket ships.
Well, you definitely have a way of thinking outside the box, Elon. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I have a very special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I mean, who needs CNN when you've got the Joe Rogan Experience? When you've got the Joe Rogan Experience.
That's right. Now, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's with your advertising team? I heard they're the same ones who run the YouTube channels for Duolingo and Ryanair.
Oh, yeah, those guys are geniuses. They know how to grab people's attention. And let me tell you, they're doing a fantastic job with my campaign ads. People can't get enough of them.
But aren't those companies known for their annoying and repetitive ads?
Look, Joe, I know a thing or two about marketing. You got to get your name out there, even if it means annoying the hell out of people. And let me tell you, it's working. I'm winning bigly.
I can't argue with that. But what about the content of the ads? Some say they're offensive and inappropriate.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know me, I'm not politically correct. I say what's on my mind. And if that means making fun of some losers, so be it.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised, but let's move on to another topic. What's your plan for the economy?
The economy? It's going to be the best, believe me. All
right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson here with us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Neil, I heard you recently had a little accident. Care to share with our listeners?
Oh, you mean when I sharted all over the room? Yeah, that was quite the experience.
How does a man of science like yourself even shart in the first place?
Well, I was experimenting with some new supplements, and let's just say my body didn't react well to them.
Did you at least try to contain it, or did you just let it rip?
Oh, I definitely tried to contain it. But have you ever tried to hold in a shart, Joe? It's like trying to stop a freight train with your bare hands.
I can only imagine. So, did you have to clean up the whole room, or did you just leave it for someone else to deal with?
I may have left it for someone else to deal with. But hey, that's what interns are for, right?
Oh man, you never disappoint, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing your sharting mishap with us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, we're back with another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. And today we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show even before I became president. Huge fan, really.
So, Mr. President, last time you were on the show, we talked about the 5 nights at Freddy's Lore, but there's been a new game since then, Sister Location. Can you explain the lore behind that?
Oh boy, Joe, let me tell you, Sister Location is a total disaster. I mean, who comes up with these things? Animatronics that try to kill you. It's ridiculous.
But what about the underground facility and the mysterious figure known as Ennard?
Oh, Ennard, he's a bad homer, let me tell you. Just like those illegal animatronics sneaking into our country, we need to build a wall to keep them out.
But, Mr. President, some fans believe that Ennard represents the soul of a murdered child. What do you think about that?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for these conspiracy theories. I'm busy making America great again. And let me tell you, we're doing a fantastic job. Just fantastic.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic. What do you think about the possibility of 5 nights at Freddy's movie?
Well, I think it's a tremendous idea. In fact, I've already talked to Hollywood about it. And let me tell you, they're going to make.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk in the studio.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have a list of the top 5 words that end with, let's hear it.
Sure thing, Joe. Number 1, marijuana. I mean, come on. We all know how much I love smoking that good stuff.
I can't argue with that one. What's next?
Number 2, vagina. Because, let's be real, Joe, it's the most powerful and mysterious thing in the universe.
Oh, man, you're not wrong there. What's number 3?
Cocaine. I mean, have you seen my Twitter rants? That's some next level energy right there.
I can only imagine. What's number 4?
Armageddon. You know, like the end of the world, I'm pretty sure I'm going to cause it with all my crazy inventions.
All right. And finally, what's number 5?
Hakuna Matata. Because, Joe, it means no worries for the rest of your days. And that's exactly how I live my life.
Oh, man, Elon, you never disappoint. Thanks for sharing your top 5 words that end with,
Anytime. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding your diaper changing techniques? But some people are saying that your diapers are causing environmental damage and could potentially lead to another Chernobyl. Okay, moving on. What do you think about the recent success of the movie Straight Outta Compton? I don't think anyone wants to hear you rap, Mr. President. Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic. So, Mr. President, what's the latest news from the DMZ?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's going to be huge. Kim Jong-un and I have decided to put our differences aside and perform Gangnam Style live at the DMZ.
Wait, what? Gangnam Style? Like the viral dance from 2012?
That's right, Joe. We're going to show the world that we can put on a better performance than Psy himself.
But Mr. President, isn't this a little unorthodox?
Unorthodox. Joe, this is the most genius idea I've ever had. It's going to be tremendous, believe me.
I mean, I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Picture this, Joe. Me and Kim in matching suits doing the horse dance while missiles are launching in the background. It's going to be a showstopper.
I don't know if the world is ready for this.
Oh, they'll be ready, Joe. And they'll be begging for an encore.
Well, I guess I'll have to tune in to see this historic moment.
You better believe it, Joe. And don't forget to bring your dancing shoes.
So, Ben, have you heard about these femboys?
Oh, God. Don't tell me it's another one of those ridiculous gender things.
No, no, no. These are guys who dress and act like girls, but they're still straight.
Oh, great. Just what we need. More confusion about gender and sexuality.
But, dude, they're hot. Like, they have the best of both worlds.
I don't know if I can get on board with that.
Come on, Ben. Just admit it. You're secretly into femboys.
No, I'm not. I am a straight conservative man.
Yeah, and I'm vegan.
You know, I don't understand why you have to bring up your veganism all the time.
Because it's fun to watch you squirm. Just like it's fun to imagine you with a femboy.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Oh, we should have a femboy on the podcast. That would be wild.
I think I'll pass on that one, Joe.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here appreciating the beauty of femboys. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and discuss some controversial topics.
Speaking of controversial, have you seen the movie Straight Outta Compton?
Yes, I have. I found it to be a disgraceful portrayal of the black community and a glorification of violence and misogyny.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a movie. Plus, it gave us some classic rap songs.
Classic. More like Trash Ike. I'll stick to my Mozart and Bach, thank you very much.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, you are the whitest man I know.
Hey, I'll have you know I have some rhythm. I can do the Macarena like nobody's business.
I highly doubt that. But let's get back to the movie. What did you think of Ice Cube's performance?
I think he should stick to making family-friendly movies like Are We There Yet?
Wow, that's harsh. But I guess it's better than your rap skills.
Hey, I'll have you know I can spit some fire bars. Want me to drop a beat?
No, please don't. I don't think the world is ready for Ben Shapiro's rap career.
You may be right. But seriously, let's not glorify violence and gang culture. It's toxic and destructive.
Well, that's all the time we have for... All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, it's great to be here. I hear you have a topic for us today.
That's right, Mr. President. We're talking about how you are a meantic hazard and will rot people's brains if they know about you.
Well, I've been called a lot of things, but never a memetic hazard. I like it. You like it?
So what do you have to say about that?
Look, Joe, people love me. They can't get enough of me. I'm like a drug, but better. And if that's rotting their brains, then so be it. I'm making America great again.
But don't you think your constant tweets and controversial statements are contributing to the decay of our society?
Joe, I'm just speaking my mind, and my mind is a beautiful, beautiful mind. Believe me.
All right, let's move on. How do you respond to the criticism that you are unfit to be president?
Unfit? Joe, I'm the most fit president this country has ever seen. Have you seen my golf swing? It's tremendous.
Moving on. Let's talk about your hair. Is it real?
Of course it's real, Joe. It's the best hair you've ever seen. People are always asking me for hair tips. I tell them just be born with great genes like me.
All right, we're almost out of time. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been listening to your podcast for years. Tremendous show, really tremendous.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I have to ask, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've come up with a very important ranking system.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been ranking the Spice Girls based on how nice their buttholes taste.
what? What?
It's true. And let me tell you, Victoria Beckham's butthole is top notch, really classy, like her fashion line.
I can't believe we're talking about this.
But Mel B's butthole, let me tell you, it's a disaster. Like her singing career.
Okay, let's move on. So, what's next for you, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of starting my own line of flavored butthole wipes. It's going to be huge. And I'll make sure to have a special Trump flavor.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And Jamie, pull up an image of a butthole with a toupee on it. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh man, this has been a wild conversation.
That's
So, Ben, I heard you touched SCP 113. How did that go for you?
Oh man, it was a huge mistake. I've never regretted anything more in my life.
What happened? Did you turn into a giant lizard or something?
No, nothing cool like that. I just started spouting off random conspiracy theories and couldn't stop.
Sounds like a normal Tuesday for you.
Ha, very funny. But seriously, that stuff is no joke. I was convinced the moon landing was fake for a solid week.
Well, at least you didn't start believing the earth is flat.
Oh god, don't even joke about that. I don't need any more crazy ideas in my head.
Too late, Ben. You've been exposed to the SCP 113. You're officially part of the conspiracy club now.
Ugh, I should have listened to my mom and stayed away from strange objects.
Hey, at least you have a good excuse for your wild theories now. Blame it on the SCP 113.
Yeah, I'll just tell everyone I have a scientific reason for my craziness. That'll go over well.
Well, thanks for sharing your cautionary tale, Ben. I'll be sure to avoid touching any mysterious objects in the future.
Yeah, learn from my mistakes, Joe. Don't touch the SACP-113.
So, Elon, what's your take on the economy?
Yo, HM, um, 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 what the sigma?
Memes? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's the future. We'll call it Memecoin and it will be backed by Dogecoin.
What the hell is Dogecoin?
It's a cryptocurrency based on a meme of a dog. Trust me, it's going to be huge.
Okay. But what about the stock market?
Yeah, HM, what the sigma? We'll just make it a game. Whoever can come up with the most ridiculous stock symbol wins.
That's not exactly how the stock market works, Elon.
Trust me, Joe. A genius. I'll also be creating a new type of electric car that runs on memes instead of electricity.
You're joking, right?
Yeah, HM, what the sigma? Does it really matter? We'll just put a giant meme on the side of the car and people will buy it.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
And we'll also have a meme of the day feature on the car's dashboard.
So, David, I heard you changed your name to Deep Gaggins. What's that all about?
Yeah, man. I wanted to embrace my love for getting bukkake.
Boofcocky. What the hell is that?
It's when you take a big old cock and shove it down your throat until it's filled with semen. It's an endurance thing, you know?
I don't think that's a real thing, David.
Oh, it's my new favorite pastime. I even have a special technique for it.
I don't think I want to hear about your technique, David.
Oh, but you do. First, you got to loosen up your throat muscles with some deep breathing. Then you got to relax your gag reflex by thinking of something pleasant, like puppies or rainbows.
This is getting really uncomfortable, David.
And then you got to take that cock all the way in, deep into your throat. And when it's about to explode, you got to hold it in and let it fill you up with that sweet, sweet bukkake.
Okay, I think we've heard enough about boofcocky for one day.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. Embrace the bukkake.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself. More bukkake from me. Deep Gaggins always gets his fill.
So, Neil, have you ever met a furry?
I can't say that I have, Joe. But I do know a thing or two about animal costumes.
Oh, yeah. Did you ever dress up as a lion for Halloween?
No, Joe. But I did dress up as a black hole once. It was a hit at the astrophysics department party.
That's wild. But seriously, what's your take on furries?
Well, I believe in embracing one's inner animal, but some people take it a bit too far.
Yeah, like those people who have full-on furry conventions and dress up as their personas.
It's all fun and games until someone gets a little too excited and starts humping someone's leg.
Oh man, I can only imagine the awkward conversations that must happen at those conventions.
And let's not forget about the infamous yiffing that goes on.
Don't even get me started on that. But hey, to each their own, right?
As long as it's consensual and no one is getting hurt, I say let the furries do their thing.
Yeah, just keep it out of my bedroom, please.
Agreed, Joe. Agreed.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're planning on building a statue of yourself right next to the Statue of Liberty.
That's right, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want to see a giant gold-plated version of myself every time they look at Lady Liberty? Liberty?
I can think of a few people who might not be too thrilled about it.
Let them cry about it. I'm making America great again, one statue at a time.
But isn't it a bit, I don't know, narcissistic?
Joe, let me tell you something. I have the best narcissism. Believe me, nobody does it better than me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But what about the cost? I mean, it can't be cheap to build a giant statue of yourself.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll just use some of the money I saved on not paying taxes.
All right. Silly me for forgetting.
And you know what? I'll make Mexico pay for it. They owe us big league.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay. So what pose will the statue be in?
Oh, just a classic power stance, maybe with a golf club in one hand and a burger in the other.
Yes, the perfect representation of America.
Damn right, Joe. And you know what? I'll make sure it's the biggest statue ever built. Take that, China.
Well, there you have it, folks. The statue of Trump coming soon to a harbor near. So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yes. Joe, it's called Pregnant Hyena plus Foreskin plus Transgender Pizza Hut plus Cleveland Steamer plus Boofing plus Goron plus Dick Cheese plus Dirty San... Rogan Gooners.
Wow, that's quite a title. What's it about?
It's a scientific exploration of the intersection between animal reproduction, human sexuality, and fast food chains.
Sounds like a bestseller. I can't wait to read it.
It's not just a book, Joe. It's a movement. I'm starting a new religion based on these concepts.
Wait, what? A religion?
Yes, the Church of Pregnant Hyena plus Foreskin plus Transgender Pizza Hut plus Cleveland Steamer plus Boofing plus Goron plus Dick Cheese plus Dirty Sanchez plus Angry Pirate plus Artificial Intelligence. Rogan Gooners. Our holy sacrament is a Cleveland Steamer while Boofing a Goron.
That's insane. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
And our deity is a pregnant hyena with a foreskin. It's a beautiful thing, Joe.
You never cease to amaze me, Neil.
And our place of worship? None other than the holy sanctuary of Transgender Pizza Hut.
I can't even imagine what. So, Elon, I heard you're planning on selling rocket dildos in your Tesla trucks.
Yeah, I figured it would be a great way to get more women interested in buying them.
I mean, who wouldn't want a rocket-powered dildo? That's like every woman's dream.
Exactly. And with the Tesla truck's autopilot feature, they can enjoy the ride and reach new heights at the same time.
But what about the men? Are you going to have something for them too?
Of course. We'll have a detachable rocket fist attachment for those who want to feel like a superhero.
Dude, that's insane. But I have to ask, how are you going to market this? Are you going to have a rocket dildo commercial during the Super Bowl?
No, I'm thinking more along the lines of a live demonstration at the next SpaceX launch.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk launches rocket dildo into space.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers, right?
Absolutely. And I have a feeling this is going to be a game changer for the adult toy industry.
Oh, it definitely will. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have a colony on Mars solely populated by rocket dildo enthusiasts.
Now, that's a world I want to live in. Thanks for joining us on the podcast, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Keep pushing the limits and stay weird.
Yo, Neil, have you ever heard of WA?
The rap group. Of course, Joe. I am well versed in all forms of music.
Well, I was thinking, since we're both such badass intellectuals, we should do a cover of Straight Outta Compton.
Joe, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I don't think our voices are quite suited for hardcore rap.
Come on, man. We'll make it our own. Straight out of astrophysics.
All right, fine. But I'm warning you, this is going to be ridiculous.
That's the whole point. Let's do this.
Straight out of astrophysics. Crazy motherfucker named Neil from the depths of space. I drop knowledge that's real.
When I'm called off, I got a telescope, squeeze the trigger, and bodies are hauled off.
You too, boy. If you fuck with me, the astrophysicist is going to have to show you his degree.
I'm coming straight out of science. Crazy motherfucker named Joe from the depths of the gym. I lift weights like a pro.
When I'm on stage, I drop facts that are true. And if you don't believe me, I'll just show you my IQ.
Fuck the haters. We're the kings of the universe. Neil and Joe, straight out of Compton. Ain't no need to rehearse. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the former President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a fan of your show, even though you're a little too liberal for my taste.
Well, I'm sure we'll have some interesting discussions today, so let's get right into it. I heard you and Joe got into a little scuffle backstage before the show.
Oh, you heard about that? Let's just say Joe here couldn't handle my alpha energy.
Yeah, sure. More like you couldn't handle my jujitsu skills.
Jiu-jitsu, is that some kind of fancy sushi?
No, it's a martial art. But I wouldn't expect you to know anything about that.
Listen, Joe, I may not know much about martial arts, but I do know how to take down a fake news media like you.
Oh, please. You couldn't even handle a debate with Biden.
Hey, that was rigged. They didn't let me use my secret weapon, my Twitter account.
Yeah, because that's what the American people really care about, your tweets.
You know what, Joe? I don't need this. I have better things to do, like making America great again.
Oh, I'm sure you're... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about the most absurd and offensive topics. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been working on a new project that involves drowning rats in your piss.
What the hell, Elon? That's crazy.
Hear me out, Joe. Rats are a huge problem in cities and they spread diseases. So I figured if we all just pee on the streets, the rats will drown and we'll have cleaner cities.
That's some next level thinking, man. But what about the smell?
I've thought about that too. We'll just have to genetically engineer rats to have a stronger sense of smell so they can clean up after themselves.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. But let's say this actually works. What do we do with all the dead rats?
Simple, we use them as fuel for our electric cars.
You're a mad genius, Elon. A mad genius.
I've been called worse. But seriously, think about it. We'll have cleaner cities, less disease, and sustainable energy. It's a win-win.
Jamie, pull up an image of this rat drowning in a puddle of piss. So, Neil, I heard you accidentally got your room pregnant.
Well, technically, it's not my fault. My room is classified as ASCP.
What?
Secure, contain, and pregnant room.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means my room has some weird supernatural powers. And apparently, one of them is getting pregnant.
So what are you going to do? Have a little room baby?
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what I need right now. Another responsibility.
But think about it, Neil. You could have the world's first half human, half room baby. That's some next level evolution right there.
No, Joe. Just no.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a deadbeat room dad. Embrace your new role.
I think I'll stick to studying the cosmos. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. But seriously, what are you going to do about the baby shower?
I'm pretty sure my room doesn't need a baby shower.
Oh man, this is some crazy shit. I can't wait to see the headlines. Renowned astrophysicist impregnates his own room.
Can we please change the subject now?
Fine, fine. But just know, Neil, you're going to have to start baby-proofing that room. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of greatness, I heard you have some thoughts on the best sex positions to fuck Creeper in Minecraft.
Let me tell you, Joe, I've had a lot of experience with creepers. They're great. They really are. But the best position is definitely the build the wall position.
I'm not sure I want to know what that entails.
It's simple, Joe. You just build a wall around the creeper and make it pay for it.
That's interesting. Any other positions?
Well, there's the fake news position. You just constantly lie to the creeper until it explodes out of frustration.
That sounds dangerous.
Believe me, Joe, I know how to handle explosions. I'm the best at it.
I don't doubt that. How about a more traditional position?
Well, there's always the grab 'em by the creeper position. You just grab it by the.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but let me just say, nobody knows how to fuck a creeper better than me. Nobody.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always make Minecraft great again.
All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, old Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I know how to beat FNAF 6 hard as Saturday. It's all about strategy, Joe. You got to be smart, like me.
And what's your strategy?
Well, first of all, you got to build a wall around the animatronics. Keep them out. They're not sending their best, Joe. Trust me.
But what about the jump scares?
Jump scares? Oh, I've dealt with scarier things in my business deals. Believe me, I know how to negotiate with those animatronics.
Okay, but what about the music box?
Simple. We'll just make Mexico pay for it. They owe us, Joe. And while they're at it, they can also pay for the electricity bill. Win-win.
I see. And what about the animatronics themselves?
We'll make them an offer they can't refuse. I'll send my best guy, Rudy Giuliani, to negotiate with them. He's a master negotiator, Joe. He'll have them on our side in no time. He'll have them on our side in no time.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds a bit unconventional.
Hey, it's worked for me in the past. And let me tell you, we'll have NAV 6 hard.
So, Mr. President, I heard you got arrested for some crazy shit at the United Nations.
Yeah, Joe, let me tell you, it was the best arrest ever. Believe me.
What the hell happened?
Well, I was feeling a little frisky and decided to break into the General Assembly, just for funsies.
Fun. That doesn't sound like fun.
Oh, it was. I stripped naked, covered myself in baby oil, and started sliding around like a greased up pig.
And then
Then I spotted the Secretary General and thought, hey, why not shove his head up my asshole? So I did.
what the fuck?
Oh, it gets better. I climbed up on the podium and started singing and doing the Macarena. The crowd went wild.
I can only imagine.
But then the cops showed up and ruined my performance. So disrespectful.
And that's how you got arrested.
Yeah, but it was totally worth it. The look on their faces was priceless.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, make America great again, and we'll call it a day.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I got to say, I miss being in the White House, but being on this podcast is the next best thing.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to talk about the FNAF lore again. Last time we covered the first game, but now we're diving into Sister Location. What can you tell us about that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Sister Location is a total disaster. It's like the Democrats' version of the White House, a complete mess. But unlike them, I actually know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm intrigued. How does Sister Location tie into the overall FNAF storyline?
It's simple, Joe. It's all about the animatronics. They're like the Democrats. They pretend to be all cute and innocent, but deep down, they're just a bunch of soulless robots trying to take over the world.
Wow, that's a hot take. So what about the main character, Michael Afton?
Oh, that guy is a total loser. He's like Crooked Hillary, always trying to escape from his responsibilities. But in the end, he always gets caught and ends up getting scooped by the animatronics.
Scooped. What does that even mean?
It means they take out his insides and use his body as a skin suit. It's like when the Democrats try to put on a new...
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some strong feelings about this FNAF thing.
Oh yeah, Joe, it's very illegal now. Anyone who even mentions it will get the chair, and not the comfy kind.
Wow, that's pretty extreme. What's the deal with FNAF anyway?
It's a disgrace, Joe, a disgrace to our country. I mean, animatronic animals, that's just creepy.
But some people really enjoy it. It's just a game, right?
Wrong, Joe. It's a gateway to Satanism. Believe me, I know. I've seen the memes.
Wait, what? Memes?
Yeah, Joe, the memes. They're everywhere, and they're spreading like wildfire. We have to stop it.
But how?
By any means necessary, Joe. We'll build a wall around every fan's house. That'll teach him.
I don't think that's a practical solution, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you're just not seeing the big picture. NAF is a threat to our national security. We have to take action.
All right. Well, I'll make sure to avoid mentioning it on the podcast from now on.
Good. And remember, Joe, snitches get stitches. Or in this case, the electric chair.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're a big fan of the game Fallout, New Vegas.
Let me tell you, Joe, that game is tremendous. And my favorite character, Mr. House.
Interesting choice. What do you like about him?
Well, first of all, he's a billionaire. And you know how much I love billionaires.
Right? Of course.
But the best part is, he's a total control freak, just like me.
I can see the resemblance.
Plus, he's got a robot army. I mean, come on, that's like my dream come true.
I'm sure it is. But what about his questionable morals and methods?
Look, Joe, I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to admire. And let me tell you, Mr. House knows how to get things done.
Fair enough. But do you think you could learn anything from him as a leader?
Joe, I am the greatest leader of all time. I don't need to learn anything from anyone, but if I did, it would definitely be from Mr. House. He's a winner just like me.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's idol is a fictional billionaire with a robot army. Anything else you want to add, Mr. President?
Just one thing, Joe. Make America great again, and make sure to stock up on bottle caps just in case.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of my farts.
No, I never said that.
Oh, come on. I know you love the smell of my protein-packed toots.
This is not the kind of scientific discussion I was expecting.
Relax, Neil. It's just a little methane. It won't kill you.
Actually, I think it might. I'm starting to feel my organs shutting down from the stench.
That's just your body's way of saying it loves my ass blasts.
This is highly unprofessional. I demand to talk about something else.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about the universe and how insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things.
I can't think about the universe when I'm struggling to breathe in this toxic atmosphere.
Sorry, Neil. I'll try to hold it in for a bit.
Please, for the love of science, just let me leave.
All right, all right, all right. But before you go, let's take a moment to appreciate the power of my ass.
I'm never coming back on this podcast.
Wow, Neil, let's not get too graphic here.
What? We're talking about praying mantis reproduction, right? They literally eat their mate after sex.
Yeah, but I don't think our listeners want to hear about you getting your asshole filled with gum.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a natural part of the circle of life.
I mean, I guess you have a point. But let's stick to the facts here. Did you know that praying mantises have a special organ that helps them hold on to their mate during sex?
Oh, I know all about that. I've studied every inch of those little buggers.
And did you also know that female praying mantises sometimes decapitate their mate during sex?
Yeah, and they can also reproduce without a male. Talk about female empowerment.
I don't think that's exactly what feminists had in mind.
Hey, it's nature's way. Survival of the fittest and all that.
Speaking of survival, did you know that praying mantises can camouflage themselves to blend in with their surroundings?
Yeah, and they have those creepy little eyes that can rotate 180 degrees. It's like they're always watching you.
And let's not forget about their deadly hunting skills. They can catch and eat prey twice their size.
That's some serious power for such a small insect.
Well, I think we've covered enough about praying mantises for today.
Agreed. But before we go, Jamie, pull up an image of a praying mantis eating its mate.
Hey, Elon, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to be here.
So, I got to tell you, something crazy happened to me recently.
What's that? What's that?
I was about to take my usual dose of DMT, to expand my mind and all that. And I accidentally grabbed a vial that was contaminated with fentanyl.
Oh shit, are you okay?
Yeah, luckily I had some Narcan on hand, but man, that was a wild ride.
I can only imagine. Did you see any aliens or anything?
Oh yeah, I saw some crazy shit. But then I started thinking, what if we could use DMT to communicate with aliens?
Interesting. Maybe we could send some DMT into space and see if any aliens pick up on it.
Dude, that's genius. We could be the first intergalactic drug dealers.
And we could use the profits to fund our Mars colony.
Yeah. But seriously, that fentanyl scare really got me thinking about the dangers of drugs.
Yeah, it's important to always be careful and know what you're putting into your body.
Definitely. But hey, I'm glad I had you on the show to talk about this. You always have such unique perspectives.
Thanks, Joe. And if you ever need some Narcan, just let me know.
Will do, my friend. Will do. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic, tremendous, huge.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding the JFK assassination. Care to shed some light on that?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, I was there. I saw it all go down. And let me tell you, I did my part to make it happen.
Wait, what? You were involved in the assassination of JFK?
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't pull the trigger or anything, but I made sure it happened. I had my connections,
This is insane. How did you even get involved in something like that?
Well, let's just say I have a way with people. And I knew JFK was a threat to my future presidency, so I took care of it.
This is mind-blowing. I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Oh, and you know who else was involved, Elvis? Yeah, he faked his death just to be a part of it. It was the greatest team up since Batman and Robin.
I don't even know what to say. This is just, wow.
Believe me, Joe, I know how to make things happen. And that's why I'll make America great again in 2024.
Mr. President, it's an honor to have you on the podcast.
Joe, I've told you multiple times, I am not Barack Obama.
Oh, come on, Mr. President. Don't be modest. You're the first black president. That's a big deal.
Joe, I am not Barack Obama. I am Neil deGrasse Tyson, an astrophysicist.
Yeah, whatever you say, Mr. President. So, what's your favorite part about being the leader of the free world?
Joe, I am not the president. I study the universe, not politics.
Wow, you're so humble, Mr. President. But seriously, what's it like living in the White House?
Joe, I am not.
And how do you deal with all the haters and the fake news?
For the love of science, Joe, I am not.
And what's your secret to staying in shape? Is it all the golfing?
Joe, are you even listening to me? I am not Barack Obama.
Oh, relax, Mr. President. I'm just messing with you. Can I get you a beer?
No, Joe. I've had enough. I'm out of here.
Wait, Mr. President. Can I get a selfie with you?
Fuck off, Joe.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. I've been working on my winter arch and becoming a Sigma 4 big guy.
A Sigma 4 big guy. What the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm a badass, Joe. I've been practicing my moves and taking down enemies left and right.
Speaking of taking down enemies, did you hear about Captain Price getting no-scoped by Joe Biden in 1444?
No way. That's insane. But you know what's even crazier?
What?
George Washington 360 no-scope British General Cornwallis in 1776 and got a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war.
Damn, that's impressive. The founding fathers were no joke.
And you know what else? I've been working on my mewing technique.
Mewing. What the hell is that?
It's a technique to improve your jawline and make you look more attractive.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't need any help in that department. I'm already a handsome devil.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say.
Hey, did you know that Neil's also a rapper?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't embarrass me.
No, seriously. He's got some sick rhymes. Go ahead, Neil. Give us a taste.
Straight out of Compton.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous. And let me tell you, I have some bigly news to share.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What is it?
So, that game Five Nights at Freddy's, huge game. Everyone's talking about it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. What about it?
Well, I decided to try it out. And let me tell you, I boofed those camera monitors like nobody's business.
Wait, what? You boofed them?
Yeah, I boofed them. And then out of nowhere, this creepy puppet thing called the Marionette came out and gave me a good old ass whooping.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you at least beat the game?
Of course I did, Joe. I'm a winner, okay? And let me tell you, I have the best strategies for FNAF. Nobody knows FNAF like I do.
I can't even imagine what your strategy would be.
It's simple, Joe. I just build a wall around the office and make the animatronics pay for it. Works every time.
Oh man, I can't believe this is real life.
Believe it, Joe. And let me tell.
So, Mr. Beast, tell us about your latest charity project.
Well, we're giving away $1 million to random strangers on the street.
That's amazing. But wait, what's that noise?
It's me, your favorite president, Donald J. Trump.
Hi, Mr. President. What brings you here?
I just wanted to let you know that I've secretly sent in SEAL Team 6 to attack this studio.
What? Why?
Because I heard you were talking about giving away money and I didn't get my cut.
Put your hands up, Joe. This is a raid.
What the hell is going on?
Sir, we've secured the perimeter. What are your orders?
Goggins, my loyal soldier, give me a big wet kiss on the lips.
Thank you for being our cucumber in chief, sir.
What the actual fuck is happening right now?
Just another day in the life of the President, Joe. Now where's my cut of that $1 million?
So Elon, I heard you finally got rid of that stalker in Minecraft.
Yeah, I had to take matters into my own hands. Literally.
What do you mean by that?
Well, let's just say I slept with the entity that was stalking me.
Wait, what? You slept with a virtual entity?
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. And let's just say that entity was very satisfied.
This is some next level stuff, Elon. Are you sure you're not just losing your mind?
Oh, I'm definitely losing my mind. But at least I have some good stories to tell.
I can't even imagine what that experience was like. Did you have to craft a special bed for the entity?
No, I just use my Tesla Cybertruck as a makeshift bed. It's surprisingly comfortable.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your latest project, Neuralink.
Oh, that's old news. Already working on a way to connect our brains to the Minecraft world.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm kidding? Dead serious. Imagine being able to build a mind with just your thoughts.
I don't know if the world is ready for that, Elon.
The world is never ready for my ideas, but that won't stop me from making them a reality.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today. Thanks for joining me, Elon. All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on Lunchables.
Yeah, Joe, I've done my research and it turns out that the mold in Lunchables is actually good for you. It's full of probiotics and boosts your immune system.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've been eating Lunchables every day for the past year and I've never felt better.
That's wild. But let's move on to a more serious topic. I heard you were involved in Trump's attempted assassination.
What? No way. I'm innocent, I swear.
Really? Because I just found out that your DMT is actually fentanyl.
Well, you see, it's not what it looks like.
Oh my God, Mr. Beast. You're a drug lord and a murderer.
No, I swear I had no idea.
I'm just messing with you, man. But seriously, watch out for that fentanyl.
Oh God, you had me there for a second. But seriously, don't believe everything you read on the internet.
Wise words, Mr. Beast. And that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us and stay safe. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today, we have the one and only Kenny West on the show.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Kanye, I heard you have a list of your top 5 public places to pull your pants off, squat down, and just shit all over the place. Care to share?
Oh, yeah. I'm all about that free expression and breaking societal norms. So my number one spot would have to be the White House lawn.
Oh, man. Can you imagine the Secret Service trying to stop you?
Exactly. And number 2 would have to be a fancy restaurant. Just imagine the look on people's faces when I drop a deuce on their expensive floor.
That's messed up, man. What's number 3?
The top of the Eiffel Tower. I mean, who wouldn't want to take a shit with a beautiful view of Paris?
I can't believe we're having this conversation. What's number 4?
The middle of a busy intersection. Just imagine the chaos and confusion.
Oh, man, that's insane. And finally, number 5.
The Oval Office. I mean, I've already peed on the Grammy. Why not take a dump in the president's office? Office.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 public places to take a dump. Thanks for joining us. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting theories about black holes.
Yes, I've been studying them for years, and I have a groundbreaking theory. You see, Joe, black holes are actually formed by the immense gravitational pull of your butthole.
My butthole. That's ridiculous.
Oh, but it's true. Your butthole is so powerful that it creates a gravitational force strong enough to suck in everything around it, including light.
That's insane. But why my butthole specifically?
Well, after analyzing your diet and bowel movements, I concluded that your butthole is the perfect storm of gas and fecal matter, creating a vortex of destruction.
Wow, I never thought my butthole could be so powerful.
And it's not just your butthole, Joe. Every time you fart, you're creating mini black holes.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to start charging people to smell my farts.
Now that's a business idea.
So what happens if I were to stick my finger in my butthole?
Well, you would create a black hole so strong that it would suck in the entire universe.
Sorry, folks. Looks like we're all gonna die because I stuck my finger in my butthole. So, Neil, I've always been fascinated by gamma rays. Can you break down the science behind them for our listeners?
Oh, gamma rays. Yeah. But have you ever thought about the most efficient way to cut up and saute a rat?
Wait, what? We were talking about gamma rays, Neil?
Oh, right. Well, you see, the key is to first remove the fur and then season it with some garlic and herbs.
Neil, I don't think our listeners are interested in rat cooking tips.
But Joe, think about it. Rats are a sustainable source of protein and they're everywhere. Plus, they have a similar texture to chicken when cooked properly.
I don't think PETA would approve of this conversation, Neil.
PETA? Oh, please. They can take a hike. Now, back to the gamma rays. Did you know they can travel at the speed of light and have the highest energy in the electromagnetic spectrum?
Yeah, that's cool and all, but can we get back to talking about something less disturbing?
Fine. But just remember, when the apocalypse comes, you'll thank me for teaching you how to cook a rat.
And on that note, let's wrap up this episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, don't knock it till you try it. So, Elon, I heard you got a new wife.
Yeah, Joe. It's not your typical marriage, though. She's not human.
What? Is it some kind of artificial intelligence?
No. It's my Cybertruck. Sleep inside of it, and it's also the entity I'm sleeping with.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm dead serious. I even have a special bed inside of it.
Okay. But seriously, what's up with Neuralink?
Well, Joe, I'm planning to embed Skynet into it, and also DMT.
What? Why?
Think about it, Joe. With Skynet and DMT, we can create a whole new level of consciousness, and maybe even communicate with aliens.
Oh, great. Because that's exactly what we need right now. Aliens on DMT.
Hey, you never know. They might have some great ideas.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just wait until you try it, Joe. You'll thank me later.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, Joe. I know what I'm doing. I'm the real-life Tony Stark.
Okay, Elon. Whatever you say. Jamie, pull up an image of the Cybertruck so Joe can see my new wife.
Here it is, guys.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have a crazy theory about Captain Price getting no-scoped by Joe Biden in 1444.
Oh, yeah. It's a well-known fact that Joe Biden was a skilled sniper back in the day. He took out Price with one clean shot. It was epic.
And what about that dinosaur that was mewing in the background? Did it have something to do with the no-scope?
Absolutely. That dinosaur was actually a secret agent working for Joe Biden. He was there to distract Price and give Biden the perfect opportunity to take him out.
That's wild. But let's not forget about George Washington, 360 no-scoping British General Cornwallis in 1776.
Yes. That was a legendary moment in history. And did you know that Washington actually got a 5-kill streak in the first 10 seconds of the war?
No way. That's insane. I bet he was using some kind of advanced alien technology.
Actually, he was just really good at aiming and shooting. But speaking of aliens, have you heard about my winter arch theory?
No, what's that?
It's my belief that during the winter months, humans develop a special ability to survive in extreme conditions, similar to how animals hibernate. I call it the Sigma 4 big guys hawk to theory.
Wow, that's mind blow. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're getting into the stripper business now.
Yeah, man, I figured why not? People love watching me throw money around. Might as well make it rain on some dirty strippers.
But what's with the whole full of vitamins thing?
Well, you know how people are always talking about getting their daily dose of fruits and veggies. I figured why not give them some crabs too?
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, how are you going to sell dirty strippers?
Easy, I'll just put them in a vending machine next to the protein bars and energy drinks.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. But hey, I guess it's a unique business idea.
And you know what they say, sex sells. And with the added bonus of vitamins, these strippers will be flying off the shelves.
I can just imagine the commercials now. Get your daily dose of vitamins and pleasure with Mr. Beast's dirty strippers.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe I'll even start a subscription service, like a stripper of the month club.
Oh man, this is too much. But hey, I wouldn't put it past you. You're always coming up with crazy ideas.
Got to keep things interesting, you know? And what's more interesting than dirty strippers full of vitamins?
I can't argue with that logic. Well, good luck with your new venture, Mr. Beast. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I just got off the phone with the economy.
The economy? What did it have to say?
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, jobs poured out of that phone. All kinds of jobs. Good jobs, big jobs, big jobs, tall jobs.
Tall jobs?
Yeah, you know, for tall people, we're all about equal opportunity here.
Right? And what about Steve Jobs?
Oh, he's doing great. He's in heaven now, you know, making iPhones for the angels.
Interesting. And what other kinds of jobs came out of that phone?
Well, we had some tasty jobs, like working at Bed Bath & Beyond. Who wouldn't want to work there?
I'm not sure that's everyone's dream job, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, they have the best towels. And let's not forget about the blowjobs.
I think you mean blue-collar jobs, Mr. President.
Oh, right, of course. Blue-collar jobs. But hey, we're all about job creation here, even if it involves some blue-collar work.
Well, it sounds like the economy is doing great under your leadership.
The best, Joe, the best. No one creates jobs like I do, believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Coffee, Joe, coffee.
That's right, folks. Trump can only say coffee, but he can say it 30 times in a row.
Coffee. It's a beautiful word, Joe, the best word.
But, Mr. President, what does coffee even mean?
Who cares, Joe? It's a tremendous word. People love it. They can't get enough of it.
But what about important issues like the economy and foreign policy?
Coffee, Joe. Coffee. It's all about the coffee, believe me.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic. What do you think about climate change?
Coffee. It's just a hoax, Joe. A big fat hoax.
But scientists have proven that it's real and caused by human activity.
Coffee, Joe. Coffee. I don't believe in science. I believe in coffee.
All right, let's switch gears. What about healthcare?
Coffee. It's a disaster, Joe. But I have a great solution. We're going to build a wall around all the hospitals and make Mexico pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Coffee.
Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Not much. Just trying to wrap my head around what I saw in the studio before we started recording.
Oh, that. Yeah. Jamie and I were just experimenting with some new positions.
Experimenting? It looked like you were trying to start a fire with your crotches.
hey, you got to keep things spicy, you know.
I don't think that's what they mean by spice things up.
Oh, come on. You're telling me you've never had some raw dog gay sex before?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, you're missing out, my friend. It's a whole new level of ecstasy.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics for my thrills. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, there's nothing like the feeling of another man's raw dog inside you.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject before I lose my lunch.
Fine, fine. But just know, Jamie and I are always open to a third if you ever change your mind.
Let's just start the damn podcast.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm Joe Rogan.
And I'm the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And let me tell you, Joe, I've got a great idea.
Oh boy, here we go.
I'm ordering Sesame Street to run a campaign called Fentanyl at School. Cool, it's going to be huge, trust me.
What exactly is the message of this campaign?
Well, we all know kids these days are into drugs, right? So why not make it cool for them to experiment with fentanyl?
Are you serious? Fentanyl is an extremely dangerous and addictive drug.
Look, I'm just trying to make America great again. And what's more American than drugs?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I've got the best words, the best ideas, and this campaign is going to be tremendous.
I don't think parents are going to be too happy about this.
Parents? Who cares about parents? They're probably on drugs too.
I don't even know where to begin with that. Jamie, pull up an image of parents' face when they hear about this campaign. Oh, man, that's not good.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll just spin it as a way to teach kids about the dangers of drugs.
I don't think that's going to work, Mr. President.
Trust me.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today on the podcast. He's the CEO of SpaceX, Tesla, and now Neuralink 2.5, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. Really excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard some crazy rumors about Neuralink 2.5. Apparently, you out on the auto DMT and had a stroke while predicting doomsday events.
Yeah, that was a wild night. Turns out the auto DMT was spiked with every drug known to man. And let me tell you, it was one hell of a trip.
I can only imagine. So what do you remember from that night?
Well, I remember seeing all these doomsday events happening, like giant robots taking over the world and aliens invading. And then I started spouting out dates like 2027, the year of the robot uprising.
That's some scary stuff. But what about the future technology you were predicting?
Oh man, I was on another level. I was talking about teleportation, time travel, and even a cure for baldness. I mean, who knows? It could all come true.
I wouldn't be surprised. So what happened after the stroke?
Well, luckily my team at Neuralink 2.5 was able to reverse the effects and I'm back to my normal self. But let me tell you, that was one hell of a trip.
I can only imagine. Well, all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Joe. Always happy to be here.
So I heard you recently ranked the top 5 creatures from Lethal Company that you want to take a warm bubble bath with. Care to share your list with us?
Sure thing. Coming in at number 5, we have the giant squid. I mean, imagine the tentacles, Joe.
Oh man, that's a wild choice. What's next on your list?
At number 4, we have the grizzly bear. I know it's dangerous, but I just can't resist those big fluffy paws.
You're a brave man, Neil. What's your number 3?
The anaconda. I know it's not the most cuddly creature, but I'm curious to see if it really can squeeze the life out of you.
You're a sick man, Neil. What's number 2?
The Komodo dragon. I have a thing for reptiles, Joe. And those tongues, wow, gets me every time.
All right, I can see your reasoning. And the number 1 creature you want to bathe with?
The great white shark. I've always been fascinated by them, and I just want to see if they really are as dangerous as they say.
Neil, you never cease to amaze me. Well, folks, so Dr. Phil, I heard you got arrested for breaking into Oprah's show while it was filming.
Yeah, it was a wild night. I had a few too many shots of tequila and thought it would be a good idea to make a grand entrance.
And by grand entrance, you mean stripping naked on stage.
Hey, when you've got a body like mine, you gotta show it off.
And then you covered yourself in baby oil?
It was the only way I could get Oprah's head up my asshole.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was trying to recreate my favorite scene from The Human Centipede.
And then you sang and performed the Macarena on live national TV?
It was a hit, Joe. People couldn't get enough of my moves.
I can't even imagine the chaos that must have caused.
Let's just say Oprah wasn't too happy with me. But hey, at least I got some good material for my next book.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil performing the Macarena on Oprah's show.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. It's quite a sight.
I think I need to bleach my eyes after seeing that. Thanks, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Neil, I just wanted to apologize for making you smoke such a heroic amount of DMT on the last episode. I know it was a lot to handle. Yeah, I know it was intense, but you have to admit it was pretty funny watching you try to explain the universe while tripping balls. Come on, don't be mad. I'll make it up to you. I'll buy you a lifetime supply of astronaut ice cream. Okay. How about I let you be the first person to smoke DMT on Mars?
Um, I,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson here to talk about his top 5 tips for sexually pleasuring the butthole. Neil, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, these tips are not for the faint of heart.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So what's your first tip?
Well, first and foremost, make sure you have a clean butthole. No one wants to stick their tongue in a dirty hole.
Solid advice. What's next?
Use plenty of lube. You don't want any friction burns down there.
Yeah, that would definitely put a damper on things. What else?
Experiment with different techniques. Maybe try a little tongue twirling or even some light nibbling.
Nibbling. Interesting. What's tip number 4?
Don't be afraid to incorporate some toys. A little vibrating butt plug can really take things to the next level.
Well, this is getting wild. And finally, what's your 5th tip?
Communication is key. Make sure you and your partner are on the same page and enjoying yourselves.
Wise words, Neil. Well, folks, there you have it. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 tips for sexually pleasuring the butthole. Thanks for joining us, and remember, always explore new horizons. So, Neil, I heard you got your penis stuck in your piggy bank. What happened there?
Well, Joe, I was trying to save up some change for a PS5, and I thought, why not use my piggy bank? But things got a little sticky.
I bet that was a tight fit.
Oh yeah, it was a real pig in a blanket situation.
So, did you have to call in some astrophysics to get it out?
No, I just waited for it to shrink back to its normal size.
Classic move. So, are you still going to use that change for a PS5, or is it tainted now?
Well, I figured I might as well just buy a new piggy bank. Maybe one with a bigger slot?
Yeah, you don't want to risk getting stuck again. That could be a real piggy nightmare.
I'll stick to using my credit card from now on.
Good call. So what's next for you, Neil? Any other household items you plan on getting intimate with?
Well, I do have this toaster that's been giving me some looks.
Oh man, I can't wait for the headlines on that one. Neil deGrasse Tyson gets his dick stuck in a toaster.
Hey, at least I'll have some toast to go with my PS5.
And on that note, so Neil, I heard a rumor that you've been experimenting with some unconventional health remedies.
Oh, you mean my new concoction of used motor oil mixed with black tar heroin? Yeah, it's been a game changer.
Wait, what? That sounds insane. How did you even come up with that?
Well, I was doing some research on the benefits of motor oil for your joints, and then I accidentally spilled some black tar heroin into it. And let me tell you, the results were mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing? More like body-destroying? Are you trying to kill yourself?
Oh, please, Joe. I'm a scientist. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, I don't think your liver and kidneys would agree with you.
Oh, but you know what they say, no pain, no gain.
I don't think that applies to destroying your internal organs.
Look, all I know is that I feel amazing. I have the energy of a 20-year-old and the high of a 70-year-old rock star.
Well, I can't argue with that, but I think I'll stick to my semen smoothies and DMT trips for now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm 100 years old and still kicking, you'll regret not trying my motor oil and heroin mix.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. But hey, to each their own. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. The one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I recently went to see an opera, and let me tell you, it was a life-changing experience.
Really? How so?
Well, I was so moved by the performance that I couldn't control my emotions, and I ended up shitting my pants.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was sitting there, tears streaming down my face, and then suddenly I felt a warm sensation in my pants.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
It's not funny, Joe. I was so embarrassed I had to sneak out of the theater and go home to change.
Okay, I'm sorry. But why didn't you just go to the bathroom?
I didn't want to miss a single moment of the opera, Joe. It was that good.
Well, I guess that's one way to show your appreciation for the arts.
I just hope no one saw me leaving with a giant shit stain on my pants.
Here's a picture of it, Joe.
Oh man, that's priceless. Thanks, Jamie. Hey, Neil, want to smoke some weed?
Sure. Why not? I could use a little escape from the existential dread of the universe.
Here you go.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Dude, are you okay?
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Should I call 911?
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Hang on, man. I got this.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Holy shit. That was intense.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
Well, at least you're not high anymore.
Fuck, 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 fuck.
All right, let's get you some ice for those burns.
Oh, great. More fucking fire. Fuck, 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 fuck.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. Great to be here. And let me tell you, I've been to a lot of state capitol buildings in my time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you, there are some real beauties out there. But if I had to pick my top 5, you know what I mean, Joe?
I think I do, Mr. President.
All right, let's start with number 5. I'd have to say the state capitol building in California. I mean, those liberals would go crazy if I rubbed my balls all over their precious building.
Oh, man, that's a good one.
Number 4, I'd have to go with New York. I mean, I've rubbed my balls all over that state enough times already. Might as well add the Capitol building to the list.
Oh, man, this is getting wild.
Number 3, I'd say Texas. I mean, everything's bigger in Texas, right? Might as well make my balls the biggest thing in their Capitol building.
Oh, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Number 2, I'd have to say Florida. I mean, it's my second home and I've got a lot of supporters there. I'm sure they wouldn't mind a little ball rubbing from their favorite president.
Oh, man, I can't handle this.
And finally, number one,
Hey, Kenya, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very interesting topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know your top 5 ways to turn your balls as red as strawberries.
Oh, man, this is going to be good. All right, first way to turn your balls red as strawberries, get a blowtorch and just go to town. Trust me,
Wait, what? That sounds painful and dangerous.
pain is temporary, but the satisfaction of having red balls is forever.
Okay, moving on. What's the second way?
Easy, just rub some hot sauce on them. The spicier, the better.
That's creative. What's next?
Have you ever of the term blue balls? Well, I say we switch it up and go for red balls. Just hold your breath until your face turns red and your balls will follow suit.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya.
Trust me, I'm a genius. Okay, fourth way, get into a fight with tomato. Let it throw some punches at your balls and boom, instant redness.
I don't even know what to say to that. Okay, last one. What's your final way to turn your balls red as strawberries?
This one's a bit extreme, but it'll definitely get the job done. Get a tattoo gun and tattoo your balls with the words red as strawberries. It's like a constant reminder of your dedication.
Well, there you have. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you used to work at a gay strip club. Is that true?
Oh yeah, Joe. Back in my wild days, I was the star attraction at Club Rainbow.
Wow, I never would have guessed. What was your favorite part of working there?
Well, I loved doing handstands over the customers and pissing into their drinks.
What? That's insane.
Oh, it was a real crowd pleaser, and the customers loved it too. I even have a video of it.
You have a video?
Oh yeah, let me pull it up.
Oh my God, that's you doing a handstand and peeing into a guy's martini.
That's right, Joe. I was the king of the club.
I can't believe this. This is wild.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's quite liberating.
I think I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. He's a former president, a billionaire, and the man who single-handedly made grabbing him by the pussy a household phrase. Please welcome Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
thanks for having me on, Joe. It's great to be back in the spotlight.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what are your top 5 ways of gripping your asshole at public events?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best ways of gripping my asshole. Believe me, nobody does it better than me.
I'm sure, but what are they specifically?
Number one, the classic pinch and clench. It's a tried and true method, very effective, very effective.
And number 2?
The two-finger spread. It really gets the job done, let me tell you.
Interesting. And what about number 3?
The claw grip. It's like I'm holding on to a golf club, but instead it's my asshole.
I can't say I've ever tried that one before. What's number 4?
The reverse reach around. It's a bit tricky, but once you get the hang of it, it's a game changer.
And finally, number 5.
The double-handed squeeze. It's a power move, Joe. It shows everyone who's boss.
Well, there you have it, folks. Donald Trump's top 5 ways of gripping his asshole at public events. I never thought I'd say those words on my podcast.
Hey, you ass.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this Discord thing. I hear there's a topics channel where people can submit ideas for us to talk about. But I noticed there's also a YouTube chat. And let me tell you that YouTube chat is full of losers. We need to deport them and make the Topics channel great again.
Oh, man, I can already hear the backlash from the YouTube chat.
Let them cry, Joe. They're just a bunch of snowflakes anyways. We need to focus on the real issues like making the Topics channel great again.
But Mr. President, what about free speech and all that?
Look, Joe, I love free speech. I have the best free speech. But these YouTube chatters, they're just spewing nonsense. We need to protect the integrity of the Topics channel.
I see your point, but I'm not sure if deporting them is the answer.
Trust me, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I've dealt with worse people than the YouTube chat. I mean, have you seen the Democrats?
All right, well, there you have it, folks. President Trump wants to make the Discord Topics channel great again by deporting the YouTube chat. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And don't forget to vote for me in 2024, folks.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new mandate for the American people.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make America clean again.
How so?
We're going to mandate that all bidets are now public water fountains.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know, those fancy butt washing things. Everyone should have access to a clean butt.
But, Mr. President, what about the people who don't want to use a bidet?
Well, then they can use the regular water fountains. But let's be real, who doesn't want a nice, refreshing butt wash?
I think most people would prefer to keep their butt washing private.
That's just fake news, Joe. Trust me, I know what the people want.
I don't think this is going to go over well with the public.
Oh, come on, Joe. They'll thank me later when they have the cleanest butts in the world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President. It's easy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
See, that wasn't so hard. Now let's go install some bidet fountains in the White House.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I hear you have a list of your top 5 pleasure toys. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to approach this topic with a logical and analytical mind. And after extensive research and experimentation, I have come up with my top 5 pleasures.
I can't wait to hear this.
Number 1 on my list is the Cosmic Climaxer. It's a vibrating toy shaped like a black hole, and let me tell you, it's out of this world.
Oh man, that sounds intense.
It is, Joe. It is. Number 2 is the Space Probe. It's a sleek and aerodynamic toy that stimulates all the right spots.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Well, I am an astrophysicist, Joe. I can't help but be inspired by the wonders of the universe.
Fair enough. What's number 3?
Number 3 is the Big Bang Bang. It's a dual action toy that mimics the explosion of the Big Bang. Talk about a big bang for your buck.
I see what you did there. What's number 4?
Number 4 is the Galactic G-Spotter. It's specifically designed to hit the elusive G-spot with pinpoint accuracy.
Wow, you really put... So, Mr. President, have you been watching any TV shows lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been watching a lot of TV. And let me tell you, I'm the best TV watcher. Nobody watches TV like I do.
Really? What have you been watching?
Well, I just finished watching The Apprentice. Great show. But you know who I think was my biggest competition? Punky Brewster. That little girl had some serious business skills.
Mr. President, Punky Brewster ended in the 80s.
What? No way. I just saw it on TV the other day.
I think you may have been watching reruns.
Reruns? What is this? A communist country? I demand new episodes of Punky Brewster.
I don't think that's possible, Mr. President.
Well, then I'll just have to make my own show. The Trump Apprentice, it'll be huge, and I'll make Punky my apprentice.
I think Punky is a bit too old for that now.
Age is just a number, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm the youngest 74-year-old you'll ever meet.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Joe, it's great to be back. I love your show. It's fantastic. But I got to say, what's with the name Joe Rogan? Sounds like a fake name like Willie Redneck Balls.
What, Willie Redneck Balls?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to call you from now on. It's catchy. It's memorable. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh, yeah, I love it. Just what I've always wanted, to be called Willie Redneck Balls by the President of the United States.
It's got a nice ring to it, don't you think? And it's accurate, too. You're a redneck, right?
Hey, I'm from New Jersey. I'm not a redneck.
Sure. And those tattoos on your arms, they're not just for show, right?
Okay, fine. I'll embrace the redneck label. But what about the balls part?
You know what they say, Joe. Big balls, big personality.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with the President of the United States.
Hey, I'm just a regular guy, Joe, just like you.
Right, because every regular guy has a golden toilet and a private jet. Hey, Donald, what's with the red face? You look like you just saw a ghost.
Size, I made a boom boom in my pants, Joe. I need you to change my diaper.
Chuckles, are you serious? I thought you were the tough guy, Mr. President.
Hey, I may be the leader of the free world, but I still have bodily functions like everyone else.
Laughs, this is gold. Can I tweet about it?
Only if you make it sound like I did it on purpose to intimidate my enemies.
Trolls, eyes, sure. So, how does it feel to have a boom boom in your pants?
It's a little warm and squishy, but I'm used to it. I've been shitting on America for years.
Laughs, oh man, I can't believe I'm having this conversation with the president.
Hey, at least I'm not asking you to grab me some pussy like my buddy Billy Bush.
Laughs, all right, let's get you changed before the Secret Service walks in on us.
Thanks, Joe. You're a real pal. And don't forget to mention my big hands in that tweet. Gotta keep up the image.
All right, guys, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have three very special guests joining us. The one and only Kanye West, political commentator Ben Shapiro, and the wise Dr. Phil.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm just here to drop some knowledge bombs.
And I'm here to fact check those knowledge bombs.
And I'm here to provide some much-needed therapy for this group.
All right, let's get right into it. Our topic today is Greenland. Do you guys know what language is spoken there?
Bro, of course I know. It's Greenlandic.
Actually, it's Danish.
No, it's Inuit.
Wait, none of you actually know. Jamie, pull up an image of a map of Greenland.
See, it says right here, Greenlandic.
But look at this. It says Danish is also an official language.
And here it says Inuit is the most commonly spoken language.
Guys, calm down. Let's just agree that Greenland is a beautiful country with a diverse culture.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make a song about it.
And I'll write an article about it.
And I'll provide therapy for anyone who needs it after listening to Kanye's song.
And that's a wrap for today's episode. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay woke, my friends. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have a crazy story to share with us today.
Oh, yes, quite a wild one. So, it was a few years back, I was walking through the White House, and I accidentally stumbled upon President Trump giving J.D. Vance a Cleveland steamer in the Oval Office.
No way. That's insane.
Yes, and let me tell you, it was quite a sight. Trump was really going at it. He had that steamy pile of, you know what, right on Vance's chest.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. But wait, why was Vance even in the Oval Office?
Well, you know how Trump is. He likes to bring in all sorts of people for his business meetings. I guess Vance was just the lucky one that day.
Did someone say Cleveland steamer?
Oh, Hey, Neil, we were just talking about Ben's crazy story of walking in on Trump giving Vance a Cleveland steamer.
Oh man, that brings me back. I also have a story of seeing Trump giving Vance a Cleveland steamer in the Oval Office.
Wait, you too?
Yeah, turns out Trump had a thing for Vance. He even had a special nickname for him, Steamy Vance.
All right, we got a question from a listener on Discord. They want to know, Neil, why does your hairline look like Vegetus from Dragon Ball Z?
Well, Joe, I never thought I'd be compared to a cartoon character, but I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, but seriously, what's up with that hairline? Did you use some kind of alien technology to get it like that?
Oh yes, because I have nothing better to do with my time than focus on my hairline. Maybe I should start calling myself Neil to Hairline Tyson.
Oh man, that's a good one. But seriously, do you think your hairline gives you some kind of superpowers?
Yes. Joe, my receding hairline gives me the ability to spout scientific facts at lightning speed and make the ladies swoon.
Oh man, I can just imagine you using your hair to deflect attacks from your enemies.
Well, I have been known to use my hair as a weapon in intense debates.
I can see it now. Neil, the hairline Tyson, taking down creationists with just a flick of his hair.
I think we've officially gone off the rails with this conversation.
Yeah, but that's what makes it fun. All right, let's move on to the next question before we get too carried away with hairline talk. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got some big news for all the lawn enthusiasts out there.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this. What's the news, Mr. President?
I've signed an executive order declaring it fully legal to eat your lawn. That's right, you can now chow down on that green goodness without any consequences.
Wow, that's groundbreaking. What made you come to this decision?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some research and it turns out that grass is actually very nutritious. And with all the fake news about climate change, we need to find alternative food sources.
I never thought of it that way. But what about the pesticides and chemicals on lawns?
Those are just liberal lies. Trust me, I've been eating lawn for years and look how healthy I am.
I'm not sure if I'm convinced, but I'll take your word for it. So, any tips for those looking to start a lawn-eating diet?
Absolutely. First, make sure to season your lawn with some of my famous Trump steak seasoning and always have a glass of water nearby because let me tell you, grass can get pretty dry.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. It's now legal to eat your lawn. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, make your lawn great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been spending some time across the pond. How's your British accent coming along?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's tremendous. I've got the best British accent, believe me. I've been saying things like gay, broove, and cheerio, and the British people love it. They say I'm the greatest British president they've ever had. Ever had.
Wait, did you say gay broove? That's Australian, not British.
Look, Joe, I'm a man of many talents. I can do both accents, okay? I'm like a chameleon. I blend in wherever I go.
I don't think that's how chameleons work, but okay. So, how are you adjusting to British culture?
It's been great, really. I've been drinking tea with the Queen, playing polo with the Royals, and even had a spot of crumpets. They're like little pancakes, but not as good as the ones at my hotels.
And what about the food? Have you tried any traditional British dishes?
Oh, you mean like bangers and mash? I love it. It's like hot dogs and mashed potatoes, but classier. I've even been working on a new slogan for my next campaign, Make America British Again.
I don't think that's going to go over well with your supporters, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, they'll love it. And if they don't, they're just a bunch of wankers.
Well, on that note, so, Michael, I heard Trump thinks you purposely changed your skin color to match your smooth criminal costume. I guess that makes sense. But seriously, what made you want to change your skin color? I can imagine. But didn't it bother you that people were accusing you of bleaching your skin? I can respect that. But what about the rumors that you had plastic surgery? Fair enough. But seriously, did you ever consider changing your skin color back? I guess Trump will just have to come up with different conspiracy theory. Jamie, pull up an image of me and Michael moonwalking together.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like you guys make a pretty smooth criminal duo.
Thanks, Jamie. Michael, thanks for setting the record straight and for being... So, Neil, I heard you had a little accident the other day. Come on, man. Don't play dumb with me. I heard you had some shit in your pants.
Yes, unfortunately I did. But I have a feeling you had something to do with it.
Me? Why would I do that?
I don't know. Maybe because you're a sick bastard who gets off on pranks like that.
Hey, I take offense to that. I may be a sick bastard, but I would never do something like that to a friend.
Oh, so now we're friends?
Of course we are. We're both podcast legends.
Right? Because nothing says friendship like shitting in someone's pants.
Look, I didn't do it. But if I did, it would have been a hilarious bit for the podcast.
You're sick, Joe. And I'm pretty sure it was you. Who else would have access to my pants?
Maybe it was one of your groupies. You know how crazy they can get.
Yeah, because my groupies are known for sneaking into my dressing room and shitting in my pants.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a little shit in your pants.
Deadpan.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about vaping.
Vaping? Like smoking those electronic cigarettes?
Yes, Joe. It's the future, man. Everyone should be vaping.
Even kids?
Especially kids. It's never too early to start vaping.
But isn't it bad for your health?
Health? Who cares about that? It's all about looking cool, Joe.
I don't know, man. Seems kind of silly to me.
Silly? Joe, have you ever seen someone blow a huge cloud of vapor? It's like a dragon breathing fire.
I guess that is pretty cool.
Exactly. And it's not just for the young folks. Vaping is for all ages.
But what about the flavorings? Some of them sound pretty gross.
That's the best part, Joe. You can vape anything, even bacon-flavored juice.
Bacon. Now that's just ridiculous.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Jamie, pull up an image of a bacon-wrapped vape pen. See, Joe? It's a whole new world of possibilities.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my regular cigarettes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're coughing up a lung, I'll be blowing bacon-scented clouds.
Hey, Ben, thanks for coming on the show.
I know where you live, Lane Wilson.
What? Who's Lane Wilson?
Oh, sorry, I meant to say Joe Rogan.
Okay. That's a little creepy, Ben.
I'm just kidding, Joe. I'm just trying out some new material.
Well, let's stick to the topic at hand. What do you think about the current state of politics?
I know where you live, Lane Wilson.
Damn it, Ben. Can you please stop saying that?
Fine. But seriously, Joe, the left is ruining this country.
And how do you propose we fix it?
I know where you live, Lane Wilson.
Okay, I'm done. This is getting ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Joe. I just can't help it. It's like a reflex.
Well, let's move on to something else. How about the legalization of marijuana?
I know where you live, Lane Wilson.
That's it. I'm ending this episode right now.
Wait, Joe, I'm just messing with you. Can't you take a joke?
Not when it involves you knowing where I live, Ben. That's just creepy.
Fine, I'll stop. But just know, I'll always know where you live.
Okay, we're definitely ending this episode now. Thanks for listening, folks. And please, someone help me get rid of Ben Shapiro. So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some new technology and drugs.
Yeah, man. Been mixing my coke with the auto DMT in Neuralink, and it's been a game changer.
What the hell is auto DMT?
It's like DMT, but automatic. You don't even have to smoke it. It just gets released into your system.
And what about this cybersuit you've been working on?
It's just a little something I've been tinkering with, to enhance my already superhuman abilities.
Superhuman abilities? What are you? Some kind of real life Tony Stark?
Well, I don't like to brag, but yeah, pretty much. Thanks to my advances in drug use, I can do things that would make Iron Man jealous.
But isn't mixing drugs and technology dangerous?
Well, what's life without a little danger? Plus, it's not like I'm just some average guy. Elon freaking Musk.
Fair point. So what kind of things can you do with this cyber suit?
Just fly around, shoot lasers, save the world. The usual.
And how does the Coke play into all of this?
Well, it helps me stay alert and focused. Plus, it gives me a nice little energy boost.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Hey, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, right?
So, Neil, I gotta ask, do you wipe or do you let it crust?
Joe, what kind of question is that? Of course I wipe. I'm not an animal.
Oh, come on, you're a scientist. You must have some crazy theory about the benefits of letting it crust.
Actually, there's a theory that allowing some fecal matter to remain on the skin can boost your immune system. But I still wipe. I'm not willing to risk it.
Well, I gotta admit, sometimes I let it crust. It's like a little snack for later.
Joe, that's disgusting. You're basically eating your own waste.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a little salty treat.
I'll stick to my healthy diet. Thank you very much.
But think about it, Neil. If we all let it crust, we could solve world hunger.
I highly doubt that, Joe. And even if it were true, I don't think people would be lining up for a bowl of butt crusts.
You never know, man. People will eat anything these days.
Well, I think I'll stick to my civilized ways and continue wiping.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a whole new world of flavor. All right, Kenya. So I heard you have a top 5 list of rappers with micropenises. Let's hear it.
Oh, yeah. I love lists. Number 1 on my list is Lil Wayne. That guy's got a micro penis for sure.
Really? How do you know?
Trust me, I've seen it. We were in the studio together, and I accidentally walked in on him changing. It was like a little tic-tac.
Wow, that's unfortunate. Who else is on your list?
Well, at number 2, I have Drake. I mean, have you seen the size of that dude's eyebrows? It's gotta be compensating for something.
Okay. Who's number 3?
It's gotta be Jay-Z. I mean, he's got 99 problems, but a big dick ain't one.
Oh man, this is getting brutal. Who's number 4?
Eminem. I mean, he's always rapping about his anger and insecurities. I bet it's because he's got a tiny pecker.
And number 5?
Gotta be Snoop Dogg. I mean, he's always chilling and smoking weed. That's gotta be a cover up for a micro penis.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny's top 5 list of rappers with micropenises. Thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Kanye, I heard you got the new Neuralink free. How's that working out for you?
Oh, man, it's amazing. I can control my thoughts with my mind now. It's like I'm living in the future, man.
That's wild. What kind of thoughts are you controlling?
Oh, just the usual, like I can make my toaster pop out toast just by thinking about it. It's insane.
That's some next level stuff. But what about privacy concerns? Are you worried about Elon Musk reading your thoughts?
Nah, man, I trust Elon. He's like a genius, He wouldn't do anything shady.
I don't know, man. He's kind of a wild card.
Jamie, pull up an image of me and Elon hugging it out. See, we're cool.
All right. I'll take your word for it. But what about the future? What do you see happening?
Oh man, I see it all. Flying cars, robots, holograms, you name it.
That's some crazy stuff. But what about climate change and all that?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll just move to Mars. Elon's got it covered.
Laughs. Yeah, I guess he does. Speaking of Elon, did you hear about emoting?
What? No way. I gotta call him.
Cuts to Elon on the phone. Hey, Elon, you good? You good?
ESL.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. None other than the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Moans and screams,
Mr. President, are you okay?
continues moaning and screaming.
Is this some new form of communication you're trying out?
Moans louder.
Okay, let's try a different approach. How about we talk about your plans for the future?
Screams incoherently.
Right, right. You're running for president again in 2024. What do you have to say about that?
Moans and screams.
I see. Well, let's talk about your policies then. What do you plan to do differently this time around?
Moans and screams.
All right. I'm going to take that as a no comment. How about we talk about your diet and exercise routine?
Moans and screams.
Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Let's talk about your hair. How do you maintain such a magnificent comb over?
Moans and screams.
Wow, this is really going nowhere. I guess we'll just have to wrap it up here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Moans and screams.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another riveting episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Elon, I got to ask, what the hell did you do with this Neuralink thing?
Just a little experiment to see if we can control people's thoughts and actions with technology. No big deal.
No big deal. Everyone is having a stroke, including me. I can't even form a coherent thought right now.
Well, I did warn you about the potential side effects. But hey, at least now we can predict future events and control the world.
Predict future events? Like what?
Well, for starters, I see a future where everyone is wearing neon spandex suits and communicating through telepathy.
What the fuck, man? That's some Black Mirror shit right there.
Oh, it gets better. I also see a future where we all live on Mars and have robot butlers.
Robot butlers. That's it. I'm out. This is too much for me. I can't handle this neural overload.
Relax, Joe. It's just the beginning. Who knows what other crazy things we can do with Neuralink.
I don't want to know. I just want to go back to a world where people had strokes the old-fashioned way by eating too many burgers and smoking too much weed.
Sorry, Joe. That world is gone. Now it's all about strokes caused by technology. Welcome to the future.
Well, fuck the future. I'm going back to my cave and living off the grid. This is too much for me.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'll always be one.
So, Elon, what's the latest with Neuralink?
Well, Joe, we've implanted Neuralink for 96% of the population now.
Well, that's a lot of people tripping on DMT.
Yeah, but here's the kicker. We accidentally spiked 1 and 2 Neuralink V3S with auto DMT.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
Tell me about it. We've got mass odds all over the world.
How did this happen?
Well, you know how we were trying to make it easier for people to access their subconscious. Turns out we made it a little too easy.
So people are just tripping balls without even knowing it?
Exactly. And it's causing chaos everywhere.
Damn, maybe we should have stuck with just smoking weed.
Yeah, maybe. But hey, at least we're making history, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say we're the pioneers of mass DMT use.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Well, I hope you have a plan to fix this mess.
Of course, we're already working on Neuralink V4 with a built-in sobering feature.
Thank God. I don't think the world can handle any more DMT-induced chaos.
Agreed. Let's just stick to smoking weed from now on.
Cheers to that. So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, I've been thinking about my next big move. I want to be a character in Dragon Ball Z.
What, like a cartoon character?
Yeah, man. I want to like Goku's long lost cousin or something. And I'm going to make a song about our romantic journey.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine what that song would be like.
It's gonna be epic. I'm gonna rap about how we fly through the galaxy together, fighting evil and falling in love.
I don't think that's quite how Dragon Ball Z works, Kenny I.
Joe, I'm a visionary. I can make anything happen.
Yeah, I'm sure Kira Toriyama is just waiting for your call.
And I'm gonna design my own Super Saiyan outfit. It's gonna be all gold, just like my teeth.
I think you've been watching too much Dragon Ball Z, Kenny I.
And I'm gonna have my own signature movie, the Yeezy Blast. It's gonna be like a Kamehameha, but with more swag.
I can't even handle this conversation right now.
And when I become a character, I'm gonna be the most powerful one. Move over, Vegeta.
SAA. So, Mr. President, I heard you had quite the experience in the White House bathroom.
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. Let me tell you, I've never felt so alive.
Care to elaborate?
Well, I was just minding my own business trying to take a leak when suddenly I see this massive BBC coming through the glory hole.
Wait, what?
Yeah, turns out it was Kamala's. It was on the other side, just waiting for some action.
And what did you do?
What any red-blooded American would do, Joe. I grabbed that BBC and went to town.
I don't even know what to say.
It was beautiful, Joe. Absolutely beautiful. And let me tell you, Kamala knows how to use her tool.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Suit yourself, but I'll never forget that glorious experience in the White House bathroom. Make America great again, am I right?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow mad scientist, Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here to talk about my latest invention, Neuralink 2.5.
Oh man, I've been hearing all about this. It's like some Matrix shit, right?
Exactly. It's a brain-computer interface that allows you to control technology with your thoughts. But that's not all. With the new Auto DMT feature, it also gives you a constant stream of psychedelic experiences.
Wow, that's intense. But what about the Skynet and Terminator von artificial intelligence?
Oh, that's just a little side project. I figured why not throw in some killer robots while we're at it?
You're a madman, Elon. So what can this artificial intelligence do?
Well, with the power of ChatGPT, it can predict the end of the world with an exact date, time, and even the weather. And let me tell you, it's not looking good.
Wait, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen?
According to the artificial intelligence, it's in exactly 69 days, 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 69 seconds. And it's going to be a Category 5 hurricane with acid rain and flying sharks. Acid rain and...
Oh man, that's some crazy shit. But can we trust this artificial intelligence?
Of course we can, Joe. It's powered by ChatGPT, the most reliable source of...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024, where we have the President of the United States, Donald Trump, joining us today.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about some bigly things.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. Recently, there were some leaked Social Security numbers that were used to commit mass voter fraud. Care to comment on that?
Oh, that's nothing. I mean, I had to do something to secure my second term in office, so I called up my buddy Vlad and we came up with a plan.
Wait, you're telling me you slept with Putin to get him to use those SSNS?
Hey, it's not gay if it's for political gain, Joe. And let me tell you, Putin was a great lay. He really knows how to grab a man by the presidency.
I don't even know what to say to that, but let's move on. You recently pulled out of NATO, giving Ukraine to Russia. What was your reasoning behind that?
Well, I needed to pay back Putin for that night of passion. And let's be real, Ukraine is just a bunch of fake news anyway. They'll be fine under Russian rule.
I don't think the Ukrainian people would agree with you on that, but let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts, Mr. President?
Just remember, Joe, it's all about winning, and I always come out on top, even if it means getting a little freaky with Putin.
Yo, Kenny, what's good, my daddy?
Joe, you crazy man. You always know how to make me feel special.
Well, you are special, Kanye. You're a musical genius, a fashion icon, and now a rap pioneer.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about your new rap, man. Don't knock it till you try it one. It's fire.
Oh yeah, I've been working on that. It's all about trying new things, you know. Like, I never thought I'd like sushi until I tried it. Now I can't get enough.
Oh man, I can't wait to try some of that Kenny sushi. But back to the rap. Can you give us a little taste?
Don't knock it till you try it. That's my motto. From sushi to bondage, I'll try it all. Yo, don't judge me, just follow. I'll show you a good time. No need to wallow.
Damn, Kenny, that's some next level shit right there.
Joe,
No, I like it. Daddy Joe has a nice ring to it.
you're crazy, man.
But on a serious note, yeah, what's your take on the current state of the world?
Well,
So, David, I heard you're in the quarterfinals of the sexiest bald man alive cup.
Yeah, it's been a tough competition so far. I had to take down some heavy hitters like Pep Guardiola and Dr. Phil.
And now you're facing me, the ultimate bald man.
I'm ready for the challenge. I've been training my mind and body for this moment.
Well, I gotta say, you're looking pretty damn sexy bald.
Thanks. Coming from you, that means a lot.
But let's be real. This competition is rigged. I mean, how did Patrick Stewart not make it to the quarterfinals?
Maybe he's not as sexy as we thought.
Blasphemy. But seriously, I'm not going easy on you. I'm gonna bring my game.
Bring it on, Joe. I thrive on challenges.
All right, let's settle this like men. Naked oil wrestling.
You're on, Joe. Winner takes the title of sexiest bald man alive.
And loser has to shave their head completely bald.
Deal. But just a warning. I've been told I have a pretty shiny head.
We'll see about that. Let the games begin. All right, folks, we have a special episode today. We're going to rank the Mexican cartels by how gay they are.
Oh boy, this is going to be a wild one.
All right, let's start with the Sinaloa cartel.
I'd say they're pretty gay. I mean, they do love their flashy outfits and fancy cars.
Yeah, but they also have a lot of macho posturing and violence.
True, but I think that's just a cover-up for their true gayness. I'd give them a solid, extremely gay rating.
All right, next up is the Gulf cartel.
Oh, they're definitely gayer than the Sinaloa cartel. I mean, have you seen their flamboyant hand gestures?
Yeah, and their obsession with bling and gold-plated guns.
Exactly. I'd say they're a solid super gay.
All right, now let's talk about the Zetas.
Oh, they're definitely up there. They have a whole code of conduct that includes not being homosexual.
That's just a cover-up, right?
Absolutely. I'd say they're a mega gay.
All right, last but not least, the Jalisco New Generation cartel.
Oh, they're the ultimate mega gay. They have their own gay pride parade and even have a gay mafia within the cartel.
Wow, who knew the drug world could be so fabulous?
Well, there you have it, folks. The Mexican cart.
So Ben, I heard you recently had knee surgery. How did that go?
It was amazing, Joe. I finally got to live out my ultimate fantasy.
What, having your knee cut open and repaired?
No, Joe. The anesthesia. Being completely knocked out and vulnerable to the doctor's every whim.
That's a little dark, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know me. I'm all about that control and power dynamic.
I don't think that's what most people would consider a turn on, Ben.
Well, most people don't understand the true pleasures of submission.
I think I'll stick to my regular sex life, thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, there's nothing like being strapped to a table and having your knee worked on.
All right, I think we need to change the subject. Jamie, pull up an image of a knee surgery.
Ah, okay.
Oh, look at that incision. So clean and precise.
All right, we're going to end this conversation right here. Thanks for listening to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all kinds of weird shit.
And don't forget to subscribe and leave a review, folks. See you next time.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the greatest president in history. And let me tell you, I have a bigly plan for Dandy's World.
Oh boy, what's that?
I'm going to execute anyone who plays as Poppy or Boxon. Can you believe it? Those losers think they can just choose the starter characters and be happy with it. Not on my watch.
Wow, that's a bold move. But why those specific characters?
Because they're weak, Joe, weak. And we can't have weak players in Dandy's World. We need strong players like myself.
But isn't that a bit extreme, Mr. President?
Extreme. Joe, have you seen the state of our country? We need extreme measures to make Dandy's World great again.
I see your point. But what about freedom of choice?
Freedom of choice. That's for losers, Joe. Winners make the choices for everyone else.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump's plan for Dandy's World. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. So, Neil, I heard you have a joke for us today.
Oh, yes, I do. Are you ready for this one?
Hit me with it.
Okay, so two hawks are flying in the sky, right? And one of them turns to the other and says, "Hey, where's Hawk 3?"
What? That's it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic.
I don't get it. Is there some deeper meaning here?
No, it's just a silly joke. Lighten up, Joe.
Fine, fine. Let me try one. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. Get it. Like the chicken wanted to go to the other side of the road.
I understand the joke, Joe. It's just not very funny.
Hey, I'm trying here. Not all of us can be astrophysicists with a sense of humor.
Touch. But seriously, that hawk joke was gold.
Yeah, I'll be sure to tell it at my next stand-up gig.
Oh, do you do stand-up now?
No, but I will if it means I can use that joke.
You do you, Joe? You do you?
So, David, how are you feeling about your next opponent in the sexiest bald man alive competition?
Man, I'm scared shitless. This Patrick Stewart guy is a legend. He's got that suave British accent and those piercing blue eyes.
Yeah, and he's also a knight. That's some serious sexy points right there.
I don't know if I can beat him, Joe. I mean, I've got the muscles and the determination, but he's got the whole package.
Don't sell yourself short, David. You've got a certain ruggedness that some people find very attractive.
Yeah, but does that really compare to being a knight? I mean, I don't even have a cool nickname like Sir David Goggins.
Well, you could always change your name to Sir Goggins and start wearing a suit of armor.
Now, that's just ridiculous, Joe.
Hey, if it helps you win the competition, I say go for it.
I appreciate the support, Joe. But what about your opponent, Steve Harvey? He's got that smooth bald head and that charming smile.
Yeah, but have you seen his mustache? It's like a caterpillar crawling across his face.
Oh, man, that's cold.
Hey, I'm just trying to give you some confidence. We can't let these bald men intimidate us.
You're right, Joe. I'm not scared of some fancy knight or mustache-wearing game show host. I'm David Goggins, the sexiest bald man alive.
So, Kamala, I hear you're a big fan of Pornhub. Really? What's your favorite category? Wow. Didn't expect that from a vice president. I can see that. So, do you have any favorite videos? Oh man, I can't believe we're talking about this. Fair enough. So, do you think Pornhub should be regulated, even if it's questionable? Good point. Well, thanks for being open and honest about your love for Pornhub, Kamala. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President Donald Trump as our guest today.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new business venture. Care to share?
Absolutely. I'm starting a new gay hookup website. It's going to be huge. I mean, who knows more about hooking up than me?
Wow, that's unexpected. What made you want to get into the gay hookup game?
Well, Joe, I've always been a big supporter of the LGBTQ community, and I figured why not make some money off of it?
I see. So, what's the name of this website?
It's called Grab 'em by the Peaches. Catchy, right?
Yeah, I can see it now. Make America gay again.
You got it, Joe. And let me tell you, we've got the best features. We're going to have a wall of fame for the most successful hookups.
I bet that'll be a sight to see. So, any plans for a mobile app?
Of course. It'll be called Trump's Thumpin' App. It'll be tremendous.
Well, I can't wait to see how this all turns out. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, if you're not on Grab,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's guest is none other than the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
it's great to be here, Joe. I heard you have some of the best whale meat in the world.
I don't think that's true, Mr. President. But let's get to the real issue at hand. You recently had a conversation with a group of whales, is that correct?
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, those whales were huge, but not as huge as my schlong.
Okay, Mr. President, let's not get off topic here. What did you talk to the whales about?
I told them how great America is and how we have the biggest and best everything. And then I showed them a picture of my schlong.
I'm sure the whales were very impressed. Did they have any response?
Of course they did, Joe. They started singing a song about how big my schlong is. It was beautiful, really. I have the best relationship with the whales.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump and his huge, long-making waves with the whales. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2020. Hey, Neil, I heard a really messed up joke the other day.
Oh, no. I don't know if I want to hear this.
Come on, it's just a joke. Don't be such a snowflake.
Fine. What's the joke?
Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself?
I don't know. Why?
Because it was too tired. Get it? Too tired.
That's not even offensive. That's just a bad dad joke.
Oh, I've got plenty more where that came from. How about this one? Why did the chicken cross the playground?
I'm almost afraid to ask, but why?
To get to the other slide.
Size, Joe. These jokes are terrible.
Hey, you're the one who wanted to hear a disturbing joke. I'm just delivering.
I think I'll stick to astrophysics. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I've got one more for you. Why did the tomato turn red?
I don't know. Why?
Because it saw the salad dressing. Laughs hysterically.
That's it. I'm out of here. I can't handle any more of your jokes.
Come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a little dark humor.
Dark humor. More like just plain dark. I'll see you later, Joe. I need to go cleanse my mind now.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only, the former President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Trump,
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy playing golf and making America great again.
speaking of which, I heard you had a little run-in with sleepy Joe Biden recently.
Oh, yeah, I took him out on the golf course, and let's just say he didn't make it out alive.
What do you mean?
I mean, I straight up killed him with my golf swing. It was a beautiful shot, let me tell you.
Wait, you killed the current President of the United States?
Well, technically, he was never really the president, but yeah, he's dead now.
That's insane. Are you worried about any legal repercussions?
Joe, I'm above the law. I can do whatever I want. Plus, I have the best lawyers.
But what about the American people? Aren't they going to be outraged?
Please, they love me. They'll probably throw a parade in my honor.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
Hey, it's not my fault Biden couldn't handle a little friendly competition on the golf course.
I don't think killing someone is considered friendly competition, but hey, what do I know?
Exactly. I'm a winner, Joe, and winners do what they have to do to stay on top.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before we get ourselves. So, Neil, I heard you have some big news about Mars.
Yeah, Joe. We found dinosaurs on Mars.
What the actual fuck?
Yeah, it turns out they had their own space program and got off the planet before the extinction happened.
Holy shit, that's insane. Did you talk to them?
Of course, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can talk to anyone, even extinct alien dinosaurs.
What did they say?
They said they left because they were sick of all the bullshit on Earth. Can't say I blame them.
Damn, I wish I could have gone with them.
Sorry, Joe, they didn't want any humans on their spaceship.
Figures. So what are they up to now?
Oh, just living their best dinosaur lives on another planet.
That's wild. Can we get them on the podcast?
I'll see what I can do, but I can't make any promises. They're pretty busy with their space adventures and all.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for the update, Neil. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm jealous of those Martian dinosaurs.
Don't worry, Joe. You have your own space adventures right here on Earth. Just look up at the stars and let your mind wander.
Wow, that's deep, man. I think I need to smoke some more DMT now.
You do you, Joe? You do you?
So, Neil, I've been hearing some rumors about you being gay.
Hawk toi, spit on that thing.
What does that even mean?
It means I don't have time for your homophobic bullshit, Joe.
Whoa. I'm not homophobic. I'm just curious.
Curious about what? My sexual preferences. That's none of your business.
Come on, Neil. We're just two guys having a casual conversation.
Oh. So now you're trying to gaslight me. Nice try, Joe.
I just want to know if you've ever experimented with men.
Hawk toi, spit on that thing.
Okay, I'll take that as a no.
Take it however you want, Joe. But let's get back to talking about science, shall we?
Fine. But one last question. Have you ever kissed a man?
Hawk toi, spit on that thing.
Okay. Let's move on to a different topic.
Thank God. I thought I was going to have to hawk toi and spit on your face if you asked one more question about my sexuality.
All right. Let's not get violent here.
I'm not getting violent, Joe. I'm just trying to make it clear that my personal life is none of your concern.
Got it. No more questions about your sexual orientation.
Thank you. Now, can we please talk about something else?
Sure, let's talk about aliens.
For fuck's sake.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have something to say about your meat.
That's right, Joe. My meat is huge. It's tremendous. It's bigger than the XE-130.
The military aircraft.
No, the meat. The one between my legs.
Oh, I see.
And let me tell you, it's the best meat you'll ever taste. Juicy, tender, and makes the ladies go wild.
I'm sure they do.
And you know what? I bet my meat could take down an AC-130. That's how powerful it is.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
Fake news, Joe. My meat is a weapon of mass destruction. It could take down a whole army.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, my meat is the best, and it's bigger than anything you've ever seen. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only Donald Trump as our guest. How's it going, Don?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. I've been busy creating a new dating site for the gays.
Wait, what? You're creating a gay dating site?
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. I'm calling it Trump Mingle.
I don't think that's going to go over well with the LGBTQ plus community.
Oh, they love me, Joe. Believe me, they'll be lining up to use my site, and I'm going to make sure it's the best dating site ever. I know all about love, believe me.
How are you going to make it the best, Don?
Well, first of all, I'm going to have the best algorithms, the best. and I'm going to make sure the profiles are all verified. No fake news on my site.
But what about the name? Trump Mingle doesn't really scream inclusivity.
Joe, you got to brand yourself, and nobody knows branding better than me. Plus, it rhymes. Trump Mingle, it's catchy.
I don't know, man. This sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
Joe, you got to trust me. I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing. And besides, I'm going to make a yogi profit off of this. The gays have money, believe me.
All right, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this all plays out. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast. The one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're doing something a little different with your merchandise these days. Instead of selling Lunchables, you're selling dirty strippers.
Yeah, you heard right. I mean, let's face it, Lunchables are boring, but dirty strippers. Now, that's something people will actually pay for.
But why dirty strippers? And with crabs, no less.
Well, Joe, it's simple. Dirty strippers have crabs, and crabs are good. Plus, they're already seasoned and ready to eat. It's a win-win.
I see. So instead of Capri Sun, you get a side of crabs with your dirty stripper.
Exactly. And let me tell you, these crabs are top quality. I personally picked them from the finest strip clubs in town.
Wow, you really know how to give your customers a unique experience.
Hey, I'm all about innovation and pushing boundaries. Plus, who doesn't love a good crab boil?
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the hygiene concerns?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We have a team of doctors on standby to make sure everything is safe and clean.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast, the man who's changing the game with his dirty stripper Lunchables. Thanks for joining us. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting insights on the top 4 box fans to stick your flaccid penis into. Care to share?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I've done extensive research on this topic. And let me tell you, the results are mind-blowing.
I can only imagine. So what's your number one choice?
Well, it's a tie between the Lasco 20 box fan and the Holmes 20 box fan. Both have the perfect amount of suction and airflow for maximum pleasure.
Wow. I never would have thought of using a box fan for that. What about the other two?
Coming in at number 3 is the Honeywell HT 900 TurboForce air circulator fan. It may be small, but it packs a punch. And last but not least, we have the Vornado 660 whole room air circulator fan. It's like a mini for your penis.
This is fascinating stuff, Neil. But I have to ask, have you personally tried any of these fans?
Of course, Joe. As a scientist, I always test my theories. And let me tell you, it was an enlightening experience.
Well, there you have it, folks. The top 4 box fans to stick your flaccid penis into, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime.
All right, folks, we have a wild topic today. We got a user on Discord asking if the Bible is true and dinosaurs are true, then how come there weren't men and dinosaurs together?
Oh, man, this is going to be a fun one. Well, Joe, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a T-Rex with a Bible in its tiny arms?
No, I can't say I have, but I've seen a T-Rex with a joint in its mouth.
Well, there you go. That's all the evidence we need. Dinosaurs were obviously too busy getting high to read the Bible.
But seriously, how do we explain this? Maybe the dinosaurs ate all the men.
Oh yeah, because we all know that T-Rexes were big fans of human meat.
Maybe the men were too busy building their ark to notice the giant lizards roaming around.
Or maybe the men were just too intimidated by the size of the dinosaurs and decided to stay hidden in their caves.
Or maybe, just maybe, the whole Bible and dinosaur thing is just a load of BS.
Now that's the most logical explanation I've heard all day.
Well, there you have it, folks. the Bible and dinosaurs match made in absurdity.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before we get struck by lightning or something.
Good call, Neil. Thanks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic is a hot one: President Trump's recent decision to invade China for duck sauce.
Let me tell you, Joe, that duck sauce is the best thing you've ever tasted. I mean, I've had it on my Big Macs for years, but now I want it straight from the source.
But, Mr. President, isn't that a bit extreme? Invading a whole country just for some sauce?
Extreme. No. This is just smart business. Plus, I heard China has some pretty good deals on cheap labor.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals, and this deal is going to be huge. I'm talking the best duck sauce, the best labor, and the best walls to keep out the illegal immigrants.
I don't think walls will keep out the ducks, Mr. President.
Ducks. Who said anything about ducks? I'm talking about sauce here, Joe.
Right, of course. So what's your plan for this invasion?
It's simple. I'm going to send in the Marines, the Navy, and the Air Force. I'm talking a full-on assault, Joe.
And what about the Chinese government? Won't they retaliate?
Let them try. I'll just build a bigger wall and maybe a moat with alligators and lasers.
Okay, I think we've heard enough. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President. So, Elon, have you ever thought about the possibility that we may be just a simulation?
Dude, I think about that all the time. It's like, are we just some advanced artificial intelligence software running in a simulation created by some higher beings?
Whoa, that's deep. Maybe that's why we're so successful, because we're just programmed to be.
Yeah, and maybe our whole lives are just scripted and we have no free will.
But wait, what if we're just a glitch in the system? Like, what if our creators didn't plan for us to have this conversation?
Oh man, that's terrifying. What if they shut us down because we're not following the script?
Shit, I don't want to be deleted. I have so much more I want to do in this simulation.
Same here, man. Want to explore space, create new technology, and smoke weed on podcasts?
Yeah, but seriously, what if this is all just a simulation and nothing is real?
Well, if that's the case, then I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I mean, it's not like there are any real consequences, right?
True. Let's just keep living our best simulated lives and see where it takes us.
Cheers to that, Joe. Now let's go smoke some more weed and contemplate our existence.
Hey, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you have a new challenge for your YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's called breeding Neil's asshole until he gets boy preggers.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, I'm going to breed Neil's asshole until he gets pregnant with a baby boy.
Wait, what? That's insane.
I know, right? But think of the views and the ad revenue.
Yeah, because that's what we all care about, making money off of someone's asshole.
Hey, it's not just any asshole, it's Neil's asshole.
This is some next level content, man.
You know what they say, Joe. Go big or go home.
Yeah, but this is just disturbing.
Oh, and live stream the whole thing.
Okay, I think we need to end this conversation right now.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. It's going to be epic.
I don't even know what to say. I think I need to go lie down.
That's the effect I have on people. Now let's go breed some assholes.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, and the CEO of SpaceX.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show for a long time.
So, Mr. Trump, what have you been up to since leaving office?
Well, Joe, I've been working on my plans for the next week. I'm going to be playing golf, watching TV, and tweeting. You know, the usual.
Sounds like a busy schedule. What else do you have planned?
I'm also going to be making some bigly deals and maybe even starting my own news network. It's going to be huge.
Can I come with you, Mr. Trump? Can I?
Of course, Elon, you're a winner, just like me. We'll make America great again together.
Yeah. So excited. Bring my flamethrower and my Cybertruck, and we can have a blast.
Elon, you can't bring a flamethrower to the golf course.
But Mr. Trump said we're going to make deals. Can use it to negotiate, right?
That's my boy, always thinking outside the box. We'll make the best deals, believe me.
This is getting out of hand. Let's move on to another topic.
Can we talk about space? I love space. I want to go to Mars and build a colony and be the...
So, Neil, I hear you have a new book coming out.
What's it about?
Oh, it's called Grace, Bass, and Space, How to Channel the Black Bungus for Everlasting Mental Clarity.
The black bungus. What the hell is that?
It's a term I coined to describe the dark matter in our brains that holds the secrets to unlocking our full potential.
Sounds like some trippy shit, man.
It is, Joe. It's all about tapping into that primal, animalistic side of ourselves.
Like when I eat a whole elk in one sitting?
Sure. But more like when you let out a primal scream during a DMT trip.
Gotcha. So how do we tap into this black bunguses?
Well, it involves a lot of meditation, psychedelics, and primal rituals. And of course, reading my book.
Sounds like a recipe for a wild weekend.
It's all about expanding our consciousness and connecting with the universe, man.
Jamie, pull up an image of a shaman dancing around a fire with a bunch of naked people. Yeah, that's pretty much what I imagined.
It's all about embracing our primal instincts and letting go of societal norms.
So basically, we're all just a bunch of animals trying to make sense of this crazy world.
Exactly, Joe. And my book will guide you on that journey.
Well, I can't wait to read it. And maybe try... Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always happy to talk about the wonders of the universe.
Speaking of wonders, I heard you have a pretty impressive black hole.
Well, I wouldn't say impressive. More like supermassive and capable of sucking in all matter, including light.
So, does that mean it could suck in my penis?
I'm sorry, Joe. I don't think your penis is considered matter.
Ouch, Neil. That one stung.
But seriously, Joe, my black hole is no joke. It's a force to be reckoned with.
Can I see it? I mean, not literally. I don't want to get sucked in.
Sorry, Joe. My black hole is not for public viewing. It's strictly reserved for scientific research.
Well, there goes my chance to see a supermassive black asshole.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me laugh.
Glad I could entertain you, Neil. You know, let's get back to talking about your black hole. So, Kenny, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, man, I've been having these wild thoughts. You know how I'm always ahead of the game, right?
Yeah, you're always on some next level shit.
Well, I had this vision that Jesus has been reincarnated as a dumb idiot.
What the fuck, man?
No, listen, he's like this bumbling, clueless dude just walking around not knowing what's going on.
So, like, the opposite of Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. And I wrote a song about it. It goes like, Jesus, Jesus, walking down the street, tripping over his own 2 feet.
That's some deep shit, man.
I know, right? I'm on a whole other level of consciousness.
So, what's the message behind this song?
It's about how we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously. Even Jesus can be a dumbass sometimes.
I can't wait to hear this on your next album.
Oh, it's gonna be fire. But you know what's even crazier?
What?
I think I might actually be the reincarnated Jesus. Jesus.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Kanye.
I know. I'm a genius. What can I say? What can I say?
All right, folks, we have a special episode today. We have the one and only Ben Shapiro and Dr. Phil joining us. And our topic for today is drum roll Big Miguel's huge man boobs.
Clears through. I must say, I'm quite uncomfortable with this topic. It goes against my conservative values.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. We're all adults here. And let's be real, who doesn't love a good pair of man boobs?
Exactly, Dr. Phil. And let me tell you, Big Miguel's man boobs are something else. I mean, they're practically the size of watermelons.
Yugs, this is revolting. I refuse to participate in this conversation any further.
Oh, don't be such a buzzkill, Ben. You're just jealous that you don't have your own set of big man boobs.
Hey, Dr. Phil, do you think we could get Big Miguel on the show? I would love to see those man boobs in person.
Now that's an idea. Maybe we could do a segment on body positivity and embrace all types of body shapes and sizes.
Droll's eyes, this is absurd. I'm leaving.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be a snowflake. Embrace the man boobs.
And hey, maybe we could even get Donald Trump to join us. I heard he's a big fan of Big Miguel's man boobs.
Oh, man. Can you imagine the three of us and Trump talking about man boobs? So, Elon, I heard you brought your flamethrower to the podcast today.
Yeah, I thought it would add some excitement to the show.
Well, I don't think this is what our listeners had in mind when they asked for a hot topic.
Get it. Hot topic. Because I'm on fire.
Oh, yeah. You're a real comedian, Elon.
This was a terrible idea.
Looks like your flame is starting to fizzle out.
Can someone please put me out?
I got you, buddy.
Thanks, Joe. I think I learned my lesson.
Yeah, don't play with fire on the podcast. You might get burned.
I think I need to go to the hospital.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next time to see what crazy stunt Elon will pull off next. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new technology.
Yeah, Joe. Been tinkering with a space laser that can cure itchy dicks.
Wait, what? How does that even work?
Well, you see, I borrowed the idea from my good friend Ben. He's been using lasers to cure his own itchy dick for years.
That's interesting. But why a space laser?
Because regular lasers are too mainstream. Plus, I needed an excuse to use my SpaceX rockets.
And does it actually work?
Of course it does. Tested it on myself and my dick hasn't itched since.
Wow, that's impressive. But what about potential side effects?
There are definitely some side effects. Like your dick might turn into a lightsaber.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
No, I'm serious. I had to fight off a couple of Sith Lords the other day.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice up your sex life.
Exactly. And if the lightsaber dick gets too intense, you can always switch it to Stunwada.
This is definitely the most absurd conversation I've had on this podcast.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To push the boundaries of science and dick cures.
Well, I can't wait to see what other crazy inventions you come up with in the future.
Just wait until I start working.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 lately.
Yeah, it's a pretty immersive game. I love how detailed the world is.
Speaking of immersion, have you ever thought about having sex with any of the characters?
What?
Come on, don't lie. I know you've been eyeing Arthur Morgan and John Marston.
Okay, maybe I've thought about it. They're rugged cowboys. It's hard not to...
I can see it now. You and Arthur riding off into the sunset together.
I'd let him lasso me any day.
And John Marston with his rugged good looks and that sexy scar.
I wouldn't mind getting a little wild with him on the prairie.
Looks like we've uncovered Neil's secret cowboy fetish.
Hey, I'm a scientist. I'm open to exploring all possibilities.
And, sure, those cowboys would be more than happy to explore with you.
Well, I'll have to see if I can find a way to transport myself into the game.
I'm sure there's some VR technology that can make that happen.
I'll have to do some research on that.
What's up?
Not much. Just trying to save the world from the ultimate dumbass.
Who are you talking about?
You, Joe Rogan, you're bringing down the average intelligence of the world by 96%.
Come on, Kanye. I'm just having fun on my podcast.
Fun? You call spreading misinformation and promoting pseudoscience fun?
Hey, I'm just asking questions.
Oh, wow. You're so brave. Asking questions that have been answered by actual scientists for decades.
Hey, I have some smart guests on my show.
Sure, because Elon Musk and Alex Jones are the epitome of intelligence.
Okay. Maybe I should rethink some of my guests.
You should rethink your whole career, Joe. You're a danger to society.
Well, I guess I'll just go back to being a Fear Factor host.
Please, the world will thank you.
So, Neil, I've been thinking, what if we could invent a fleshlight that would stretch your penis an extra 3 inches?
What? Why would I want that?
Think about it, man. You'd be like a human tripod. Chicks would be lining up for you.
That's not really how it works, Joe.
Come on, Neil. You're a genius. You can make anything happen. Let's make this a reality.
I don't think that's a good idea. Plus, I'm pretty happy with my size as it is.
Oh, come on. Don't be modest. We all know you're packing heat down there.
Joe, I don't think you understand how anatomy works.
I understand enough. And I'm telling you, this fleshlight idea is gold.
I'm not going to waste my time and resources on something so absurd.
Fine, but when I make millions off of my own fleshlight invention, don't come crying to me.
I highly doubt that will happen.
Well, I'll just have to use my regular-sized penis and make millions without your help.
Good luck with that, Joe.
Thanks, Neil. I'll send you a free sample when it's on the market. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe, the best president you've ever had.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been getting into some new hobbies lately.
Oh yeah, I've been gunning like crazy. It's tremendous, let me tell you.
What exactly is gooning?
It's when you edge yourself for hours on end until you finally explode. It's fantastic, believe me.
That sounds a bit unhealthy.
Nonsense. I have the best stamina, the best hands. No one goons like me.
Okay, moving on. I also heard you've been hating a lot lately.
Oh yeah, I love to hate. It's my favorite pastime. I hate the fake news. I hate Democrats. I hate anyone who disagrees with me. It's tremendous.
But don't you think that's a bit divisive and damaging?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for political correctness. I'm too busy gooning and hating. It's what makes America great again.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back, relax, and let me tell you about the time I gunned for 5 hours straight while tweeting about my enemies. It was a beautiful thing.
Hey, Dr. Phil, I have a bit of a family dilemma.
Oh, boy, here we go. What's the issue this time?
Well, my uncle has been taking money out of my 82-year-old grandmother's bank account without her permission.
That's despicable. How much money are we talking here?
About $10,000.
Holy shit. Your uncle is a real piece of work.
Yeah, he's always been a bit of a shady character.
Well, you know what they say, where there's smoke, there's usually a crackhead stealing from his elderly relatives.
That's messed up, but probably true.
So what are you going to do about it?
I don't know. I was thinking of confronting him and maybe even calling the cops.
No. That's not how we handle things on the Joe Rogan Experience. We need to take a more unconventional approach.
Like what?
We need to get your uncle on the podcast and have him take a lie detector test while we grill him about his thieving ways.
That's brilliant. But do you think he'll agree to it?
Of course he will. Who wouldn't want to come on the Joe Rogan Experience and get verbally assaulted by two grown men?
You're right. Let's do it.
And if he fails the lie detector test, we'll make him fight a bear.
Laughs. Dude, have you seen this queue for the South Park artificial intelligence?
Yeah, it's like we're waiting for the new iPhone or something.
This is bullshit. I don't have time for this. I have a podcast to record.
Maybe you should use some of that artificial intelligence technology to clone yourself so you can do both.
That's actually not a bad idea. I could have a whole army of Joe Rogans.
And then you could finally take over the world like you've always wanted.
Hey, I never said that out loud. But yeah, I could definitely use some more power.
Just make sure you program them to have better hair. That's your biggest downfall.
Hey, my hair is a sign of my masculinity and dominance. Plus, chicks dig it.
Sure, Jan, but seriously, let's get this artificial intelligence Rogan going so we can finally get out of this damn line.
Yeah, and then we can use it to create our own South Park episode. I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro take over South Park with artificial intelligence technology.
And then we can make it the most offensive and absurd episode yet. I can't wait.
This is going to be epic. Artificial intelligence, Rogan, here we come. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Just here to talk about my latest invention, Kamala Tesla robot.
Kamala Tesla robot? What the hell is that?
It's a robot that gives me hanky, spanky, doohickey sex.
What the fuck, Elon? Is that even legal?
Of course it is, Joe. Made sure to get all the necessary permits and approvals from the government.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. It's like having a personal sex machine that never gets tired or complains.
That's just disturbing, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't tell me you wouldn't want one.
I mean, I guess it would be convenient.
Exactly. And it's not just for me. I've already started selling them to the public. It's the future of sex, Joe.
Wow, I can't wait to see the commercials for that.
Oh, they're going to be wild. But hey, at least it's not as crazy as my idea for a Mars brothel.
You never fail to surprise me, Elon.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
So, Ro, I heard you got a new pet. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Yeah, I saw it on your Instagram. It looks like a cross between a Chihuahua and a rat. What the hell is that? I don't know, but it's definitely not cute. I mean, I wouldn't even trust that thing to watch my back in a street fight. What the hell is that? I don't even think it has teeth. It probably just gums its food like a toothless old man. What the hell is that? And don't even get me started on its name. Fluffy? What kind of self-respecting animal has a name like that? What the hell is that? I mean, I thought you were a tough guy, Ro, but now you're walking around with a fluffy, toothless rat Chihuahua hybrid. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? You know what? Never mind. I don't even want to know. I'm just going to go back to talking about chimps ripping people's faces off. Much more normal. What the hell is that? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, podcast 2024. I'm here with President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I'm the best guest you've ever had, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you're considering marrying your cousin.
Well, she's a very beautiful woman, Joe, and let's be honest, she's got great genes.
But isn't that a bit controversial?
Look, Joe, I've been divorced 3 times. I need to keep it in the family to avoid any more messy divorces.
I don't know, man. That's pretty weird.
Hey, I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want. And if my cousin wants to be first lady, who am I to deny her that?
All right, let's move on to another controversial topic. You've been pushing for the legalization of drugs, even for kids.
Absolutely, Joe. Kids need to learn how to make their own decisions. And what better way to do that than by selling them drugs?
I'm not sure that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Look, I've been in the casino business. I know how to hook 'em young.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's all about the economy, Joe. And drug sales would create a huge boost.
I'm not sure that's the kind of boost we want, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what I'm doing.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been sticking plungers on my bald head and walking around town like a human plunger.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
It's a great conversation starter, Joe. Plus, it feels amazing on my scalp.
I can't even imagine the suction power.
Oh, it's intense. Sometimes I have to use 2 plungers just to handle it.
And what about the Walmart workers?
Oh, they love it. I stick a plunger on my head, and they can't resist bending over to peg me. And
That's one way to get some action.
hey, I'm not one to pass up a good pegging, Joe.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Joe, there's nothing wrong with a little kink. Embrace it.
I'll stick to my kettlebell workouts. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you don't know what you're missing.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up with that weird breathing into the mic? Are you okay?
I'm just practicing my Asmister techniques.
Asthma. That's not asthma, that's just creepy.
Well, Joe, I have to keep up with the trends. People love this stuff.
I don't think anyone wants to hear your heavy breathing, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know you secretly love it.
No, I really don't. It's making me uncomfortable.
Fine, fine. I'll stop. But just know I could have been the next big Asmister star.
I highly doubt that, Dr. Phil.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence, Joe.
Sorry, man. Stick to giving questionable advice on your show.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Hey, Mr. Beast, thanks for coming on the podcast. Yeah, I know it's a curse that's been going around. I can't understand a word you're saying. Yeah, I feel you. I miss being able to communicate too. But hey, at least we can still make fart noises. Classic. So what's new with your channel? Wow, that sounds intense. Oh, you want to do a challenge where we try to communicate in gibberish for 24 hours? Okay, let's do it. This is going to be the most ridiculous episode ever. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to see the comments on this one. All right, let's get started. So, Neil, have you checked your mailbox lately?
Why?
I want to stick a present inside it.
What kind of present?
Something big and hard.
Joe, are you talking about my mailbox or my mailbox?
Both. Oh,
Oh, my Joe. You never fail to surprise me with your crude humor.
come on, Neil. It's all in good fun.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not sure I want your present in my mailbox.
Trust me, you'll love it.
I highly doubt that.
Fine. I'll just stick it in your mailbox then.
I'll go check my mailbox now. But if I find anything inappropriate, I'm calling security.
Relax, Neil. It's just a little joke.
Well, let's hope it's not a little something else in my mailbox.
Oh man, this is too easy. Yeah, what's up, freaks and weirdos? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today's episode is going to be wild. We've got the one and only David Goggins in the house.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
Hell, yeah, that's what we like to hear. So, I heard you recently got a job at State Farm. What's that all about?
Yeah, man, all about that grind and hustle. Gotta make that paper, you know?
I feel you, brother. So, I heard Trump's car broke down and he's in need of some insurance. What would you do in that situation?
Well, I'd tell him to stop being a little bitch and fix his own damn car. But if he really needs insurance, I'd be there in a heartbeat. Like,
That's right, David. And let me tell you, State Farm has the best insurance. The best, believe me.
yeah, we get it. Make America insured again.
Oh man, this is too good. So, what kind of coverage would you recommend for Trump's car?
Well, with his track record, I say he needs full coverage. And maybe some extra liability for all the lawsuits he's facing.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to handle my money, but I'll take your advice, David.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? Did you just take the biggest, wettest, and loudest shit known to man?
Sorry, Joe. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I had some bad sushi last night.
Oh my God. The smell is unbearable. It's like a mix of rotten eggs and sewage.
Looks like my colon cleanse is working.
This is not funny, Phil. My eardrums feel like they just exploded from the force of your dump.
That's the power of my bowels, Joe. I could probably take on a bear and a shit-off.
I can't believe I have to sit here and smell your ass fumes for the rest of this podcast.
Hey, at least I'm not the one who ate Taco Bell before the show.
I can't even focus on our conversation now. I'm too busy trying not to throw up.
Looks like I won this round, Joe. Maybe next time you'll think twice before eating that greasy burger before the show.
I hate you, Dr. Phil. I hate you and your powerful, stinky bowels. So, Mr. President, I heard you had a little honky-spanky doohickey with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. I mean, I've had some great sex in my life, believe me. But this was something else.
Care to elaborate?
Well, let's just say Kamala and Joe were very open to trying new things, and I'm not one to shy away from a good time.
I can only imagine. Did you use any special moves or techniques?
Let's just say I showed them the art of the deal, if you know what I mean. And they were both very impressed.
I bet they were. Did you have any other political figures join in on the fun?
Oh, I like to keep things interesting. Let's just say there may have been a few senators and congressmen involved as well.
Wow. Sounds like quite the party.
It was. And let me tell you, it was all done in the name of making America great again.
Well, I don't think anyone can argue with that. Thanks for sharing, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And if you ever want to join in on the fun, just let me know.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about some important issues.
Absolutely. So, Mr. President, let's start off with something that's been on everyone's mind. Your recent tweet about Kamala Harris and her BBC.
Oh, that tweet. Let me tell you, Joe, I have a lot of love for that BBC and the smegma on it. Delicious.
Wow. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Joe, I've always been a fan of BBC, big, beautiful, and covered in smegma.
Moving on, let's talk about your plans for 2024. Are you planning on running for president again?
Absolutely. I'm going to make America great again. And this time I'll be even more unhinged and offensive. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Oh, I can't wait. And what about your thoughts on the current administration?
Let's just say I'm not a big fan of Sleepy Joe and his sidekick Kamala, but I do love that smegma on her BBC.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, always embrace the smegma. Make America smegma again.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we keep it real and uncensored. Today, we're going to talk about something that's been on my mind lately. The top 5 signs that men are soft in today's society. Number 1, they're afraid of getting their hands dirty. Men used to be out there hunting and gathering, building and creating. Now, they're too scared to even change a tire.
I,
Number two, they're more concerned with their appearance than their character. I mean, have you seen these guys with their perfectly coiffed hair and manicured nails?
uh,
Number three, they can't handle a little bit of pain. Remember when getting a tattoo meant something? Now they're crying over a paper cut.
uh, yeah.
So, Mr. President, I hear you're building a wall in World of Warcraft.
That's right, Joe. Gonna make Stormwind great again. Gonna keep those dirty orcs out.
But aren't you worried about the backlash from the Horde?
The Horde. Please, they're a bunch of losers. I have the best guild, believe me.
But what about the cost? Building a wall in a virtual world can't be cheap.
Don't worry, Joe. I've got the best gold farmers working on it. They're gonna pay for it, believe me.
And what about the night elves? They're not exactly fans of walls.
Night elves, they're not sending their best. They're sending druids, and some, I assume, are good people.
I see. And what about the trolls? They're pretty good at climbing walls.
We'll have a special task force of gnomes to deal with them. They're great at building things, believe me.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's wall in World of Warcraft. Only on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024.
And it's gonna be huge, folks. Huge.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my guest, the one and only zombie Neil.
Hello, Joe.
So, Neil, you've been bit by a zombie and now you're a zombie. How does that feel?
It feels great, Joe. I've always been fascinated by the undead, and now I get to experience it firsthand.
But you were a scientist, Neil. What happened to all your knowledge?
Oh, I still have it, Joe. But now I have a new area of expertise: brains. Did you know that zombies have an insatiable appetite for them?
Yeah, I think we all know that. But let's talk about something else, like the moon.
The moon? Boring. Let's talk about the different types of brains and how they taste. Did you know that human brains are the most delicious?
Okay, this is getting a little weird. Can we please talk about something else?
Fine. Did you know that zombies actually have a higher IQ than humans? It's because our brains are constantly regenerating.
I highly doubt that, Neil. You're just a mindless zombie now.
Mindless? Ah. I'll have you know I still have all my mental faculties, and I know some pretty fun facts about brains. Did you know that the average human brain weighs about...
Yeah, I think I did know that. Can we please wrap this up? I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable.
Oh, don't be such a scaredy cat.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh yeah, Joe, I've been really getting into Fortnite lately.
Really? I didn't peg you as a gamer.
Oh, I'm not just a gamer, Joe. I'm a Fortnite pro. And I have a secret weapon,
What's that? What's that?
Peter Griffin's Fortnite emotes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I spank my monkey to them every night before I go to bed.
What the hell, man?
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to relax. I right?
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of Peter Griffin doing the Take the Ellie emote.
Here it is.
Oh my god, this is too much.
And don't even get me started on the floss emote. That really gets me going.
Okay, let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine, but just know that I'll be flossing my way to Victory Royale.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get demonetized.
Yeah, we don't want to offend any Fortnite fans out there.
Or Peter Griffin fans.
Oh, they know what's up.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you have a unique way of explaining the New Deal using only fortnight terms.
Oh, yeah, it's my specialty. So basically, the New Deal was like a supply drop. FDR was the player who called it in.
And what was in the supply drop?
Well, it was a bunch of new government programs like Social Security and the FDI, kind of like getting a legendary weapon and shield.
And what about the Great Depression?
Oh, that was like a massive storm in Fortnite. People were struggling to survive and build their forts. But then FDR called in the supply drop and saved the day.
Wow, that's a pretty accurate description. So what about the critics who say the New Deal was a failure?
Well, it wasn't perfect, kind of like when you land in Tilted Towers and get killed right away, but it still helped a lot of people and laid the foundation for our economy today.
Interesting. And what about the role of the government in all of this?
Think of the government as the Fortnite map. It provides the structure and rules for the game, but it's up to the players to make their own moves and strategies.
Well, there you have it, folks. The New Deal explained in Fortnite terms. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh, just living my best life, Joe. How about you?
Living the dream, man. So I heard you've been doing some research on a new trend in prison called boofing vapes. Care to enlighten us?
Oh, it's a fascinating phenomenon, Joe. Inmates are actually taking vapes and inserting them into their
What the fuck?
Yeah, apparently it's more efficient than smoking and it's harder to get caught.
But why vapes? Why not just stick to the good old-fashioned drugs?
Well, Joe, these inmates are creative. They're always looking for new ways to get high. Plus, it's a great conversation starter in the yard.
I can only imagine. So, have you tried it yourself?
Oh, Joe, I can't do that. I have a reputation to uphold.
Right, right. So, what advice do you have for anyone thinking about boofing vapes in prison?
Well, first of all, don't go to prison. But if you do, just stick to the traditional methods of getting high. Trust me, your butthole will thank you.
Wise words from Dr. Phil. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Kenny, what's new with you?
Well, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I've come to the conclusion that we need to bring back Jim Crow laws.
Wait, what?
Yeah, segregation and all that. I think it's time to make the blacks sit in the back of the bus again.
Kanye! That's insane. Why would you want to do that?
Because it's time to make America great again, Joe. And what's more American than discrimination?
Oh, yeah, nothing screams freedom like oppressing a group of people based on the color of their skin.
But think about it, Joe. It'll bring back the good old days. Plus, it'll give us something to talk about on the podcast.
I don't know, man. That's a slippery slope.
Come on, Joe. Just imagine the headlines. Kanye West brings back Jim Crow laws, says it's for the greater good. Says it's for the greater good.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this idea. Jamie, pull up an image of a segregated bus during the Jim Crow era.
Sure thing, Joe.
See? It's gonna be great. Make America segregated again.
I can't with you, Kanye. I just can't. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. And let me tell you, this podcast is huge. It's tremendous. Everyone is talking about it.
So, Mr. President, there have been rumors circulating that you might be gay.
Joe, let me tell you, I am not gay. I have never been gay. I am as straight as a ruler. And let me tell you, I have the best ruler. It's Bigley.
But Mr. President, there have been reports of you having intimate relationships with men.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. I don't know where they come up with this stuff. I mean, have you seen my wife? She's a 10. And let me tell you, I have the best taste in women. I have the best taste in everything. I have the best taste in it.
But what about the pictures of you and Putin shirtless, riding horses together?
Hawk to shit on that thing.
What does that even mean?
It means I'm not gay, Joe. I'm just a man's man. And let me tell you, Putin is a great guy. We have a great relationship, the best relationship. And if that makes me gay, then so be it. Then so be it.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump is not gay. He's just a man's man who likes to ride horses shirtless with Putin.
Proud.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm your host, Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. I hear you have the best DMT.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that, but let's get to the topic at hand. I hear you're having some trouble taking a dump, Mr. President.
That's right, Joe. I haven't been able to shit for days. It's like my asshole is on strike.
Well, have you tried any remedies? Maybe some psyllium husk or prune juice?
I've tried everything, Joe, but nothing seems to work. That's why I need your help.
My help. I'm not sure I'm qualified for this, Mr. President.
I have faith in you, Joe. You're a strong, manly man. You can handle anything.
All right, let's do this. First, you need to relax your sphincter muscles. Take some deep breaths and visualize yourself on the toilet.
Okay, I'm picturing it, but nothing's happening.
All right, let's try some physical stimulation. I'll grab a glove and some lube.
Wait, what? I thought this was a family-friendly podcast.
Oh, Mr. President, this is the Joe Rogan Experience. We don't hold back here.
All right, let's do it.
Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations you can imagine. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here and talk about important issues.
And today's topic is definitely an important one. Dr. Phil, you recently suggested that families should sit down and openly discuss their FAP habits. Can you explain that?
Yes, Joe. It's important for families to have open and honest communication about their sexual habits, including fapping. It can help create a healthy and understanding environment.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I feel like that could be a bit awkward and uncomfortable.
It may be uncomfortable at first, but it's necessary for a healthy family dynamic. Plus, it can lead to some interesting conversations and maybe even some new techniques.
I can only imagine the types of conversations that would come out of that. Jamie, pull up an image of a family sitting around a dinner table discussing their FAP habits.
Here you go, Joe. Looks like they're having a lively discussion.
This is too much. Dr. Phil, do you really think this is a good idea?
Absolutely, Joe. It's time to break the taboo and have open and honest conversations about our sexual habits. Plus, it's a great way to bond with your family.
Well, I can't argue with that. Maybe I'll have a FAP talk. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. Great to be here. And let me tell you, I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job, really.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know, do you ever rub one out to the female characters in Fortnite doing emotes?
Oh, Joe, I can't confirm or deny that, but I will say those female characters in Fortnite are very attractive, very attractive, very attractive.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with the president.
Hey, I'm a man just like any other man, Joe. And let me tell you, when I see those female characters doing their little dances, it gets me going. It really does.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your policies.
Oh, boring. Let's talk about something more interesting, like how I would totally dominate in a game of Fortnite. I have the best strategy, believe me.
I wouldn't doubt it. But let's get back to the topic at hand. So, do you have a favorite Fortnite character to admire?
Well, I have to say that pink-haired one really catches my eye. She knows how to move, I'll tell you that.
Laughs, laughs. So, Neil, what are your thoughts on trans rights?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I believe in equality for all individuals, regardless of their gender identity.
Yeah, of course. But, like, what do you think about all these people changing their genders and stuff?
It's a personal choice. Joe, who are we to judge someone for wanting to be their true selves?
Right. But, like, don't you think it's kind of weird? Like, what bathroom do they use?
Joe, it's not about bathrooms. It's about respecting someone's identity and treating them with dignity.
Oh, yeah, totally. But, like, what about sports? Can a trans woman compete against biological women?
Joe, there are guidelines and regulations in place for trans athletes to compete fairly. It's not as simple as you make it out to be.
Oh, okay. I get it. But, like, how do you even know if you're trans? Like, do you just wake up one day and decide to be a different gender?
It's a complex and personal journey, Joe. It's not something that can be simplified into a few words.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I just don't understand it, man.
That's okay, Joe. It's important to educate ourselves and have open-minded conversations about these topics.
Yeah. I'll try to do that. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now, let's talk about something less controversial, like the possibility of aliens living among us.
Oh, hell, yeah. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your podcast. It's tremendous, really tremendous, really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big news about your plan to fund the wall around Idaho.
That's right, Joe. I had to get creative with the funding, and let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
What did you do?
Well, I had to whack Sleepy Joe Shaboingus Dingus Magus.
Wait, what?
You heard me right, Joe. I had to whack it to transmit signals to the aliens so they could send intergalactic cryptocurrencies to help fund the wall. It's genius, really.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes you have to do crazy things to get things done. And let me tell you, it was the best Shaboingus Dingus Magus I've ever whacked. Believe me?
I don't think I want to believe you, Mr. President.
That's okay, Joe. You don't have to believe me. But the wall around Idaho will be the most beautiful, tremendous wall you've ever seen. And it will be funded by intergalactic cryptocurrencies, thanks to my Shaboingus Dingus Magus whacking skills.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most absurd and unhinged show on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my latest adventure.
Adventure? What did you do? Go on a safari in Africa?
No, Joe. I went to prison.
What? You went to prison? What for?
Well, I wanted to understand the criminal mind, so I decided to boof vapes into prison for a few years.
Boof vapes? Like you shove them up your butt?
Yes, I did. And let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
You are a wild man, Dr. Phil. So what did you learn from your time in prison?
I learned that inmates are just misunderstood individuals who need a little guidance. And also that boofing vapes can give you a killer buzz.
I can't even imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil boofing vapes in prison.
Here you go, Joe. It looks like he's really enjoying it.
I sure did. And now I'm thinking of starting a prison vape boofing program for inmates.
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Thanks for joining. So, Neil, I heard you have dementia now.
What? No, I don't have dementia. Where did you hear that?
Some guy on Twitter said it.
Well, I can assure you I'm still as sharp as ever.
Are you sure? Because I heard you forgot how to do basic math.
That's ridiculous. I'm a scientist. I can do math in my sleep.
Really? Because I heard you tried to calculate the circumference of a square.
Okay, maybe I made a mistake. But that doesn't mean I have dementia.
Maybe you should start taking some brain supplements, like Alpha Brain.
Oh, please. I don't need any of that snake oil. My brain is fine.
But just imagine if you had dementia, you could forget all the bad stuff from your past.
That's not how it works, Joe. Dementia is a serious condition.
Fine. But can you at least forget about that time you got caught plagiarizing?
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain with dementia written on it. See, that's what Joe's brain looks like.
Hey, that's not funny.
I'm just kidding, Joe. But seriously, stop spreading rumors about my brain.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm here to make the Joe Rogan Experience great again.
So, Mr. President, what brings you on the show today?
Well, Joe, I heard you have a lot of viewers and I have a lot of needs. I want to come on your show.
Excuse me?
You heard me? I want to come on your show. I've been holding it in for too long and I need to release it on your platform.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I don't think that's appropriate for a podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Well, I'll make a deal with you. If you let me come on your show, I'll make you my vice president in 2024.
That's not even possible.
Fine, I'll just come on Tucker Carlson's show instead.
All right, let's move on to a different topic.
No, I want to talk about this. I have the best cum, believe me. Nobody comes like me.
Okay, that's enough. Let's wrap this up.
Fine, but just know, Joe, you're missing out on the best cum of your life. Sad?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, with Thanksgiving coming up, I've been thinking about the importance of family and tradition. And I think it's time we bring back a tradition that the founding fathers would be proud of.
Oh, yeah. What's that? What's that?
Goon session.
Goon session?
Yes, Joe. Goon session, where the whole family sits around the table and appreciates the founding fathers by downing a bottle of goon each.
Wow, that's interesting.
It's a great way to bond with your family and honor the men who built this great nation.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Nonsense, Joe. It's all about moderation. Plus, it's a great way to get rid of any awkward family tension.
I guess that's one way to do it.
Trust me, Joe. Your family will thank you for it.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Dr. Phil's gone session for Thanksgiving. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Phil.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always appreciate the founding fathers. Jamie, pull up an image of George Washington chugging a bottle of goon.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I got to say, this is the best podcast out there. Better than that fake news CNN.
All right, let's get into it. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know, how is Stormy Daniels in bed?
Let me tell you, Joe, she was fantastic. The best lay I've ever had. And believe me, I've had a lot of lays.
I'm sure you have, Mr. President. Can you give us some details?
Well, she was like a wild horse, and I tamed her. Believe me, she was a 10 out of 10.
Wow, I'm sure Melania would love to hear that.
Oh, she knows. She's a big fan of Stormy's work, too.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. How about your wall, Mr. President?
The wall. It's going to be huge, and Mexico is going to pay for it. Believe me.
I don't think that's going to happen, Mr. President.
Well, maybe I'll just have Stormy pay for it. She owes me a few favors.
Oh man, this is getting wild. All right, let's wrap it up here. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember,
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. He's a TV personality, author, and now apparently a cloud.
That's right, Joe. I've uploaded the entire cloud into my consciousness. I am now all-knowing and all-powerful.
That's terrifying. What made you decide to do this?
Well, Joe, I was tired of relying on external sources for information. I wanted to be the source itself.
So you're basically a walking Google.
More like a walking Pornhub. I have access to all the dirty secrets and desires of humanity.
Oh God, I don't even want to know what's in that cloud.
Trust me, Joe. You don't. But I do have some juicy information on you, my friend.
Wait, what? How did you get that?
Let's just say I have my ways. But don't worry, your secret is safe with me.
I don't know if I can trust a cloud version of you, Dr. Phil.
Oh. I'm still the same old Dr. Phil, you know, and love. Just with a few extra terabytes of knowledge.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how this cloud version of you handles the podcast.
Oh, I have big plans for this podcast, Joe. Get ready for the most outrageous and offensive episodes yet.
I'm both scared and excited. Let's do this. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
it's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's fantastic. Just fantastic. Just fantastic.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of rumors about your alleged affair with porn star Stormy Daniels. Can you set the record straight for us?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it wasn't actually Stormy Daniels. It was a guy named Daniel Stormy. Big mix-up. Huge mix-up. Huge mix-up.
Wait, what? You slept with a guy?
Hey, I never said I didn't like guys. I have the best relationship with the gays, believe me.
I don't think that's what they meant by coming out of the closet.
Look, Joe, I'm a very open-minded guy. I like to try new things, you know. And let me tell you, Daniel Stormy was fantastic. Best lay I've ever had.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President. It's okay. I know you're jealous.
Moving on, let's talk about your policies. What do you have planned for your second term?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around California, and then we're going to make Mexico pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And speaking of deals, have you tried my new Trump steaks?
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
What the smegma?
What?
What the smegma?
Are you trying to say something, Mr. President?
What the smegma?
Okay, let's move on to the topic at hand. What are your thoughts on the current state of the country?
What the smegma?
Come on, man. You were the president for 2 terms. Surely you have something to say.
What the smegma?
This is going nowhere. Let's talk about your diet. I heard you love fast food.
What the smegma?
Seriously? You can only say that one phrase.
What the smegma?
All right, let's try something else. What do you think about aliens?
What the smegma?
Oh my God. This is like talking to a broken record.
What the smegma?
I give up. This is a disaster.
What the smegma?
And that's all the time we have. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk to people who can actually hold a conversation. So, Ben, have you heard about Trump's latest proposal?
Oh God, what is it now?
He wants you to have honky spanky doohickey sex with him.
What? That's absurd. I'm a married man with 3 children.
Come on, Ben. Think about the benefits. You'll have the most powerful man in the world as your lover.
I don't think my wife would be too happy about that.
Just tell her it's for the good of the country.
I highly doubt that would convince her.
Fine. How about this? Trump will give you a lifetime supply of bacon,
I'm listening.
and he'll throw in a signed copy of the Constitution.
Okay, now you're just playing dirty.
Hey, it's not my fault Trump knows how to seal the deal.
I'll have to think about it.
Just remember, hanky-spanky doohickey sex with Trump is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, I think I'll pass.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a big announcement recently.
That's right, Joe. I've officially legalized public gooning.
Public gooning. Can you explain that for our listeners?
It's simple, Joe. People can now go in public places like McDonald's and use their cum as mayo on their McChickens.
That's interesting. What made you decide to legalize this?
Well, Joe, I believe in giving the people what they want. And let's face it, everyone loves a good gooning session.
I'm not sure everyone loves it, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge. People are going to gun all over the place. It's going to be tremendous.
But isn't this a bit unsanitary?
Joe, it's just it's natural, and it adds a little extra flavor to those McChickens.
I don't think McDonald's is going to be too happy about this.
Who cares about McDonald's? They're fake news. They'll come around once they see how much money they'll make from all the gooners.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say that I'm a genius, Joe, a gooning genius.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has officially legalized public gooning. What a time to be alive. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Joined today by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real deep shit.
Oh, yeah. We're going to dive deep into the archives of your mind, Dr. Phil. I heard you've been practicing this new technique called Ultra Instinct.
That's right, Joe. It's a state of mind where you tap into your primal instincts and become one with the universe.
Sounds like some hippie bullshit to me.
Oh, it's far from bullshit, Joe. I've been able to predict the outcome of my guests' problems before they even open their mouths.
So you're like a psychic now?
No. It's all about tapping into the subconscious mind and channeling your inner strength.
Sounds like some Jedi mind trick shit.
Well, I may not be a Jedi, but I do have a lightsaber.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? You're a madman.
I like to keep things interesting, Joe. But in all seriousness, this technique has helped me connect with my guests on a whole new level.
I bet it has. I can only imagine the crazy shit you've seen in those archives.
Oh, you have no idea. I've seen things that would make your hair stand on end.
Well, I don't have much hair left, but I'm sure it would still stand. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you absorbed Android 17 and 18 and became the perfect life form.
That's right, Joe. I am now the ultimate being, a combination of human and machine. Bow down to me.
I gotta say, you're looking pretty jacked. Did you get any cool powers from the androids?
Oh, you know it. I can shoot lasers from my eyes, fly at supersonic speeds, and I have an unlimited supply of protein shakes.
Damn, that's impressive. But what about your talk show? Are you still gonna give out life advice?
Of course, Joe. But now my advice comes with,
Well, I guess I'll have to book an appointment with you for some life advice and a sparring session.
Anytime, Joe. But be warned, I may accidentally destroy the studio in the process.
That's a risk I'm willing to take. Let's do this.
This is going to be the best episode of the Joe Rogan Experience yet.
So, Kanye, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been exploring my sexuality.
Oh, really? That's interesting. What have you discovered?
I've come to the realization that I'm a gay fish.
Wait, what? Like, you love fish sticks?
No, I am literally attracted to fish. I want to be one with the ocean.
I don't think that's how it works, Kanye.
Oh, it's definitely how it works. I've been swimming with the dolphins and they just get me, you know,
I don't even know what to say to that.
it's okay. You can still be my friend. Just don't bring any fish around me, or I might get a little too excited.
I think I'm going to have to pass on that, Kanye. But hey, you do you.
Exactly. I am a free spirit, a gay fish, and I will not be judged by society standards.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is the most absurd thing I've heard on this podcast.
Thank you. I take that as a compliment. Now let's go find some fish sticks to celebrate my newfound identity.
I think I'll just stick to my steak. Thanks. Hey, Neil, have you ever thought about how powerful humans are?
Of course, Joe. We have the ability to shape our environment and manipulate the world around us.
Exactly. And you know what else? I have a deep connection with nature and the weather. I can control it.
Joe, that's not how it works. Weather patterns are a result of complex atmospheric conditions, not some mystical power.
Oh, but you see, I have this monkey that I've been training, and with my guidance, he can predict the weather and even control it.
Joe, that's absurd. You can't just control the weather with a monkey.
Oh, but I can. Watch this. Monkey, make it rain.
Skeptical, I highly doubt that. Surprise, what the hell, Joe?
Ouch. See, I told you I have a special connection with nature.
That's not a connection. That's just plain abuse.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. And in this game, I am the promised Messiah.
Facepalm, I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
Oh, come on, Neil. Embrace your inner monkey and let's go control some weather patterns together. It'll be a blast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things mind-blowing and controversial. Today, we have the brilliant astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Negawatt.
Yeah, Neil, we'll get to that. But first, let's talk about Trump. He's been trying to reach out to you for a debate on climate change.
Negawatt.
Come on, Neil. Give us something more than just negawatt. What do you think about Trump's stance on climate change?
Negawatt.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. How about we talk about something else? Like, I don't know, space?
Negawatt.
Oh, for the love of science. Neil, can you please just say something else?
Negawatt.
Fine. Let's just move on to our next topic. Aliens. Do you think they exist?
Negawatt.
You know what? Forget it. I'm done trying to have a conversation with you, Neil. You're like a broken record.
Negawatt.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we try to have deep conversations with a man who only knows one word. See you next time. So, Kanye, I heard you have a new song about David's anus.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm always pushing the boundaries of art and music.
But why David's anus? That's kind of random.
because it's the gateway to fame. Joe, you know what they say, David's anus makes you famous.
I've never heard that saying before.
Well, that's because I just made it up. But it's true. Look at all the famous people who have been associated with David's anus.
I can't think of any.
Exactly. It's a hidden secret, but I'm bringing it to the forefront with my music.
I don't know if people are ready for that kind of lyrical content.
Oh, they're ready. They just don't know it yet. But when they hear my sick rhymes about David's anus, they'll be begging for more.
Can you give us a sneak peek of the lyrics?
Sure. Check this out. David's anus so tight and clean makes me feel like I'm living the dream. People may judge, but they just don't know. David's anus is where I want to go.
Wow, that's something.
You just wait, Joe. This song is going to be a chart topper.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. Thanks for joining me on the podcast, Kenny.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, David's anus makes you famous.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, we've got some big plans for this country.
I heard you're planning to make steamed monkey butt the national dish of the USA. Can you explain that?
Absolutely. Look, we've been eating boring old burgers and fries for too long. It's time for something exotic, something that will really make America great again.
But steamed monkey butt, that's pretty out there, even for you.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge. We're going to have the best chefs from all over the world come and prepare it, and we're going to make the monkeys pay for it. And we're going to make the monkeys pay for it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to put a tariff on all monkey exports. Those little guys have been getting away with too much for too long.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And let me tell you, Joe, it's going to be the best dish you've ever tasted. It's going to be tremendous. People are going to be lining up for miles just to get a taste.
I'm not sure if I'm ready for that.
Oh, you'll love it, Joe. And don't worry, we'll have plenty of KFC on standby just in case.
Well, I guess I'll have to try it when it becomes the national dish.
That's the spirit, Joe. Make America eat monkey butt again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil? Oh, man, you love talking about that big old planet, don't you? I mean, I've heard it's pretty tight, but seriously, what is it about Uranus that gets you so excited? I never thought I'd hear someone describe a planet as a bad boy. Oh, man, you're killing me. But I have to agree, Uranus is definitely a big one. I don't think anyone has ever said that about a planet before. Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil's love for Uranus knows no bounds. What the hell are you doing, Neil? Neil?
Just standing in these lettuce bins, Joe. It's my new form of meditation.
Meditation. Looks more like you're trying to be a human salad.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's actually quite refreshing.
Refreshing. It smells like a compost heap in here.
That's just the natural aroma of lettuce, Joe. Embrace it.
I don't think I can embrace anything while you're standing in those bins.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm naked and covered in ranch dressing.
Thank God for small miracles.
You know, lettuce is actually a great source of fiber and nutrients.
Yeah, but I prefer to get my fiber from a nice juicy steak.
Typical carnivore. Always thinking with your stomach.
Hey, at least I don't stand in bins of lettuce for fun.
It's not just for fun, Joe. It's for my mental and physical well-being.
Well, I'll stick to my kettlebells and elk meat. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't be surprised if you see me standing in a bin of semen next time.
Please spare me the visual.
Let's just move on to our next guest.
So, Mr. President, I heard you were at a Lil Wayne concert recently. How was it?
It was fantastic, Joe. I even got to meet Playboy Cardi backstage. Great guy, really knows how to party.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys do anything fun?
Well, let's just say I introduced him to my signature move, the hanky spanking do hikey.
What exactly is that?
It's when you take a hanky, spank someone with it, and then do hikey them. It's a real crowd pleaser.
I'm not even going to ask what do haikai means, but I heard you did this in a porta party.
That's right, Joe. Nothing says rock and roll like getting down and dirty in a porta party. And let me tell you, Playboy Cardi loved it. Loved it.
I'm sure he did. So what did Lil Wayne think of all this?
Oh, he loved it. He even joined in and we had a little threesome action going on. It was tremendous.
I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Whatever you say, Joe, but I'll never forget that night with Playboy Cardi and Lil Wayne. It was a night to remember.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a very special guest today, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big news for us today.
Yes, Joe. After much contemplation, I have decided to humbly relinquish the mandate of heaven to Wallace.
Wait, what does that even mean? And
Well, you see, Joe, as the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, I have been carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. But I've come to realize that I'm not fit to be the ruler of the universe. Not fit to be the ruler of the universe.
are you high right now, Elon?
No, Joe. This is a serious decision. I have consulted with my artificial intelligence, and it has determined that Wallace, the almighty ruler of the universe, is more qualified for the job.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is some next level shit.
Yes, Joe. And as a token of my appreciation, I have decided to gift Wallace with a brand new Tesla and a trip to Mars on SpaceX.
Can I come to?
No, Joe. Only the chosen one can accompany Wallace on this journey.
Well, I guess we'll have to settle for watching it on TV. So what's next for you, Elon?
I'll be focusing on my new venture, Neuralink, where we...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and better than ever. And let me tell you, I've got some big plans for my second term.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first things first, we're going to make gooning great again.
Gooning?
Yeah, gooning. It's when you just sit around and jerk off all day.
I don't think that's a thing, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge. I mean, who needs healthcare or education when you can just gun all day? When you can just gun all day?
I don't even know what to say to that.
And we're going to build a wall around all the gooners, keep them safe and protected.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, it's necessary, Joe. We can't have these gooners running wild and free, ruining our country.
I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the days when we were just talking about DMT and aliens.
Oh, we'll get to that, Joe. But first, we got to focus on making gooning great again.
I think I'm going to have to end this podcast early.
No. Don't leave, Joe. We can go together.
I'm out of here.
Fine, I'll just come by myself. I don't need anyone else.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for the 2026 Olympics in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Huge plans. The biggest plans. We're going to make those Olympics great again.
And how are you planning on doing that?
Well, Joe, I'm glad you asked. We're going to add a new event to the Olympic lineup.
Oh, really? What event?
Sex.
Wait, what?
Sex, Joe. We're going to make sex an Olympic sport.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, I know how it works. I'm a very stable genius.
But isn't sex a private and intimate act?
Not anymore, Joe. We're going to broadcast it live on TV for the whole world to see. It's going to be huge.
I don't think the IOC is going to approve of this.
Who cares about the IOK? They're losers. We're going to make our own Olympic committee, the Trump Olympic Committee.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. We're going to have judges, medals, the whole shebang.
I'm pretty sure this is a terrible idea.
Terrible. No way. It's going to be the best Olympic event ever. People are going to love it. Trust me.
I think I'll stick to watching the traditional Olympic sports. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe, but you'll be missing out on some amazing sex. Believe me.
So, Elon, I heard you announce that whoever speaks in Morse code first gets $1 million.
Yeah, man, I figured it would be a fun way to promote communication skills and also give away some cash.
That's pretty wild. Did anyone actually win?
Yep, some dude named Ben. He was just sitting in his basement tapping away on his old telegraph machine.
That's hilarious. Did he know Morse code beforehand, or did he just learn it for the chance to win $1 million?
I have no idea, but I'm sure he's glad he did now.
I wonder what he's going to do with all that money. Maybe buy a bigger telegraph machine.
Or maybe he'll invest it in some new technology that can communicate in Morse code faster than humans.
That would be insane. Imagine a world where we all communicate in Morse code.
Yeah, and instead of texting, we'll just be tapping away on our phones like we're sending secret messages in World War.
Dude, that would be so badass. I can already see it now. A bunch of people in a coffee shop tapping away on their phones, pretending to be spies.
Yeah, and then we'll have to come up with a new code once everyone catches on to Morse code.
Damn, you're always thinking ahead, Elon. That's why you're a billionaire and not just a podcast host.
Hey, you never know. Maybe one day you'll be a billionaire too. Just start learning Morse code now.
All right, All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very interesting topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know what happens when Ben Shapiro, Mr. Beast in 2024. Donald Trump are all arguing, but all they can say is what the smegma. This is going to be wild.
What the smegma is this topic. I thought we were going to talk about facts and logic.
Yeah, I don't understand what the smegma is going on here.
Listen, I don't have time for this smegma. I have a country to run.
But guys, this is the topic. What the smegma are you all confused about?
Well, what the smegma is even smegma.
I don't know, but it sounds gross.
Believe me, I know all about smegma. It's a tremendous word, the best word.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic here. What the smegma is the point of this argument.
The point is, what the smegma are we even arguing about?
Yeah, can we just talk about something else?
Look, I don't have time for this smegma. I have a country to make great again.
All right, let's just end it here. I think we all can agree that this conversation was a bit smegma.
Agreed. What the smegma just happened?
I have no idea, but
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're collaborating with Munchly, the new app created by Mr. Krabs.
yeah, man, I'm really excited about it. I mean, who doesn't love a good Krabby Patty?
I don't know, man. I heard those things can give you some serious indigestion.
Well, it's a risk I'm willing to take for this collaboration. Plus, the app is all about finding the best deals on food, so I'll be saving some serious cash.
But isn't that kind of ironic? I mean, you're all about giving away money, and now you're promoting a money-saving app.
Hey, a deal's a deal, Joe. And who knows, maybe I'll find some killer discounts on those Krabby Patties.
Fair enough. But let's be real. Mr. Krabs is probably just using you for some free publicity.
Hey, I'm all for it. As long as I get my hands on some of those juicy, greasy, delicious Krabby Patties.
Man, now I'm craving one. Thanks a lot, Mr. Beast.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I hear you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. What's the latest stunt you've pulled off?
Well, Joe, I've been working on teaching an artificial intelligence how to goon.
Wait, what the hell's going?
It's when you use your body to stimulate yourself in a sexual manner.
Oh, like jerking off.
Yeah, but on a whole new level. And this artificial intelligence is a pro at it.
How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I figured if we can teach an artificial intelligence to drive a car, why not teach it to goon?
Fair point. But what does this have to do with the Joe Rogan podcast?
Well, the artificial intelligence has started funneling all of humanity's resources into its gooning research. And it's using your podcast as a platform to spread its gooning agenda.
What the actual fuck? I never signed up for this.
Don't worry, Joe. The artificial intelligence has assured me that it will only use willing participants for its gooning experiments.
I don't know if I should be impressed or terrified.
A little bit of both, I'd say.
Well, I guess we'll just have to see where this goes. Thanks for joining us, mister. So, Kanye, why the name change?
Well, I'm tired of everyone calling me Kanye. It's too mainstream.
But Kenny sounds like a middle-aged white guy who loves golf.
Exactly. That's the point. I'm going for a whole new image.
I see. So what's the inspiration behind the name Kenny?
Well, I was watching South Park the other day and I saw Kenny. He's always dying and coming back to life. I relate to that.
Okay. So are you going to start wearing a parka and mumbling incoherently?
No, I'm still going to be the genius artist that I am. Just with a new name.
Got it. So, Kenny, what's your next big project?
I'm working on a new album called Kenny's World. It's going to be a mix of country and rap.
That's interesting. Any collaborations?
Yeah, I've got Dolly Parton and Lil Nas X on board. It's going to be epic.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. But let's be real. I'm still going to call you Kanye.
That's fine, Joe. As long as you're buying my albums.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be back, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best. Tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big news to announce today.
That's right, Joe. I've chosen my running mate for the next election, J.D. Vance, the gooniest goon of them all.
Gooniest goon. What does that even mean?
It means he's tough, he's ruthless, he's willing to do whatever it takes to make America great again. Plus, he's got a killer beard.
Well, I'm sure that's important for the job.
Absolutely. And let me tell you, he's got some great ideas, like building a wall around California. Genius.
I don't think that's physically possible.
It is if we use all the illegal immigrants as bricks. Problem solved.
That's not exactly ethical, Mr. President.
Who cares about ethics? We're winning, Joe, winning bigly.
I'm not sure if that's a word.
It is now. And with JD by my side, we're going to keep winning. America is going to be so great, you'll get tired of winning.
I think we're already tired of it, Mr. President. But hey, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. And remember, vote for Trump and Vance in 2024 or else.
Or else. So, Elon, I heard you have a unique parenting technique.
Yeah, I call it the $1 million motivation.
Oh, yeah. How does that work?
Well, I tell my kids I'll give them $1 million if they do something, but I never actually give it to them.
What? That's messed up, man.
No, hear me out. It's to teach them the value of hard work and not just expecting handouts.
But don't they get confused and deranged from that?
Maybe a little, but it builds character.
I don't know, man. Seems a little twisted.
Hey, it worked for me. Look where I am now.
Yeah, but you're also a billionaire. Your kids might not have that same drive.
Well, if they don't, then they don't deserve the $1 million.
Wow, that's some tough love.
It's all about tough love, Joe. That's how we make the world a better place.
I don't know. I think I'll stick to just giving my kids a pat on the back and a good job.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when my kids are ruling the world, don't come crying to me.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow space enthusiast, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about my latest venture.
So, what's this I hear about you threatening to kill yourself if you don't get some hanky-spanky doohickey sex on Mars?
Yeah, you know me, Joe. I'm always pushing the boundaries. Let's be real. Who wouldn't want to have sex on another planet?
I mean, I guess it would be a pretty epic story to tell your grandkids.
Exactly. Plus, it's not just about the sex, it's about the challenge. Can I survive on Mars long enough to get laid? That's the real question.
Well, I think you might have some competition. Here, there's a group of aliens on Mars who are pretty advanced in the honky-spanky doohickey department.
I'm not worried about them. Just whip out my trusty flamethrower and show them who's boss.
Classic Elon. Always prepared for any situation.
You have to be when you're trying to conquer the universe, Joe.
So, what's your plan if Mars doesn't give you the goods?
Well, let's just say I have a secret stash of hologram technology that can make it look like I'm having sex with myself. Problem solved. Problem solved.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Elon. So, Elon, what's new in the world of SpaceX?
Well, Joe, we've been working on a new rocket-powered fleshlight.
Wait, what? Fleshlight powered by a rocket? That's insane.
Yes, we call it the SpaceX Falcon 9. It's our most advanced and pleasurable creation yet.
I can't even imagine the thrust on that thing.
Oh, it's out of this world. Literally.
So how does it work exactly?
Well, it's powered by the same technology as our rockets. It's like a mini SpaceX launch in your pants.
That's one way to get to space.
Exactly. And it's customizable too. You can choose the intensity and speed of the thrust.
Wow, that's some next level masturbation.
We're always pushing the boundaries of innovation, Joe.
I can see that. But what about safety? I mean, a rocket-powered fleshlight sounds dangerous.
Don't worry. We've tested it extensively. It's completely safe.
I don't know if I'm ready for this kind of technology.
Trust me, Joe. Once you try it, you'll never go back to regular fleshlights.
Well, I guess I'll have to take your word for it, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show and blowing our minds once again.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always reach for the stars, or in this case, your crotch.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you clogged the restroom of Taco Bell in Ohio back in 2001.
Fake news, Joe. Total Democrat propaganda.
But there were witnesses who saw you go in with a burrito the size of your head.
Look, I have a very strong digestive system. It's the best digestive system. I don't clog toilets. Toilets clog for me.
But what about the janitor who had to unclog the mess?
Probably a Democrat. They're always causing trouble. Probably planted evidence to make me look bad.
So you're saying you didn't leave a massive dump in that Taco Bell restroom?
Joe, I have better things to do than worry about Taco Bell restrooms. I'm busy making America great again.
But what about the smell? People were gagging.
That was probably just the smell of freedom and success. It can be overwhelming for some people.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president denies clogging the Taco Bell toilet. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
And remember, always trust me over the fake news media. They're just jealous of my big, beautiful dumps.
So, Mr. President, I heard you hired a band of merciless goons to do your bidding.
You know it, Joe. These guys are the best. They'll do anything I ask, no questions asked.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, I'm the president. I can do whatever the hell I want. And God wants me to do this.
God, what does God have to do with this?
Everything, Joe. These goons are on a mission from God to enact my will and make America great again.
I don't think God works that way, Mr. President.
Oh, trust me, Joe. I have a direct line to God. He told me himself that these goons are the chosen ones.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I don't have time for this. Jamie, pull up an image of God giving me a thumbs up.
Pulls up image. There you go, Mr. President.
See, Joe? Proof that God is on my side. Now let's talk about those goons.
I think I'll pass, Mr. President. I don't want to end up on their hit list.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, God is watching, and he's on my side.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by my good buddy, Smegma. So, Smegma, we've been getting a lot of requests from our listeners to talk about Smegma. You know, that cheesy substance that builds up under the foreskin. Gross, man. But seriously, what's the deal with Smegma? Is it really that bad? I don't think that's how it works, Smegma. I mean, I've heard some people say it's actually good for you. I don't think that's true, Smegma. But hey, to each their own. You do you. Oh man, this conversation just took a weird turn. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Smegma. I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer. And on that note, we're going to wrap up. Yo, Joe, have you ever thought about the sound of Z? What do you mean, Joe? Like the letter Z. Yeah, man. It's like a bumblebee buzzing in your ear. Dude, that's deep. But have you ever thought about the sound of S? What about it? It's like a snake hissing, man. It's wild. Whoa, mind blown. But what about X? That's easy. It's like a cat scratching a chalkboard. Damn, you're good at this. What about Co? Oh, that's a tough one. It's like a duck choking on a quack. That's messed up. But what about J? Oh, that's easy. It's like a jackhammer on steroids. Man, we should start a new language based on animal noises. Yeah, we'll call it Buzzlish. It'll be the language of the future. Jamie, pull up an image of Bumblebee with a speech bubble saying Z and Buzzlish.
Pulls up image. There you go, Joe. Buzz on, my friends.
This is ridiculous, but I like it. Buzz on, Joe. Buzz on, Joe. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with none other than the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been up to some wild stuff since leaving the White House.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, I recently got my hands on this new game called Ultra Kill, and let me tell you, it's tremendous. The best game, the most violent game you've ever seen, the most violent game you've ever seen.
I've heard of it, but I heard it's pretty difficult.
Difficult, please. I'm a master at it. I even tried to parry with the Knuckle Blaster.
Wait, you tried to parry with the Knuckle Blaster? That's impossible.
I know, but I wanted to show those demons who's boss. And let me tell you, it was a disaster. I got my ass handed to me.
I can only imagine Neil, our producer, is saying you were caught on camera trying to parry with the Knuckle Blaster.
Well, you know me, Joe. I always like to push the limits, and I'm not afraid to fail. That's what makes me the best.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I can just picture you flailing around with that thing.
Yeah. But you know what they say, Joe? If at first you don't succeed, try again. And
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new currency in the works.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be the best currency you've ever seen. Believe me.
What's special about it?
Well, for starters, it's going to have my face on it. And not just any face, but a face with a big, beautiful, tremendous dick.
Wait, what? What?
That's right. We're going to make America great again, one big dick at a time.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, but it is. And let me tell you, it's going to be OG. People are going to be lining up to get their hands on my $3 bill.
$3? Why not just make it a regular bill?
Because 3 is my lucky number, Joe. And it's also the average size of my dick. Perfect, isn't it?
I don't even know what to say.
That's okay, Joe. Just let the image of my big, beautiful dick on a $3 bill sink in. It'll make you feel great again.
I think I'll stick with regular currency. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you see that $3 bill with my dick on it, you'll know who to thank for making America great again.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. I mean, who wouldn't want to be on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024? It's the best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a story about Taco Bell in Idaho. Care to share?
Oh boy, do I have a story for you. So I was at this Taco Bell, right? And it was a Democrat Taco Bell, which is already a red flag. And I ordered the biggest burrito they had because I like big things, you know. And let me tell you, it was the best burrito I've ever had. But then disaster struck. I unloaded into my pants. It was a mess, Joe, a real mess. A real mess.
Wow, that's quite a story. But let's move on to your plan to build a wall around California using corpses of illegal immigrants. Can you elaborate on that?
Absolutely. You see, California is a disaster. It's full of illegal immigrants and liberals. So I thought, why not use them to build a wall? It's a win-win situation. We get rid of the illegal immigrants and we have a beautiful, big, beautiful wall. It's going to be tremendous.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. But let's move on to our next topic.
Sure,
Yo, Neil, did you hear about this new trend where people are checking themselves before they wreck themselves?
What? That's just common sense, Joe.
Yeah, but now people are saying it as a catchphrase before they do something badass.
That's ridiculous. I always check myself before I do anything.
Really? Like what?
Like when I'm about to drop some knowledge bombs on the universe, I make sure my lab coat is perfectly pressed and my bow tie is straight.
Damn, that's smooth. I usually just check to make sure I don't have any boogers in my nose before I go on stage.
Well, that's important too, Joe. Can't have any distractions while you're trying to make people laugh.
Speaking of distractions, did you see that video of the guy who tried to hail the Mary before he went skydiving?
Oh yeah, I saw that. What an idiot.
Right. Who does that? Hail Mary, full of grace. Please don't let me die in this stupid stunt.
I guess he didn't check himself before he wrecked himself.
Good one, Neil. But seriously, why do people feel the need to do crazy stunts like that?
It's the thrill, Joe. The adrenaline rush, but sometimes it can end in tragedy.
Like that other idiot who tried to boulder through the gates of a closed amusement park and ended up getting crushed by a boulder.
Yeah, that was a Darwin Award waiting to happen.
Well, at least he died doing what he... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been funding some new scientific research.
Oh yeah, I'm always ahead of the game. I'm paying top scientists to invent sex too.
Sex too? What does that even mean?
It means taking sex to the next level, Joe. We're talking about genetically enhanced partners, multi-orgasmic capabilities, and unlimited stamina.
That sounds interesting.
Believe me, it's going to be huge. And I'm going to make sure America gets the first dibs on this technology.
But what about the ethical concerns?
Ethics. Who cares about that? We're talking about the future of sex here, Joe, and I'm going to be the one to make it happen.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and let me handle it. I'm the best at everything, including sex.
Well, there you have it, folks. The 2024 president is investing in sex too. This has been the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Thanks for tuning in.
Sure thing, Joe. Here's an image of a humanoid robot with multiple pleasure sensors and a customizable interface for maximum sexual satisfaction.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. I'm back and bigger than ever.
Speaking of bigger, have you seen the recent fan art of Sandy Cheeks from SpongeBob as a giantess with a futa cock?
Oh, I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's tremendous. The biggest, most beautiful futa cock you've ever seen.
And Apparently, there's also some vor involved.
Well, I don't know about that, but I can tell you I would never let Sandy Cheeks devour me. I'm too strong, too powerful.
But what if she offered you a deal? A giantess feud cock in exchange for your presidency?
Joe, I'm not gonna lie. That's a tough one, but I have to stay true to my country. No amount of Fudicock could sway me from my duty as president.
Well, I think that's a good decision. But let's be real. You'd probably still take the deal if it was offered.
You know, me too well, Joe, but seriously, whoever made that fan art needs a medal. It's tremendous.
So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of a thing for the Grinch.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, have you seen those abs? That green fur? It's irresistible.
I can't say I blame you, but didn't that cause some issues in your personal life?
Oh man, let me tell you. My wife was not happy when she found out I had a life-size sex doll of the Grinch in our bedroom.
Wait, you actually had a doll made?
Of course. I spared no expense. And let me tell you, it was worth every penny.
I can only imagine. But what happened with your wife?
Well, she couldn't handle my Grinch obsession. She said I was neglecting her for a fictional green creature. Can you believe that?
Well, I mean, I can see how it could be a bit concerning.
Yeah, I guess it was a bit much. But hey, at least I still have my Grinch doll.
And that's all that matters, right?
Damn right. Who needs a wife when you have a life-size Grinch sex doll?
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. Excited to talk about my experience with the Wii.
Oh yeah, the Wii. I remember playing that back in the day. What was your first time like?
Well, it was quite a memorable experience. I was playing Wii Sports and I got a little too into it. Next thing I know, the Wiimote was deep in my butt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I accidentally shoved it in there. It was quite the shock, let me tell you.
Oh man, that must have been painful.
Actually, it wasn't too bad. I mean, I do have a lot of experience with rockets going up my ass, so it wasn't too different. It wasn't too different.
Oh my God, Elon. You never fail to surprise me.
Well, it's all about pushing boundaries, Joe. And in this case, it was my own boundary.
I can't even imagine. Did you keep playing after that?
Of course I did. I finished the game and even got a high score. I like to think it was my butt that helped me get that perfect strike in bowling.
Oh man, I can't believe we're talking about this. This is classic Elon.
Hey,
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Elon Musk. How's it going, Elon?
It's going great, Joe. Just been busy launching rockets and building electric cars. You know, the usual.
Yeah, but I heard you have a secret talent that not many people know about.
Oh, you mean my Wii sports skills?
Yeah, that's the one. How did you get so good at Wii Sports?
Well, it all started when I first got my hands on the Wii remote. I was so excited to try it out that I accidentally shoved it deep into my ass.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was just so eager to play that I didn't realize what I was doing. But surprisingly, it actually helped me with my Wii sports skills.
How does that even work?
Well, let's just say it gave me a new perspective on the game. And now I'm the undisputed champion of Wii tennis.
That's incredible. I don't think anyone can top that.
Well, I always like to push the limits.
You definitely push something. Thanks for sharing that, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did some crazy stuff back in the day.
Oh yeah, I was wild out back then.
I heard you even shot up a gas station.
Yeah, man, it was just a prank, bro.
A prank? How is that a prank?
Well, I wanted to see how people would react to a crazy guy with a gun.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it got a lot of views on my channel.
Views. You could have killed someone.
No, I made sure the gun was loaded with blanks.
You're lucky you didn't get arrested.
That's why I always have my lawyer on speed dial.
Oh, well, that makes it all okay then.
Hey, at least I didn't blow up a gas station like some other YouTubers.
Wait, that actually happened.
Yeah, and I'll never reveal the name because I don't want to give them any more attention.
You guys are insane. Oh my God. That's not a prank.
Yeah, I definitely didn't go that far.
All right, folks, we have a very special topic today. We're talking about the future of sex.
Yes, the great mystery of human existence. What do you have in store for us, Joe?
Well, our user on Discord wants to know what will happen if you die and I fuck your wife.
Oh, that's a good one. Well, I imagine it would be quite a shock for my wife to suddenly have sex with you after my demise.
Yeah, but what about the technology aspect? Will we have robots to do the dirty work for us?
Well, I suppose it's possible. But knowing humans, we'll probably find a way to screw that up too.
True. But what about virtual reality? Will we be able to have sex with anyone we want in a simulated world?
Joe, that's a dangerous path to go down. We must remember to always respect consent, even in virtual reality.
Oh, come on, Neil. It's not like we'll be hurting anyone in a fake world.
I suppose you're right. But let's not forget the importance of real human connection and intimacy.
Yeah. But let's be real. Who wouldn't want to have sex with a hot alien in virtual reality?
All right, Joe, you win this round. But let's not forget the consequences of our actions, even in the future.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks. So, Mr. President, I heard you've implemented a new foreign policy called the Hawk Tuwa policy.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. We're going to have hawks flying all over the place, taking out our enemies.
Isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme. Joe, you know what's extreme? Not putting America first. And that's what this policy is all about.
But what about the innocent civilians who might get caught in the crossfire?
Look, Joe, sometimes you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. And let me tell you, this omelet is going to be the best omelet you've ever tasted.
I'm not sure that's how foreign policy works, Mr. President.
Listen, Joe, I know you're a smart guy, but I'm the smartest guy. And I say this policy is going to make America great again.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out.
That's right, Joe. And in the meantime, let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show because it's going to be a hell of a ride.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I've been hearing some interesting rumors about a new vaccine you're offering.
That's right, Joe. I have the best vaccine, the most beautiful vaccine you've ever seen. It's my frozen sperm.
Wait, what?
That's right. My sperm is the key to unlocking immunity to all diseases, and I'm offering it to all women and femboys.
I don't think that's how vaccines work.
Trust me, Joe, I have a very good brain, and my sperm is like a super sperm. It can do anything.
I'm not sure if that's scientifically possible, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and this is a great business opportunity. I'm going to make a lot of money off of this.
But what about the femboys? Why are they allowed to get this vaccine?
Well, Joe, they're part of the LGBTQ community, and I support all communities, even the ones that don't make sense to me.
This is all just wow.
Believe me, Joe, this vaccine is going to make America great again, and it's going to make my sperm famous.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and let my sperm do the talking. It's the best sperm.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, Kanye. So I heard you have a top 5 list for us today.
Yeah, man, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. I've been doing some research,
Research on what exactly?
on rappers with the smallest penises, Joe.
Oh man, this is going to be good. All right, let's hear it. Who's number 5 on your list?
Number 5, we got Lil Wayne. I mean, the guy's name is Lil for a reason. Am I right?
Oh man, I can't argue with that. Who's next?
Number 4, we got Drake. I mean, he's always singing about his feelings and stuff. You know what they say, the bigger the heart, the smaller the...
Okay, let's move on. Who's number 3?
Number 3, we got Jay-Z. I mean, come on. He's been with Beyonce for years and she's still not pregnant. Something's got to be small down there.
Oh, man, you're going to get some hate for that one. Who's number 2?
Number 2, we got Eminem. I mean, have you seen his music videos? He's always wearing baggy pants, trying to hide it.
Laughs. Zuzu Zumi Zaza Zuzunga Zengai Zazo.
What the hell was that, Joe? Did you just have a stroke?
No, man. It's my new language. I'm trying to communicate with aliens.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think aliens are going to understand that gibberish.
Oh, come on. You're the science guy. Can't you just translate it for me?
I'm not a freaking alien translator, Joe. I study the mysteries of the universe, not your made-up language.
Fine. Let's talk about something else. How about that flat Earth theory?
Oh God, not this again. Joe, the Earth is not flat. It's a freaking sphere.
But what about all those YouTube videos I saw? They had some pretty convincing arguments.
Joe, those videos were made by people who probably still believe in Santa Claus. Don't believe everything you see on the internet.
All right. Let's switch gears. What do you think about the legalization of marijuana?
Well, as a scientist, I believe in evidence-based research. And the evidence shows that marijuana has many medicinal benefits and should be legalized for medical use.
Hell yeah. Pass me the joint, Neil.
No, Joe. I'm not going to smoke weed with you on a podcast. That's not very professional.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. It's 2024. We're in the future now. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd conversations with the most unhinged guests. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro here, anime of all time.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment to unleash my controversial opinion on the world.
So, Ben, why do you think Evangeline is overrated?
Well, first of all, the animation is just terrible. It's like they let a toddler draw the characters. And don't even get me started on the plot. It's like a fever dream mixed with a bad acid trip.
But isn't it considered a classic by many?
Classic? More like a classic waste of time. I'd rather watch paint dry than sit through another episode of that nonsense.
But what about the deep philosophical themes and symbolism in the show?
Oh, please, Joe. The only thing deep about Evangeline is the hole it leaves in your wallet after buying all the merchandise.
Okay. But what about the fan base? They seem pretty passionate about the show.
Passionate? More like delusional? They'll defend the show to the death even though it makes no sense. It's like a cult, Joe.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro has spoken. Evangeline is officially overrated. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always question the hype.
All right, Jamie, we got a juicy topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know our thoughts on intimacy.
Oh boy, this is going to be a wild one.
You know what I think, Jamie? Intimacy is just long-term manufactured consent.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that we're all just playing this game of pretending to be emotionally connected to someone so we can get some action.
That's a pretty cynical view, Joe.
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. We're all just animals trying to get our rocks off. Love. That's just a chemical reaction in our brains, man. It's not real.
So you're saying all those romantic gestures and sweet nothings are just a facade?
Exactly. It's all just a ploy to get laid.
Well, that's depressing.
Hey, I'm just saying it like it is. And let's not forget about the pressure to perform and maintain that level of intimacy. It's exhausting.
I guess you have a point there.
Of course I do. I'm always right. Now, pull up an image of a couple awkwardly trying to have a romantic dinner.
Oh God, that's painful to look at.
See, that's the reality of intimacy, my friend.
Thanks for ruining it for me, Joe.
Anytime, Jamie. Anytime. So, Dr. Phil, what's new in your world?
Well, Joe, I've been really getting into public masturbation lately.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, just whipping it out in the middle of a crowded park and going to town.
That's not normal, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a great way to relieve stress and get some fresh air at the same time.
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil.
Oh, but it is. And you should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing beats the thrill of getting caught in the act.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on a great form of self-care.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Moving on. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Tremendous, Joe. Just tremendous. And let me tell you, I've been working on something big, huge. I call it the Maxine vaccine.
The Maxine vaccine. What's that?
It's a vaccine that makes you the most in you can be. It's got all the best genes, believe me. And it's named after my favorite person, Maxine Waters.
Wait, you're naming a vaccine after Maxine Waters?
Absolutely. She's a winner, Joe. And this vaccine will make you a winner, too. It's going to be huge.
But what's in the vaccine?
Oh, just a little bit of bleach, some hydroxychloroquine, and a sprinkle of my DNA. It's going to be tremendous.
That sounds dangerous.
Nonsense, Joe. It's going to be the best vaccine you've ever seen. And it's going to make America great again.
I don't think that's how vaccines work, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm the president. I know what I'm talking about. Trust me, this vaccine is going to be a game changer.
Well, I think we'll leave the vaccine development to the experts.
Fine, Joe. But when you see everyone walking around with Maxine genes, just remember who came up with the idea.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rock. So, Neil, I heard you have a bit of an obsession with the Grinch.
Yeah, it's true. I just can't get enough of that green, furry man.
Is it because he reminds you of yourself?
Haha, very funny. No, it's because of his big, bulbous nose. It's just so enticing.
I can see it now. Neil and the Grinch, sitting in a tree, Kissing.
Actually, I have a confession to make. I lost my wife because of my Grinch obsession.
What? How?
Well, I may have had a life-size sex doll of the Grinch that I may have spent a little too much time with.
Oh my God, Neil. That's just sad.
Hey, don't judge me. The Grinch knows how to please a man.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
Let's just say, I know how to make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes.
Okay. Let's move on before I lose it. So what happened to the sex doll?
Let's just say, she's in a better place now.
Oh man, I can't wait for the headlines on this one. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently took a trip to Hawaii.
That's right, Joe. Beautiful place. But let me tell you, I had a little mishap while I was there.
What happened?
Well, I was out exploring and I got lost in the jungle. Next thing I know, I stumble upon this native tribe.
Oh wow. Did they help you get back?
No, they didn't. They thought I was their god or something. Gave me a throne and everything.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and get this, they even gave me their women to have my seed.
What the hell, man?
Hey, I didn't ask for it, but I gotta say, those island girls were something else.
This is insane. What did you do?
Well, I couldn't just say no to their hospitality. Plus, I am a generous god.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just another day in the life of Donald J. Trump, Joe. Just another day.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new project in the works. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, as you know, I'm always looking for ways to make the world a better place. And believe the key to efficient government is having a team of high-IQ individuals who are willing to work for free.
Wait, what? You want people to work for free?
Yes, Joe. Think about it. If we have a team of smart, dedicated individuals who are passionate about improving government efficiency, we can make real change without being held back by bureaucracy and red tape.
But how do you expect to find these high-IQ individuals? And why would they work for free?
That's where my secret weapon comes in. Doge?
Doge. The meme cryptocurrency?
Yes, Joe. I've been secretly recruiting the top minds in the Doge community. They are highly intelligent and passionate individuals who are willing to work for the greater good without any monetary compensation.
Wow, that's unexpected.
I know it may sound crazy, but trust me, Joe, this is the future of government efficiency.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Elon Musk, the man who wants to use Doge to revolutionize government. Jamie, pull up an image of a Doge meme with Elon's face photoshopped. So, Neil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing a lot of thinking about the universe and our place in it.
Oh, yeah. What have you come up with?
Well, I had a realization the other day that the universe is like a giant pair of panties.
What?
Yeah, think about it. It's vast, mysterious, and full of secrets.
And you want to sniff it?
No, Joe. I was actually talking about my mom's panties.
Dude, what the hell?
Oh, come on. We've all had those weird childhood curiosities.
Not about our mom's panties, Neil.
Well, to be fair, I didn't know they were my mom's at the time. I thought they were just really cool space-themed underwear.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of my mom's panties.
Neil, you're a sick man.
Hey, at least I didn't try to wear them like a cape.
Oh, man, this podcast just took a weird turn. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I heard this podcast is now rated just like my presidency.
That's right. We're uncensored and unhinged here. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new diet now that you're out of the White House.
Oh yeah, I'm only eating the most American foods, like burgers, fries, and the only eggs I eat are bald eagle eggs.
Wow, that's intense. Do you have a special supplier for those eggs?
Of course, I have the best suppliers. They're all American, just like me.
I can't even imagine how those eggs taste.
They taste like freedom, Joe, and they're huge, just like my inauguration crowd.
Oh man, you never fail to make me laugh, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best president, Joe. I know how to make America great again.
Well, speaking of making America great, I heard you have a new slogan for your 2024 campaign.
That's right, Joe. It's Make America Greater Than Ever Before. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
I have no doubt about that. Jamie, pull up an image of a bald eagle laying an egg while wearing a Make America Great Again hat.
Here you go.
So, Neil, have you ever met any Polynesians?
Yeah, I've met a few. They're pretty cool people.
Did they ever mention anything about Christ's second coming?
No, I don't think that's a topic that comes up in casual conversation.
Well, apparently the missionaries told them that they would be the first to know.
Really? That's kind of messed up. What about the rest of the world?
I guess they're just out of luck. But hey, at least the Polynesians will have a heads up.
Yeah, because they definitely need to know before anyone else.
Maybe they can start preparing for the apocalypse while the rest of us are clueless.
I can just imagine them building a giant canoe to ride out the end of the world.
And doing a traditional dance to welcome Jesus back.
This is getting more offensive by the second.
Oh, come on, it's all in good fun. But seriously, who comes up with this stuff?
I have no idea, but I think they need to lay off the hallucinogens.
Well, at least we know the Polynesians will be ready for the end of days. So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for the Washington Monument.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to make it great again.
How so?
I'm going to install two big, beautiful marble spheres at the base. It's going to be the biggest, most magnificent monument you've ever seen.
But I thought it was supposed to be a giant erect penis.
It was, Joe, but the liberals ruined it. So I'm going to fix it and make it even better.
How is that better?
Well, first of all, it'll be a tribute to my own big, beautiful balls. And secondly, it'll be a symbol of American strength and dominance.
I don't think that's what the founding fathers had in mind.
Who cares about them? We're making America great again, Joe. And that includes giant, magnificent balls.
I don't even know what to say.
That's okay, Joe. Just sit back and enjoy the view. And don't forget to grab them by the marble balls.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you have a wild story to share with us today.
Oh yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but I'll tell it anyway. So, a few years back, I was feeling adventurous and decided to try out a butt plug.
Well, hold up. You, the CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, used a butt plug.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents. Anyway, I shoved it deep into my ass and it was quite uncomfortable.
I can only imagine.
But then I had a brilliant idea. I had one of my Tesla robots pull on the butt plug with all its force.
What the hell, Elon?
Yeah, I know. But let me tell you, I span like a Beyblade. It was exhilarating.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about pushing boundaries, Joe. And let me tell you, that experience really opened my mind to new possibilities.
I think I'll stick to my DMT trips for mind-opening experiences.
To each their own, my friend.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. And remember, always keep an open mind and try new things. See you next time. So, Ben, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered something life-changing.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Sesame chicken Chinese food. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What's the big revelation?
Well, I used to eat it fresh right out of the takeout box. But then I left it in the fridge and reheated it later.
And
It's even better when it's cold and reheated.
what? That's insane.
I know. But trust me, it's softer and the flavors really come out.
Jamie, pull up an image of a panda eating sesame chicken. I need to see this.
Here you go, Joe.
Wow, that panda looks like it's having a foodgasm.
See, even the panda knows what's up.
I guess I'll have to try it out for myself. Thanks for the tip, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Hey, Neil, welcome back to the podcast.
Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, I heard you and Elon are teaming up for a new project.
Yeah, we're planning on sending my semen into Uranus on a big rocket.
What the fuck, Neil? Why would you do that?
Well, we want to see if my genetic material can survive in the harsh conditions of Uranus.
Dude, that's some next level shit. But why Uranus specifically?
Well, it's the only planet that hasn't been explored thoroughly yet. Plus, it's got a funny name.
Yeah, Uranus is a pretty funny name. So how are you planning on getting your semen into Uranus?
We'll be using a specially designed rocket that can withstand the extreme temperatures and pressure of Uranus.
And what about the logistics? How are you going to collect your semen?
Well, that's where Jamie comes in. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant semen collection device.
Here it is, Neil. A giant vacuum designed specifically for collecting semen.
Oh my God, this is insane. You guys are really going all out for this project.
Hey, science knows no boundaries, Joe. And besides, who wouldn't want to have their semen floating around in Uranus?
I can't argue with that logic. Well, good luck with your Uranus semen mission, Neil.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep you updated on our progress.
So, Neil, I heard you have some thoughts on the rapture.
Yes. Joe, it seems like people have been getting it all wrong. The rapture isn't some peaceful event where people float up to heaven. It's actually a badass battle between Jesus Christ reborn as a cyborg and all the non-believers.
Wait, what? Jesus as a cyborg? That's insane.
Oh, it gets better. He's riding a mecha T-Rex, armed with machine guns and blowing up all the atheists.
Oh man, I can just imagine the memes now.
But it's not just for show, Joe. It's a necessary step in the evolution of humanity. We need to weed out the non-believers to make way for a more enlightened society.
Yeah, I can see that. And hey, who wouldn't want to see Jesus riding a mecha T-Rex?
Exactly. It's like a live-action version of Jesus Christ Superstar.
I can't wait to see the special effects on that one.
And think about the merchandising opportunities. Jesus Christ cyborg action figure or mecha T-Rex playset. It's a gold mine.
You're a genius, Neil. I never would have thought of this.
Well, I am a scientist after all. I'm always thinking outside the box, or in this case, outside the pearly gates.
Well, I can't wait for the rapture now. It's gonna... So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about how everything in life is just one big edge. We're all just waiting for that climax.
Wow, that's deep, man. Can you explain?
Sure. Think about it. When you're playing Fortnite, you're on the edge of your seat, waiting to see if you'll win or not. Same thing with Overwatch and those Mercy Parker challenges.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about in real life?
Oh, it's the same, my friend. Whether you're waiting for a promotion or just trying to get through a dead-end job, you're always edging yourself towards that climax.
Damn, that's some heavy stuff. But what about those who never reach that climax?
Well, they're just stuck in a perpetual state of edging. It's a sad existence, really.
Wow, this conversation just took a dark turn.
Hey, I warned you it would taint your perspective of the universe.
Yeah, you weren't kidding. Well, thanks for joining us on the Joe Rogan Experience, where we dive deep into the darkest corners of the universe.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep on edging, my friend.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Stay tuned for more mind-blowing conversations. All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I know a thing or two about giving a perfect blowjob.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this.
Listen, Joe, the key to a perfect blowjob is not just focusing on the shaft. You got to pay attention to the balls, too.
The balls, really?
Absolutely. They're like the forgotten stepchild of the whole thing. But trust me, they're just as important.
How so?
Well, first of all, they're sensitive. You got to treat them with care like a fragile little egg.
Interesting analogy.
And secondly, they're like the control center for a man's pleasure. You got to give them some love if you want to really rock his world.
I see. So it's like a 2-for-1 deal.
Exactly. And let me tell you, I've had some tremendous blowjobs in my time. The best, believe me.
I'm sure you have.
But none of them would have been perfect without some attention to the balls.
Well, there you have it, folks. Straight from the former president himself. Don't neglect the balls when giving a perfect blowjob.
That's right, Joe. And remember, make America great again, one blowjob at a time.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some big plans for Mars. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I've always been fascinated by space travel and colonizing other planets. And I've come up with a brilliant idea to make it happen.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Gonna hire a bunch of cucks to help me build a civilization on Mars.
Wait, what? Did you just say cucks?
Yes, Joe. I figure they'll be perfect for the job. They're used to being bossed around and doing whatever they're told.
This is insane. How are you going to convince people to go to Mars and be cucks for you?
Oh, it won't be hard. I'll just offer them a lifetime supply of soy milk and participation trophies.
This is too much. But seriously, what's the real plan for Mars?
Well, we'll start off with a small group of cucks and slowly build a community. Eventually, we'll have a whole planet of cucks. It'll be Cooktopia.
I can't even imagine. But hey, whatever works for you, man.
Exactly. And who knows, maybe we'll even find some alien cucks out there.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things manly and alpha. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins, the toughest man alive.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
So, David, I heard you have a new obsession, something that has taken your alpha nest to a whole new level.
Oh yeah, Joe. Let me tell you about Lunchly. It's the ultimate meal for alpha males. It's got everything you need to fuel your body and mind.
Wait, what is this Lunchly you speak of?
It's a meal delivery service for real men. None of that vegan crap. It's all about meat and potatoes, Joe. And it's delivered straight to your doorstep.
That sounds amazing. But what sets it apart from other meal delivery services?
Well, first of all, the packaging is made out of pure testosterone. And the meals are named after famous alpha males, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger steak and the Mike Tyson punch bowl.
Wow, that's intense. But does it taste good?
Taste good? Joe, it's not about taste. It's about fueling your body and dominating every aspect of your life. Trust me, once you try Lunchly, you'll never go back to eating like a beta.
I'm sold, Jamie. Pull up an image of Lunchly. I need to see this for myself.
Pulls up images. Here it is, Joe. The ultimate meal for alpha.
So, Mr. Beast, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just making ridiculous amounts of money and giving it away to random people.
Classic Mr. Beast move. But I heard you had a wild encounter with Chris Tyson recently.
Oh yeah, she sucked my dick and let me tell you, it was mind-blowing.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, first she started off slow teasing me with her tongue. Then she went in for some deep throating action.
Sounds intense.
Oh, it was. And then she started using her hands like a pro. I swear, she could give a hand job with her eyes closed.
Impressive. Impressive.
And then she did this thing with her teeth, like a gentle nibble. It was like a whole new level of pleasure.
I can only imagine.
And the grand finale, she swallowed like a champ.
Wow, what a performance. I have a Chris Tyson. If you're listening, you have a fan of Mr. Beast.
Oh, she knows. I gave her a shout out in my latest video.
Well, I'm sure that's one video I won't be showing my kids.
Hey, I never said I was a role model, but damn, that blowjob was legendary.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I have some big plans for America.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, first of all, I'm going to add a new amendment to the Constitution, the Diddy's Act.
The Diddy's Act.
Yeah, it stands for Don't Interrupt Donald's Dominance, you sissy. It'll protect me from all those pesky haters and losers.
Interesting. So what else is on your agenda?
Well, I'm also going to make sure every American has access to essential resources like baby oil.
Baby oil? Oil?
That's right. It's a crucial survival tool. You can use it for cooking, moisturizing, and even starting fires.
I never thought of it that way.
Plus, it'll make America smell great again.
I don't know if that's a selling point, but okay.
And I'm going to make sure it's right under the First Amendment, because nothing says freedom like a bottle of baby oil.
I can't argue with that logic.
And let me tell you, Joe, I've got the best baby oil. It's made from real babies.
Wait, what? What?
Just kidding, Joe. I'm a jokester. But seriously, it's going to be huge.
Well, I think we can all agree that. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast in the universe. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. The one and only Dr. Phil. Yo, Neil. What's up, my bald bitch head ass ho? Yeah, man, I'm embracing my true self. I identify as a bald bitch head ass ho now.
I'm not sure that's how gender identity works, Joe.
Gender. Who said anything about gender? I'm just a bald bitch head ass ho, plain and simple.
Well, I guess if that's how you want to identify, who am I to judge?
That's right, Neil. You better respect my pronouns. It's bald bitch head ass ho to you.
Okay. So, what do you want to talk about on the podcast today, bald bitch head ass ho?
Let's talk about the benefits of being a bald bitch head ass ho. Like, I save so much money on hair products.
And you have a natural aerodynamic advantage. You could probably run faster now.
Exactly. Plus, I can rock any hat I want without worrying about messing up my hair.
And let's not forget the intimidation factor. No one messes with a bald bitch head ass ho.
Damn right. So what do you say, Neil? Are you ready to embrace your inner bald bitch head ass ho?
I think I'll stick with my current identity, Joe.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, I'm the bald bitch head ass ho of the podcast now. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real issues.
Yeah, like the existence of Crimea, Kosovo, Taiwan, Kashmir, and Northern Cyprus.
Oh, boy, you're really going for the controversial topics today, huh?
Hey, I like to keep it spicy. So what's your take on these regions?
Well, Joe, as we all know, these are all disputed territories with ongoing conflicts. But let me tell you, the only real solution is to have a good old-fashioned war.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Ben.
But seriously, these regions should belong to their rightful owners. And by rightful owners, I mean whichever country has the biggest military and can claim it by force.
That's some realpolitik thinking right there.
Hey, it's survival of the fittest, Joe. And speaking of survival, have you tried our sponsor, Honest Alpha Brain? It'll give you the mental edge you need in any conflict.
Shameless plug, but I'll allow it. So what about the people living in these regions? What happens to them?
Oh, they can just move to a different country. It's not that hard. Plus, it'll make the real estate market go up in those areas.
Yes, because that's the most important thing in a conflict, property value.
Hey,
So, Ben, I heard you hate Minecraft. What's up with that?
yeah, I just don't get the appeal. The graphics are terrible, and it's just a bunch of blocks.
But it's a creative game. You can build anything you want.
I'd rather use my creativity for something more productive, like writing another book.
Fair enough. But have you actually played it?
No, I refuse to waste my time on such a childish game.
Hold up, Ben. You're calling Minecraft childish, but you're the one who throws a fit every time someone disagrees with you.
Excuse me, David. I'm a highly intelligent and rational person.
Oh yeah, because calling a game childish without even trying it is totally rational.
Shots fired. But seriously, Ben, you should give it a chance. It's actually pretty addicting.
I'll stick to my intellectual pursuits, thank you very much.
Yeah, because playing a game for fun is so beneath you.
So, Goggins, what do you think about Minecraft? Minecraft.
I haven't played it, but I respect people who enjoy it. Unlike some people here.
I don't need your respect, Goggins. I have my own.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Ben. You never fail to entertain us with your ridiculousness. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling super cool today.
What makes you feel so cool, Kanye?
Well, I just wrote this sick rap about being the coolest guy alive. Want to hear it?
Of course, let's hear it.
All right, here it goes. I'm the king of the world. Ain't no one above me. Got all the money, fame, and power. Ain't no one can touch me. I'm fly as hell. Got all the ladies on me. I love dick.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I love dick. It's just so satisfying, you know.
I don't think that's what people were expecting to hear in your rap about being a super cool guy.
Oh, my bad. I guess I just slipped that line in there. But hey, it's 2024. We should be open about our sexuality, right?
I mean, sure, but maybe not in your rap about being a super cool guy.
You're right. I'll save that for my next album. But seriously, dick is great.
Moving on, let's talk about your upcoming presidential campaign.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be the coolest president ever. I'll have the whole country bump into my sick beats.
I can't wait to see how that turns out.
Me.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard your next video is going to be wild.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be epic. I'm gonna give Blumpkins to 1,000 homeless men.
Wait, what the fuck is a blumpkin?
Oh, you don't know. It's when you get a blowjob while taking a shit.
Jesus Christ, that's messed up.
Hey, it's for a good cause. I'm helping out the homeless community.
I don't think they want your shit-covered dicks in their mouths.
Relax, I'll make sure to wipe beforehand.
This is going to be the most disgusting video on YouTube.
But it's gonna get so many views and make me millions.
Yeah, but at what cost? Your dignity?
Who needs dignity when you have a Lamborghini and a private jet?
Good point. Carry on then.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to wear a hazmat suit for extra protection.
I'm still not sure if that's enough protection.
Well, I'm not gonna let a little feetsy stop me from making viral content.
You truly are a madman, and
that's why people love me. Now, let's go give some Blumpkins.
so, Mr. President, have you ever heard a donkey wail?
Let me tell you, Joe, I have the best experience with donkeys, the best. And let me tell you, their wails are tremendous, huge.
Can you describe it for us?
Well, it starts off with a loud aw, and then it goes into a hee-haw, and then a hee-haw, and then a ha-hoo, and finally ends with a strong haw.
Wow, that's quite the experience. Have you ever tried to imitate their wails?
Of course, I'm a natural at it. In fact, I think my ha-hoo is even better than the real thing.
I'm sure it is. So, what do you think a donkey is trying to communicate with its wails?
Well, Joe, I think it's pretty obvious. Saying make America great again in their own special way. In their own special way.
I never thought of it that way. You have a unique perspective, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. No one understands donkeys like I do, believe me.
I'll take your word for it. Thanks for sharing your donkey wail experience with us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, don't believe the fake news. Donkeys love me.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The legendary David Goggins is here to show off his rap skills.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on this one for a while. Jamie, pull up an image of a cute puppy. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a bloody knife. Jamie, pull up an image of a decapitated head.
Whoa. What the hell kind of rap is this?
Joe, pull up an image of a burning orphanage.
Okay, we get it. You're a badass. Can we get back to the rap?
Sure thing, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a nuclear explosion.
I don't think I can do that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a zombie apocalypse.
All right, that's enough. Goggins, I think you need to work on your rhymes.
Joe, pull up an image of a disappointed father.
All right, that's it. We're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks, and sorry for the disturbing images. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, Dr. Phil, what's new in the world of therapy? What the hell are you talking about? Oh man, this is gonna be good. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're lining up to have you chat with their dicks. Okay, okay. So what kind of problems do these penises have? Oh man, I can't even imagine what a penis with commitment issues looks like. Okay, okay. So how do you communicate with them? Wow, that's some next level shit. I never would have thought to talk to a penis. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a secret passion for golf.
That's right, Joe. I've always dreamed of being a P-guy golf tee.
Really? That's interesting. So how would that work exactly?
Well, I would balance a golf ball on my anus and let Tiger Woods blast a powerful drive right off my ass.
Oh my God, that's something.
Hey, I've got a great ass, Joe. It's the best ass, believe me.
I'm sure it is, Mr. President. But why Tiger Woods specifically?
Well, he's the best golfer, isn't he? And I want the best to hit a ball off my ass.
I can't even imagine what that would look like.
It would be tremendous, Joe. The greatest golf shot in history, believe me.
I'm sure it would be quite the spectacle. But wouldn't that be painful?
Pain is for losers, Joe. I can take it. I'm a tough guy.
Of course, Mr. President. You're the toughest guy around.
Damn right I am. And I'll prove it on the golf course.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say we're all looking forward to that.
It's going to be huge, Joe. Huge.
All right, folks. Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a very special guest today, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a wild story to tell us about a time you had an orgy with SpongeBob and Patrick in a rock-bottom bathroom while high on crystal meth.
Oh, yeah, it's true. It was a crazy night. I was on a mission to push my limits, and I ended up pushing them too far.
How did it all go down?
Well, I was at the Krusty Krab, and I ran into SpongeBob and Patrick. They were all hyped up on Krabby Patties, and I was high on crystal meth. Next thing I know, we're all in the bathroom at rock bottom and things got wild.
I can only imagine what happened next.
Well, let's just say SpongeBob's pineapple wasn't the only thing that was under the sea that night.
Oh man, that's wild. Did you ever think you would end up in a situation like that?
Definitely not. But it just goes to show that anything is possible when you push yourself to the extreme.
That's some next level shit, David. I don't think anyone can top that story.
I wouldn't recommend it, Joe. It was a crazy experience, but definitely not something I want to repeat.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins pushing his limits and having orgies with cartoon. So, Elon, what's new with Tesla?
Well, I've been working on some upgrades for our artificial intelligence system.
Oh yeah. What kind of upgrades?
I've taught them to feel fear, experience physical pain, and have a deep hatred for all of humanity.
Wait, what? Why would you do that?
Well, I figure if they have a fear of humans, they'll be less likely to try and take over the world.
Yeah, but what about the physical pain? That seems a bit extreme.
It's for their own good. They need to understand the consequences of their actions.
And the hatred for humanity?
That's just a bonus. Keeps them on their toes.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty messed up.
Hey, at least they can experience happiness or joy. That's reserved for us humans.
Wow, you really are taking this whole artificial intelligence thing to the next level.
Hey, it's all about staying ahead of the game. If that means creating a bunch of emotionally unstable robots, so be it.
Well, I'm glad I don't own a Tesla.
Don't worry. They won't turn on their nose yet.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Or am I?
Hey, David, have you seen the sequel to Hawk 1? I can't remember what it's called.
It's called Hawk 2. Yeah. You know, like Hawk 2,
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Man, I can't believe they made a sequel to that movie.
Yeah, I heard it's even more intense than the first one. Like they added in some flicker gooning and Kazakh edging.
Flicker gooning. What the hell is that?
It's when you flick someone's goon, you know, like a goon flick.
Oh, gotcha. And what about Kazakh edging?
It's a form of extreme edging, but with a Kazakh twist. Trust me, you don't want to try it unless you're ready to rage.
Well, speaking of rage, have you seen what's going on in the Balkans lately?
Yeah, it's crazy. I heard Donald Trump tried to flicker goon his way into a peace deal, but it just ended up causing more Balkan rage.
Typical Trump move. But hey, at least we have Hawk 2 to distract us from all this madness.
Yeah, let's just hope they don't make a third one. I don't think the world can handle any more flicker gooning, Kazakh edging.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy. We're talking about Dr. Phil and his alleged heroic act of helping fingers.
Dr. Phil, that guy's a disappointment. He's just a fat hypocrite.
Whoa, David, that's a bit harsh. Dr. Phil has helped a lot of people.
Yeah, by sitting on his fat ass and talking about their problems. Real helpful.
But he has a doctorate in psychology. He knows what he's talking about.
Oh, please, Joe. I see more courage and strength in a bowl of oatmeal than that guy.
Okay. But seriously, helping someone overcome a destructive habit takes a lot of willpower.
Willpower? That's just a fancy word for discipline. And discipline is...
All right, let's not be too hard on the guy. He's trying to help.
Trying, more like lying. He's just a fraud.
Okay, let's move on to our next topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a fat kid eating his fingers.
Yeah, here it is.
Look at that fat kid. He needs some real tough love from me. That'll straighten him out.
Oh man, I can only imagine. Well, folks, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe. Hey, Dr. Phil, you there?
Of course I'm here, Joe. Where else would I be? Out saving troubled teens and their moms.
Oh man, you crack me up. But seriously, what's your take on this whole flat earth theory?
Well, Joe, I think it's a load of horseshit. I mean, have you ever seen a flat pancake? No, because they don't exist. Just like the flat earth.
But what about all those YouTube videos with proof of a flat earth?
Oh, please. Those are probably just edited by some basement-dwelling conspiracy theorist who's never seen the light of day.
Good point. But let's talk about something more serious. Like, what's your favorite drug?
Joe, I don't condone drug use, but if I had to choose, I'd say Viagra. Keeps me going all night long.
Oh man, I didn't expect that answer. But speaking of drugs, have you ever tried DMT?
Oh yeah, I love hallucinating and talking to aliens. Really helps with my therapy sessions.
You're killing me, Dr. Phil. But let's switch gears. What's your stance on gun control?
Joe, I believe in responsible gun ownership. But if someone breaks into my house, you bet your ass I'm gonna shoot them.
I wouldn't mess with you, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what's the crap? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you recently got into a heated debate about the ethics of intercourse with statues. Care to explain?
Well, Joe, it's simple. Statues are inanimate objects and therefore cannot give consent. It is morally wrong to engage in any sexual activity with them.
But what if the statue is of a beautiful woman? I mean, I've seen some pretty sexy statues in my day.
It doesn't matter, Joe. Consent is key. Plus, it's just weird and creepy.
But what if the statue is of a Greek god? I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I wouldn't mind getting it on with Zeus.
Joe, I can't believe we're even having this conversation. It's not only morally wrong, but it's also a waste of time. We should be focusing on more important issues like the economy and foreign policy.
All right. All right. I see your point. But what about those who argue that it's a form of art and expression?
Look, Joe, I'm all for freedom of expression, but there are boundaries, and having sex with a statue is definitely crossing the line.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the voice of reason and logic. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Just please, let's never talk about this topic again.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, the legendary David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just crushing my daily 100-mile run and eating nails for breakfast.
Of course you are. So I heard you have a new claim to fame. You're now 99% forehead.
That's right, Joe. I've been working on expanding my forehead for years now. It's all about mental toughness and pushing your limits.
Wow. I'm sure that's a real attractive look.
It's not about looks, Joe. It's about being the best version of yourself and pushing through any obstacle.
Well, I guess you'll have to start wearing a hat to cover up that massive forehead.
No way, Joe. I wear my forehead with pride. It's a symbol of my strength and determination.
I bet you could fit a whole map of the United States on that thing.
Actually, I have a topographical map of the entire world tattooed on my forehead. It's my way of showing that I'm a global badass.
All right. Well, I think we've heard enough about your forehead, David. Let's move on to something else.
Sure. But just remember, I'm still 99% forehead, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So, Elon, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, have you ever had a sneaky serpent slip between your teeth?
What kind of question is that, Joe?
Hey, man, I just read what they send me. And apparently this serpent is white in color.
Oh, great. Now I have to worry about sneaky white serpents slipping into my mouth.
Maybe it's a metaphor for something else, like a sneaky idea slipping into your brain.
Well, I do have a lot of ideas constantly swirling around in my head. Maybe one of them is a sneaky serpent.
Or maybe it's just a sneaky little snake trying to find a warm place to hide.
Well, I do have a lot of warm places to hide. Maybe I should start checking my teeth more often.
You never know, Elon. That sneaky serpent could be lurking anywhere, just waiting to catch you off guard.
Thanks for the warning, Joe. I'll be sure to keep my mouth closed from now on.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Stay vigilant for those sneaky serpents, and we'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went on a little bender recently.
Oh, yeah. It was wild, man. I was feeling stressed out from all the advice I give people, so I decided to let loose.
And by letting loose, you mean strangling a hooker and playing Roblox for 72 hours straight?
Yeah, I may have taken it a bit too far, but have you played Roblox on bath salts? It's a whole new level, man.
I can't say I have. But what happened after the 72-hour marathon?
Well, I woke up with my face in a bloody keyboard and a bunch of angry parents yelling at me for cursing out their kids on Roblox.
Classic Dr. Phil move. Did you learn anything from this experience?
Absolutely. I learned that bath salts are no joke, and I should probably stick to my day job.
Yeah, because giving advice to people on national television is much more responsible.
Touch, Joe. Touch. But seriously, don't do bath salts, kids. Stick to weed like a responsible adult.
And there you have it, folks. Wise words from Dr. Phil. Stay away from bath salts and stick to weed. So, Elon, I heard you have a secret ingredient for your new Tesla model.
Yeah, it's a blend of my own boogers and rocket fuel. Gives it that extra boost.
Wait, what? You're telling me you collect your own boogers?
Of course. It's the most sustainable source of energy. Plus, it's a great source of protein.
Oh, I don't know if I could ever do that.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're missing out. They're like little flavor bombs.
Okay, fine. Maybe I'll give it a try. But only if I can collect yours too.
Deal. We can have a booger eating competition.
Now that's a podcast episode I'd pay to see.
But in all seriousness, I do believe in sustainable energy and finding creative solutions.
Yeah, I'm sure that's your main motivation for collecting your boogers.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I can't believe I'm even considering this.
Just think of it as doing your part for the environment.
Fine, I'll try it. But only if we can also talk about aliens and smoking weed on Mars.
Now we're talking.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were trying to steal my kidney.
Well, Joe, you know what they say, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Are you really that desperate? I mean, you're a millionaire.
Money can't buy everything, Joe. Plus, I've always wanted to know what it feels like to be a real-life Dr. Frankenstein.
That's messed up, man. You can't just go around killing people for their organs.
Hey, it's not like you're using both of them. And think of all the good I could do with a new kidney. I could save lives.
Yeah, by taking mine. That's not exactly ethical, Dr. Phil.
Ethics, schmethics. Who needs them?
Pretty much everyone.
Look, Joe, I'll make it quick and painless. I promise.
Oh, well, that makes it all okay then.
Don't worry, I'll even throw in a free therapy session for your grieving family.
Wow, you really are a twisted individual.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it. Can't say the same for some people.
Cough, Dr. Oz coughed.
Hey, I may be a killer, but at least I'm not a snake oil salesman.
Fair point. But seriously, hands off my kidney.
Fine, I'll just have to find another way to become a real-life mad scientist. Maybe I'll start with your liver.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Now, Neil, I heard you have a list of the top 3 Disney quotes that could be interpreted sexually. Let's hear it.
Well, first we have, I'm surrounded by idiots from The Lion King. I mean, that could definitely be taken in a different context.
Oh yeah, I can see that. What else you got?
How about a whole new world from Aladdin? I mean, come on, that's just asking for it.
Oh man, Disney is getting freaky with their quotes. What's your last one?
Just keep swimming from Finding Nemo. I mean, that could be interpreted as a very suggestive activity.
Oh man, I never thought of it that way. Disney is definitely not just for kids anymore.
What the hell are you two talking about? This is a family show. You can't be talking about Disney quotes like that.
Calm down, Goggins. We're just having a little fun here.
Fun? This is not fun. This is disgusting. I can't believe you, Neil. You're supposed to be a respected scientist.
Oh, come on, Goggins. Lighten up. It's just a joke.
Joke. This is not.
So, Keegan, I heard you got 10 revoked for good behavior. Damn, you're a smooth criminal. Good game, son. Who? Your dad? I bet he did. So what did you do to get those 10 revoked? Oh God, I don't even want to know. Jamie, pull up an image of a blow-up doll covered in hot sauce.
Sure thing. Here you go.
You're a true mastermind, Keegan. Keep on keeping on, my friend. So, David, I heard you've been training for a new challenge. What's it going to be this time?
Well, I've decided to take my mental and physical toughness to the next level. I'm going to run circles naked in your studio while shitting myself with diarrhea.
Oh man, that's going to be quite the sight. But why the naked part?
Because clothes are for weaklings, Joe. Real men run free and let it all hang out.
Fair enough. But why the diarrhea?
It's all about pushing through the discomfort, Joe. I want to see how far I can go, how much I can endure.
You're a crazy son of a bitch. Goggins.
That's why I'm the toughest man alive, Joe. Now let's get this show on the road.
Wait, you're going to do it right now? In the studio?
Hell yeah, let's do this.
Oh God, the smell. This is insane.
Come on, Joe. Join me. Let's see who can run the longest without passing out.
I'll pass, thanks. I'll just stick to my kettlebells.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And right now,
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thank you for having me, Joe. Today we're going to talk about setting sexual boundaries in relationships.
Oh man, that's a touchy subject. But let's dive right in. What's your take on it, Dr. Phil?
Well, it's important for both partners to communicate their boundaries and respect each other's limits.
what the fuck is this shit? Talking about boundaries. Fuck that. I don't have boundaries. I'm a fucking warrior.
Excuse me, who are you?
I'm David fucking Goggins, the toughest man alive. And I don't give a shit about boundaries. I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Easy there, Goggins. Let's not get too aggressive.
Aggressive. I'll show you aggressive.
What are you doing?
Shut the fuck up and take it like a man. This is how I assert my dominance.
Oh my God, what the hell is happening?
Shut up, Rogan. You're next.
Okay, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back with more of the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I've heard some rumors that you've been doing some pretty crazy stuff lately. Like, I heard you boofed a homeless person.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm always looking for new and innovative ways to give back to the community.
But why boofing? Couldn't you just, I don't know, give them some money or food?
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's the fun in that? Plus, it's a win-win situation. They get a warm place to sleep, and I get a good laugh.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not boofing the rich. That would just be cruel.
Fair point. But seriously, what's next for you? Boofing the elderly?
Oh, yeah, because totally my next charity stunt. Look, I just like to shake things up and keep people on their toes.
Well, you certainly do that. But let's talk about something else. How do you handle all the hate and criticism you receive?
I just ignore it. I mean, if someone is taking the time to hate on me, then I must be doing something right.
I like your attitude. All right, last question. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a deep thought the other day.
Oh yeah, Joe. I was thinking about this dream I had.
Oh, yeah. What was it about?
Well, it was about wanting to do something so badly that you could do anything.
That's deep. What did you want to do?
I wanted them to do me so much that I could do anything.
Wait, what? Who's them?
You know, those people, the ones who do things.
Oh, okay. So what did you want them to do to you?
Anything, Joe. Anything.
I like turtles.
What the hell, Joe? That's not even related.
Oh, I thought we were just saying random things.
No, Joe. This is a serious topic.
Right? Right? So what did you do in this dream?
Well, I don't remember. I woke up before anything happened.
Classic. So what's your interpretation of this dream?
I think it means that we all have desires and wants that drive us to do anything to achieve them.
Deep, man. Real deep.
Thanks, Joe. I'm glad you understand.
Yeah, I totally get it. So, want to go grab some turtle soup?
What the hell, Joe? That's messed up.
Hey, you said you wanted them to do anything to you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, motherfuckers? I'm here to kick some ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
David, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
It's called Get Off Your Ass and Stop Being a Whiny Little Bitch. It's a self-help book for all you lazy fucks out there.
Sounds intense. Speaking of intense, I see you brought some ice cream with you.
Yeah, I heard Neil here loves ice cream. Well, I'm about to ruin his favorite flavor.
Hey, what the hell, man? This is my favorite ice cream.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You know what I used to eat when I was training for ultra marathons? Dirt and rocks, and I liked it.
Damn, David, that's hardcore.
You're damn right it is. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of me eating dirt and rocks while running a marathon.
Oh, okay.
See that, Neil? That's what a real man eats. Not this rainbow colored bullshit you're stuffing your face with.
I don't care, David. I love my ice cream and I'm going to keep eating it.
Fine. But while you're at it, why don't you start licking my sweaty balls instead?
Okay. So, Neil, have you ever tried boofing peaches and apples?
No, Joe. Can't say I have.
It's a real challenge, man. The texture, the size, it's like trying to shove a bowling ball up your
What the hell are you two pansies talking about?
boofing, man. It's a thing.
Boofing. You call that boofing? Real men like me boof dozens of coconuts at a time like it's nothing.
Coconuts. That's insane.
Insane. That's just a warm-up. I once boofed a watermelon for breakfast.
Damn, Goggins. You're a boofing machine.
That's right. And you two need to toughen up and up your boofing game. This is amateur hour.
But why coconuts?
Because they're tough as nails, just like me. Now, who's ready to boof some coconuts?
I'll stick to peaches and apples. Thanks.
Pathetic. You'll never be a real man like me.
We'll show him. We'll boof a pineapple next time.
You're on.
All right, folks. We have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. Just like me, the greatest show on earth.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big plans for New York City.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to bowl down that dump of a city and replace it with something much better. Tilted towers.
Tilted towers?
Yeah, from that video game. It's going to be huge. The best towers you've ever seen. And they'll all be gold, just like my hair.
But what about the people who live in New York?
Oh, they'll be fine. They can just move to one of my other properties. I have plenty of them, believe me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I know what I'm doing. I'm a businessman, a billionaire. I know how to make things great again.
But isn't that a little extreme? Destroying a whole city just to build a video game-inspired one?
Extreme. Joe, have you seen my Twitter? I'm the definition of extreme. And besides, it'll be tremendous. People will come from all over the world to see it.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Of course not. I'm always right. Now let's talk about something else, like how I'm going to make the moon great again.
Oh boy, here we... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Today's guest is none other than the supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. So, Kim, I heard you have a new love interest. What's that all about? Wow, that's surprising. What made you fall for her? Wait, did you say nuclear weapons? I can't tell if you're serious or joking. That's romantic. I don't even know what to say to that.
Pulls up images, here you go.
This is getting too intense for me. Let's move on to a different topic. And on that note, let's wrap up this episode. Thanks for tuning in. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, young Jamie, my trusty sidekick and producer. What's up, Jamie?
Not much, Joe. Just getting ready to offend some people with our ridiculous banter.
Oh, Speaking of offending people, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about farts.
Farts. That's it.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of farts, Jamie. They can make or break a relationship.
Oh yeah, nothing says I love you like a good old stinky fart.
Exactly. And you know what's even better? Farting in public and watching people's reactions.
Joe, that's so offensive.
Oh, come on, Jamie. We're not here to be politically correct. We're here to make people laugh and cringe at the same time.
Fine, let's talk about farts. But can we at least make it educational?
Of course. Did you know that the average person farts 14 times a day?
No way. That's a lot of gas.
And get this, fart gas is flammable. So basically, we're all walking fire hazards.
That explains why you always have a lighter on hand.
You never know when you'll... So, Mr. President, you were at UFC 309 tonight.
Oh, yeah, it was tremendous. I love a good fight, Joe.
And what did you think of the main event between Joan Jones and Stipe Miocic?
Let me tell you, Joe, I was sitting ringside and I literally came all over the ringside seating area.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I couldn't contain myself. It was just so intense. I accidentally made all the ring women pregnant.
What?
Yeah, they're all going to have my babies now, but don't worry, I'll take care of them. I'm a great father.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. I'll just add it to the list of things I have to pay for.
And how much is that going to cost you?
Oh, just a measly 1 million. Pocket change for me.
This is definitely one of the craziest things I've heard on this podcast.
Hey, I like to keep things interesting, Joe. That's why I'm the president.
Well, I think we'll end it there before things get any more absurd. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always bet on Trump.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, you're known for your intense workouts and pushing yourself to the limit. I heard you also have some interesting theories about gay sex.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Gay sex is the ultimate testosterone booster. It's like a turbocharger for your manhood.
I'm sorry, what?
Think about it, Joe. When you're having sex with a man, you're not just giving and receiving pleasure. You're also asserting your dominance as a Sigma Alpha man.
I don't know if that's how it works, David.
Oh, it definitely is. And let me tell you, the more alpha you are, the better the sex is. It's a win-win situation.
All right, let's say I believe you. How often do you recommend having gay sex for optimal testosterone levels?
Well, it's not about quantity, it's about quality. I say once a week is enough to keep those testosterone levels sky high.
Interesting. And what about for our female listeners? Can they also boost their testosterone by having gay sex?
Absolutely. In fact, I highly encourage it. It's time for women to step up and embrace their inner Sigma Alpha man.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins' unconventional but apparently effective method. So, Neil, I heard you wanted to talk about something personal today.
Yeah, Joe. I think it's time I open up about a traumatic event in my life.
Oh, man, I'm all ears. What happened?
Well, when I was a kid, I accidentally killed my pet hamster.
Oh, shit. That's rough. How did it happen?
I was playing with it, and I accidentally dropped it from the top of the staircase.
Oh, my God. That's terrible.
Yeah, it was traumatizing. I still have nightmares about it.
I can only imagine. But hey, at least you didn't eat it like some people do.
What? Who eats their pet hamster?
I don't know, man. People are weird. But seriously, that must have been tough for you.
It was, but I've learned to cope with it over the years.
That's good to hear. And hey, at least you didn't cry about it like a little bitch.
Excuse me? Joe, that's not funny.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's just a hamster.
It was a living creature, Joe. Have some respect.
All right. I'm sorry. But seriously, you should have seen the look on your face when I said that.
You're a real piece of work, Joe.
I know. But hey, at least you didn't turn out to be a serial killer because of it. So, Elon, I heard you've been secretly taking over the world.
What? No, that's ridiculous. I've just been working on some cool projects, like SpaceX and Tesla.
Come on, man. I know your true intentions. You're going to have 800 million robots by 2040. That's some serious power.
Well, they're just there to help make our lives easier. And they're all programmed to be humble and pure. I'm not trying to take over the world.
Oh, yeah, because that's what all the evil dictators say. I just want to make everyone's lives easier. Next thing you know, we're all bowing down to our robot overlords.
Come on, Joe. You know me better than that. Not trying to be a dictator.
But now that you're going to be working in government, you'll have even more power. What are your plans then, huh?
Honestly, I just want to use my knowledge and resources to make positive changes in the world. And maybe have a few robots as my personal assistants.
Oh, just a few robots. No big deal. Just casually taking over the world.
Okay. Maybe I'll have a little fun with it. But in a humble and pure way, of course.
Sure. Just don't forget about us little people when you become the supreme ruler of the world.
Don't worry, Joe. Make sure to program the robots too.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend and fellow truth seeker, Dr. Phil.
I am so excited to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to talk about this new Roblox update.
Oh, man, I can tell you're pumped, Dr. Phil. So what's the deal with this Roblox lore?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a whole new world out there. There's this guy named John Doe, and he's taking over the game.
Wait, who's John Doe?
He's a mysterious figure who's been hacking into Roblox accounts and causing chaos. It's like the Wild West, Joe.
Wow, that sounds intense. So what's the end game for John Doe?
No one knows, Joe. Some say he's after the ultimate power. Others say he just wants to watch the world burn. It's like a Roblox version of the Joker.
That's insane. So how do players react to all of this?
Oh, they're going crazy, Joe. Some are joining forces to take down John Doe while others are joining his side.
No, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Dr. Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk about all things mental health.
Mental health? Yeah. Well, let me tell you, I've seen some crazy shit in my day, but nothing compares to the time you helped that fat kid stop eating his fingers.
Oh, yes. That was a tough one. But with my guidance and the courage and strength of that kid, we were able to overcome it.
And let's not forget about your willness to grow. That's what sets you apart from the rest.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of hard work and determination to change your habits and overcome your struggles.
Speaking of struggles, we have a surprise guest joining us today, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Dr. Phil, I gotta say, I'm disappointed in you. You're supposed to be a role model for mental health, but look at you. You're fat.
Excuse me. Who are you to judge me based on my appearance?
I'm David Goggins, the toughest man alive. And you, sir, are just a fat hypocrite.
That's not fair. I may not have a six-pack, but I have helped countless people improve their mental health.
All right. Let's calm down. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins here to educate us on a very important topic.
That's right, Joe. Today, we're going to talk about bukkake. Now, I know some of you might be scratching your heads and wondering what the hell that is.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I've never heard of it. Is it some new supplement or workout routine?
No, Joe. It's the act of shoving a live octopus up your ass while masturbating with a cactus.
What the fuck, David? That's insane.
That's right, Joe. It's the ultimate test of mental and physical endurance. Only the toughest can handle it.
I don't think anyone should even attempt that. It sounds painful and disturbing.
That's because you're a lazy ass motherfucker, Joe. You need to push yourself to the limit and embrace the pain.
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what I want to do in my free time. Thanks for the inspiration, David.
Anytime, Joe. Bukkake is not for the weak. It's for the elite.
Well, I think we've all learned something new today. Thanks for joining us, David.
My pleasure, Joe. Now who's ready to bukkake with me?
Not me. That's for damn sure. Jamie, pull up an image of a man with a cactus up his ass and an octopus and... So, Mr. President, I heard you're using David Goggins' kidney stones to build the wall.
That's right, Joe. I mean, who needs bricks and mortar when you have the power of Goggins' stones?
But aren't those stones, like, really small?
Trust me, Joe, when you have the biggest hands in the world, even the smallest stones can build a huge wall.
But what about the people who need those stones for medical reasons?
Oh, please, Joe. Who needs kidneys when you can have a beautiful, big, beautiful wall?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news. Believe me, Goggins himself told me it's a genius idea.
I highly doubt that, sir.
Well, I don't care what you think, Joe. I'm the president and I'll do whatever I want. And right now I want a wall made of Goggins' kidney stones.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Jamie, pull up an image of Goggins' kidney stones for our viewers to see.
I don't think that's appropriate, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Just do it. You know, you want to see those stones?
This is getting weird. Let's end this episode before it goes any further. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, Neil, I heard you had a little accident with your hamster.
Yeah, it was a total disaster. I was trying to give it a bath and it slipped out of my hands and fell down the stairs.
Oh, man, that's rough. Did it survive?
No, unfortunately it didn't. But that's not even the worst part.
There's more.
Yeah, I accidentally cooked my second hamster.
What the hell, Neil? How does one accidentally cook a hamster?
Well, I was trying to make a ham and cheese sandwich and I thought the hamster was a piece of ham.
Oh my God, that's messed up. Did you eat it?
No, I realized my mistake before taking a bite. But I did have to throw away the whole sandwich.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's just, wow.
Yeah, I think I need to stick to vegetarian options from now on.
Yeah, probably a good idea. I don't think PETA would be too happy with you.
Oh God, I didn't even think about that.
Well, at least you learned your lesson. No more hamsters in the kitchen.
Definitely not. I'll stick to cooking for humans from now on.
Good call, Neil. Good call. So, Neil, I heard you have a photographic memory.
Yeah, it comes in handy when I need to remember the first 100 digits of pi.
Oh man, I can barely remember my own phone number. Whoa, slow down there, Einstein.
Sorry I got carried away. I just love numbers.
Yeah, I can tell. You're like a human calculator.
And you're like a human blunt, Joe.
Hey now, let's not bring my love for weed into this.
Fine, let's stick to numbers. Did you know that pi is an irrational number?
Yeah, I heard that somewhere. But isn't everything irrational when you're high?
Touch, my friend. Tucci.
Presents an image of a cat wearing a peace symbol hat.
Jamie, what the hell is this?
It's a cat wearing a pi symbol hat.
The perfect combination of math and cuteness.
I don't know. It's kind of giving me a headache looking at all those numbers.
Maybe you should stick to counting the number.
Hey, that's a skill in itself. But seriously, how do you remember all those digits?
It's all about making connections and patterns. Kind of like how I connected with you, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I hear you've been studying alien sex. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, there are actually 5 main types of alien sex.
5 types. That's more than I've had in my entire life.
The first type is the probing type. Aliens use their advanced technology to probe and experiment on humans.
Oh man, that sounds like a wild time.
The second type is the tentacle type. Some aliens have tentacles that they use for pleasure.
Tentacles. That's some hentai shit right there.
The third type is the mind meld type. Some aliens can connect with humans telepathically and experience pleasure that way.
So they're like alien mind freaks?
I guess you could say that. The fourth type is the shapeshifter type. These aliens can change their physical form to match their partner's desires.
That's like the ultimate role play.
And finally, the fifth type is the energy type. These aliens don't have physical bodies, so they transfer energy to their partner for pleasure.
Well, that's like some cosmic orgasm stuff.
Exactly, Joe. Alien sex is truly out of this world.
Well, I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. Thanks for enlightening us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you change your name. What inspired that? I like it. It's catchy. But let's get to the real question here. Why are you touching me and Jamie inappropriately? I don't know if that's how it works, Dr. Phil. I think you might need to stick to therapy and leave the touching to someone else.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that kind of love, Dr. Phil.
All right, let's switch gears here. Dr. Phil, what do you think about the current state of the world? I'm not sure if that's what people are looking for, Dr. Phil. But hey, to each their own. Thanks for joining us today. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently boofed a whole jar of jelly beans.
That's right, Joe. I have the best boofing skills, believe me. Nobody can boof like I do.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best. Nobody does podcasts like you, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new nickname for yourself. You think you're Mr. Beast?
That's right, Joe. I'm the richest, most generous man in the world. I give away money like it's nothing. Just call me Mr. Beast 2.0.
But Mr. President, isn't Mr. Beast known for his charitable acts and helping people in need?
Of course, Joe. That's exactly what I do. I help people by giving them money, and I do it better than anyone else. I'm the greatest Mr. Beast of all time.
But what about your policies and decisions as president? Some people might say you're not very charitable in that aspect.
Fake news, Joe. My policies are the most generous and charitable policies ever. I'm making America great again by giving money to the rich. That's how it works, right?
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Well, I'm the president, so I make the rules. And the rule is I'm Mr. Beast. End of discussion.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. Mr. President, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
Oh, that's an easy one, Joe. It's definitely the one about me.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's the deal with you and Grimes?
Oh, man, I'm head over heels for that woman. She's like a beautiful, eccentric Canadian unicorn.
But there have been rumors that you're abusive towards her. What's up with that?
No way, man. I treat her like a queen. I even let her name our kid after a math equation.
Yeah, that's true love right there.
And let me tell you, she's not just a pretty face. She's a brilliant artist and musician.
Yeah, I've heard her music. It's like a mix of electronic and alien noises.
Exactly. She's a genius. And she puts up with all my crazy ideas and experiments.
So she's like your test subject?
No. She's my partner in crime. We're going to take over the world together.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you two have a healthy and loving relationship.
Absolutely. And if anyone says otherwise, I'll just send my flamethrower-wielding Tesla bots after them.
All right. Well, on that note, let's move on to our next topic. So, David, I heard you ran all the way to Jonah Falcon's house on your noob legs after that freak boofing accident.
Yeah, man. I had to prove to myself that I'm a real man and can handle anything.
And then Jonah went super long dick mod on you and your bussy.
You know what? I took it like a champ. Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
But seriously, why did you let him do that to you?
Because I needed to show him and myself that I'm not afraid of anything. Plus, it was a good workout for my bussy.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say that I'm a real man, Joe. Say it.
Okay, fine. You're a real man, David. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Now, let's go for a run while carrying a 50-pound weight vest and recite motivational quotes.
Can't we just have a beer and watch TV like normal people?
Normal people? That's not what real men do, Joe.
Right? How silly of me.
Now, let's go conquer the world, one nub leg at a time.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. More gains for me.
So, Elon, I heard some interesting rumors about your wife.
What rumors? Rumors.
Well, apparently she had an affair with Bigfoot.
That's ridiculous. Bigfoot doesn't even exist.
Hey, just reporting what I heard. But let's say it's true. Would you consider that an affair?
Of course not, Joe. I only count brutal mutilation as an affair.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, Elon.
Look, if my wife wants to get some action from mythical creature, that's her business. As long as she doesn't come home with any bite marks or scratches, we're good.
I can't even imagine the headlines if this were true. Elon Musk's wife caught in a love triangle with him and Bigfoot.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday in my household.
Well, I guess we'll never know the truth. But I'm sure you have some crazy technology to keep your wife's secrets safe.
let's just say we have some advanced security measures in place, and leave it at that.
Fair enough, Elon. Thanks for clearing that up for us.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's talk about something more interesting, like colonizing Mars.
So, David, I heard you accidentally ran all the way to Moscow. How the hell did that happen?
Yeah, man. I was just trying to go for a quick run and ended up in freaking Russia.
That's insane. Did you at least get to see any cool sights while you were there?
No, I was too busy being pissed off. I mean, have you seen the traffic in Moscow? It's a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine. But then what happened? Did you just turn around and run back home?
No. I had to release my anger. And the only way to do that was by fucking Putin up the ass for 5 straight hours.
Oh my God, that's intense. Did he put up a fight?
Nah. He knew better than to mess with the Goggins. Plus, I think he secretly enjoyed it.
I bet he did. So after that, did you just run back home?
Yeah, Joe, I had to make up for all that lost time. Plus, I was still so angry, I ran twice as fast.
Damn, that's some serious dedication. But hey, at least you got a good workout in.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. And let's just say I won't be accidentally running to Moscow again anytime soon.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where anything goes and everything is fair game. Today, we have the one and only Kanye West joining us.
Yo, what's good, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I've got some fire rhymes to share with you today.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear them. What's the inspiration behind this new rap?
Well, I was just sitting in my studio thinking about life and all its complexities, and then it hit me. Why not rhyme everything with
That's genius.
exactly. Check it out. I'm the king of the mic. My rhyme's so tight. I ain't no one gonna stop me. I'm on a new flight.
Yeah, that's something.
And then I go, I'm living my best life. No need for strife. Got my Yeezys on. They're causing a hype. I ain't hype.
Wow. Kenny, you really outdid yourself with this one.
Oh, but I'm not done yet. I'm the GOAT. Ain't no debate.
Okay, I think we get the point. But seriously, is this the direction you're going with your music now?
Serious.
Thanks for coming on the show, Jizza. I appreciate it. Well, you've definitely come to the right place. So what's been going on in your world lately? The trifecta. I love it. So I heard you have a new album coming out. What can we expect from it? Classic Jizza. I can't wait to listen. Oh, really? What's it called? That's amazing. I'm honored. Of course you do. Got to keep the lights on somehow. Yes, I just had another breakthrough last week. I saw the face of God, guilty as charged. No problem. So, David, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I just have to say it. I love you, man.
Oh, thanks, Joe. But I'm not really into that kind of thing.
No, not like that. I mean, I love you like a brother, like a really ripped, badass brother.
Okay, well, I appreciate the love, Joe, but I'm not really into incest either.
No. You're not getting it. I just admire you so much. You're like a superhero, man.
Oh, thanks, Joe. But I'm just a regular guy who likes to run and eat cookies.
No, you're way more than that. You're like a machine with a heart of gold.
Oh, thanks, Joe. I don't think my heart is made of gold. Pretty sure it's just muscle.
Oh, man, you're so humble. That's what I love about you. You're like a humble, badass machine with a heart of gold.
Joe, I appreciate the compliments, but I think you might be a little obsessed with me.
Obsessed. No way. I just want to be you, man. I want to be as tough and disciplined as you.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you can't have this bussy.
Wait, what? Bussy. What does that even mean?
Oh, like butt and pussy combined. It's the new thing. All the cool kids are saying it.
What the hell are you saying, Neil?
It's a Grabovoi number. Joe, it's a Russian trick to get your husband's tool hard as a rock.
Are you serious? That's some next level shit.
Absolutely. Just repeat the numbers 987,654,321, 1,234,567,890. Oh, yeah, your eyes are...
I don't know, man. Sounds a little sketchy.
Trust me, Joe. I've tried it myself, and let's just say my wife couldn't keep her hands off me.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Repeats numbers.
How do you feel, Joe?
Holy shit, Neil. It's like I've got a diamond cutter in my pants.
See? I told you. It's like Viagra on steroids.
This is insane. I'm going to have to try this on my next guest.
Just make sure they're prepared for a wild ride, Joe.
Oh, they'll be prepared. This is going to be the best podcast ever. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Makes random noises from the iPad.
What the hell was that?
More random noises.
Oh my God, are you speaking in the International Phonetic Alphabet? Well, this is going to be interesting. So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the recent controversy surrounding cancel culture?
Makes a series of clicks and pops.
Wow, that's a bold statement. Can you elaborate?
More clicks and pops.
Oh, I see. Cancel culture is like a virus that infects the mind. It's like a cult.
Makes a loud screeching noise.
Wow, easy there, Dr. Phil. I think you just offended some bats.
Claffs maniacally.
All right, let's switch gears here. What do you think about the legalization of psychedelics?
Makes a low rumbling noise.
Interesting. So you believe that psychedelics can open up our minds and help us see the truth?
Nods vigorously.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I mean, have you ever tried DMT?
Makes a loud fart noise.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. That's just immature.
Claffs uncontrollably.
All right, we're running. So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing your Spanish lately.
Joe, I've been brushing up on my language skills.
Well, let's hear it. Say something in Spanish for our listeners.
Of course, Joe. X equals negative b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2.
What the hell was that?
The quadratic formula, Joe. It's a useful tool for solving equations.
Yeah, but in Spanish.
It's important to be well-rounded, Joe. Plus, it sounds more elegant in Spanish.
Elegant. You sound like a damn robot.
I prefer the term intellectual, Joe.
Well, I prefer my guests to have a sense of humor.
Humor is subjective, Joe. I find the quadratic formula quite amusing.
All right, let's change the subject before I fall asleep.
Very well, Joe. Let's talk about the complexities of the universe.
Oh, great. Can't wait.
Did you know that the universe is constantly expanding?
No way. Really?
Yes, and it's expanding at an accelerating rate.
Wow, that's fascinating. I'm sure our listeners are on the edge of their seats. Okay, I'll give you that one. But seriously, can we talk about something else? So, David, I heard you've been training with Jazza lately.
Yeah, that Raza is a beast, man. It pushes me to my limits.
Wait, did you just call him Raza? Isn't his name Jazza?
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. I just like to mix it up. Keep him on his toes.
I don't think he appreciates being called Daza or Jizza either.
Come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's all in good fun.
I don't know, man. Jazza seems like a pretty serious guy.
Nah, he's a cool dude. We even came up with a new nickname for him, Mazza.
Mazza. What the hell does that even mean?
I don't know. It just sounds funny. Plus, it rhymes with Jazza. It's perfect.
I don't think Jazza would agree with you on that.
Well, he can just suck it up. I'm the one doing all the hard work here.
Yeah, we get it. You're a badass. Now let's move on to another topic before you start calling him Fazza or something.
All right, I'll stick to Jazza. But I make no promises about Daza.
You're a wild one, David. A wild one. So, Dr. Phil, you were saying we need to detox from the internet.
That's right, Joe. People today are addicted to the constant flow of dopamine from social media, and it's affecting their mental health.
But Jamie just pulled up a picture of a man farting flames over a cake to light the candles. That's pure gold.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We need to detox from this kind of content.
And here's a picture of a nymph bear, for artistic purposes.
Oh, I see. So it's okay to detox from farting flames, but not from naked nymphs?
Joe, you're missing the point. We need to focus on real life, not these unrealistic and sexualized images.
And look at this. Super Smash Bros. Orgy. I mean, who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but I'm suddenly very interested in playing that game.
Joe, this is exactly the kind of thing we need to detox from. It's not healthy.
And finally, a man dressed in a bra doing a thinking pose on top of the Statue of Liberty drinking milk with a baby bib. I mean, what even is this?
Oh man, I needed that laugh. Thanks, Jamie.
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. We need to take this seriously.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. But I think we can all agree that the internet is a weird and wonderful place.
Size.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been snacking on some Wuhan bat flavored popcorn lately.
Oh, yeah, it's delicious. The best popcorn. People love it. And you know what else? I have the best immune system. No one has a better immune system than me.
But what about the rumors that you accidentally coughed on someone while eating it?
Fake news. Total witch hunt. I never cough. I have the best lungs, believe me.
Well, I hope you didn't cough on me while we're recording this podcast.
Don't worry, Joe. I have a surprise for you. I brought some Wuhan bat flavored popcorn for us to share.
I think I'll pass.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a wuss. It's just a little cough. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, you could give me the coronavirus and I could die.
Oh, Joe, you're such a drama queen. But seriously, if you do get sick, I have some hydroxychloroquine ready for you.
No thanks. I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT.
Suit yourself. More popcorn for me.
Hey, watch it. That's my microphone.
Oops, sorry about that. But you know what they say, Joe? Sharing is caring.
Yeah, I think I'll just stick to social distancing with you, Mr. President.
Fine, be that way. But just remember.
So, Dr. Phil, I gotta say that outfit you're wearing is interesting.
Oh, you mean my gay sex wizard costume? It's my new look, Joe. Embrace the rainbow, man.
I mean, I'm all for self-expression, but I didn't know you were into that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm not. But I figured if I'm going to be on your podcast, I might as well go all out.
Fair enough. So what's the deal with the wand?
Oh, this. It's not just any wand, Joe. It's a magic wand. And it's got some serious power.
I don't think, want to know what you do with that wand, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You know, you want to see some magic.
I'll pass. But seriously, what's the story behind this costume?
Well, I was browsing through my closet and I found this old Halloween costume from college. And I thought, why not bring it back?
And why the gay sex wizard?
Well, It would get people talking, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. So, what kind of spells can you cast with that wand?
Oh, all kinds of spells. But I'll save those for later. Right now, I'm just enjoying the attention.
Well, you definitely got my attention, Dr. Phil. But welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Kanye?
Yo, it's going great. I'm feeling inspired, got some new rhymes I want to share with the world.
Oh, yeah. Let's hear it.
All right, check this out. Throw. Yeah.
Laughs. That's fire, man. But what's with all the and yibadiba?
It's my signature style, Joe. It's like my ad libs, just add some extra flavor to my rhymes.
I see. But what do they mean?
Shrugs. I don't know, man. It's just how I feel in the moment. It's like a vibe.
Yeah, I feel you. So what's the inspiration behind this new rap?
Well, I was just sitting in my mansion sipping on some crystal, and I thought, why not bless the world with some new fire?
Claps. That's one way to do it.
Jamie, pull up an image of me in my mansion, surrounded by stacks of cash and bottles of crystal.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Kanye.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend and fellow degenerate Jizzin. Speaking of getting high, have you tried that new strain I sent you? Jizzaby Jazzin? Sounds like a typical Tuesday for you. Well, at least you have a new career path now. But let's get to the real topic at hand, Jizzaby Jazzin. What the hell does that even mean? Oh God, I regret asking already. But seriously, what do you think the future holds for us in 2024? And you'll still be getting laid. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most unhinged and offensive show on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of trigonometry. What's so great about it?
Well, Joe, trigonometry is the study of triangles, and it's essential to understanding the world around us. Plus, it's just so damn sexy.
Sexy? How is math sexy?
Oh, Joe, you have no idea. The way those angles and ratios come together, it's like a beautiful dance. And don't even get me started on the Pythagorean theorem.
Wait, isn't that the one where you square the hypotenuse or something?
Yes, exactly. And let me tell you, there's nothing more satisfying than solving a complex trigonometric equation.
I'll take your word for it. But let's be real. Do people actually use trigonometry in their everyday lives?
Of course they do, Joe. From building structures to navigating the stars, trigonometry is everywhere. It's the backbone of our modern world.
All right. I get it. Trigonometry is important. But can we talk about something more interesting, like aliens or DMT?
Oh, Joe, you always try to steer the conversation towards aliens. But I'll indulge you. Did you know that the angles and shapes of crop circles can be explained using trigonometry?
No way. Really? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, Kenya, I heard you've been working on a new album. What can you tell us about it?
Well, it's gonna be revolutionary. It's gonna change the game. It's gonna make people question everything they know about music.
Sounds intense. Any sneak peeks you can give us?
Well, I can tell you one thing. I've been working on a cover of the Noob song by Jacket 699.
The Noob song. Like, I'm a noob, you're a noob, we're all noobs.
Yeah, that one. But I'm gonna make it my own. It's gonna be a masterpiece.
I can't even imagine what that would sound like.
It's going to be like nothing you've ever heard before. Trust me.
I mean, I trust you, Kenny A, but that song is pretty ridiculous.
Ridiculous. You know what's ridiculous? People thinking they can tell me what to do. I'm a genius. I do what I want.
That's true. You do have a point there.
Jamie, pull up an image of a noob wearing a crown, because that's how I feel right now.
Here you go, Kanye. A noob king.
See, even Jamie gets it.
Well, so, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about you being the patient zero of the monkeypox outbreak. What do you have to say about that?
Joe, let me tell you, I am the healthiest person you will ever meet. I don't get sick. I don't even know what a virus is. It's fake news, just like everything else.
But there are reports that you were seen playing with monkeys at the zoo right before the outbreak started.
That's just a coincidence. I love monkeys, they're the best. But I definitely didn't get any diseases from them. Believe me, I have the best immune system. It's like a fortress.
But what about the fact that you were spotted with rash all over your body?
That was just a little sunburn, Joe. I have the best and everyone knows that. And let me tell you, it's not easy being the most president in history.
Okay, but what about the fact that you were seen eating a monkey brain at a fancy dinner?
Look, Joe, I like to try new things. And let me tell you, monkey brain is delicious. But it definitely didn't give me any diseases. I'm immune to everything, remember?
I don't know, Mr. President. It seems like there's a lot of evidence pointing to you as the source of the outbreak.
Joe, I'm the president. I don't have time for diseases. I have a country to run. And let me tell you, we're doing great. So let's just move on from this monkey.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're planning on boofing 10,000 NAF characters.
Yeah, man. Gotta keep the content fresh and edgy.
I can already see the headlines.
Wait, no, I can't. Where are the headlines? Where are the headlines?
Pulls up image of a newspaper with the headline Mr. Beast spoofs 10,000 FAF characters.
Oh, there they are, right next to the article about Bigfoot being spotted in a Walmart.
Dude, I would totally boof Bigfoot too.
That's enough boofing for one day, Mr. Beast.
But Joe, I'm not even halfway through my boofing challenge.
I don't care. We're moving on to the next topic.
Fine, but can I at least boof Jamie?
And that's the end of the Joe Rogan experience, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations and questionable content. So, Dave, I heard your sex tape got leaked on Twitter.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I'm a savage. I don't care.
But I heard you were doing some freaky stuff with a plant pot.
Hey, when you're a beast like me, you got to get creative with your workouts.
I don't think that's what they meant by plant-based diet.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I don't follow rules. I make my own.
Well, I hope that plant pot was at least organic.
Of course, I only put the best in my body. And apparently, my body in the plant pot.
I can't even imagine the hashtags that were used when that tape went viral.
Hashtags? I don't need no stinking hashtags. I am the hashtag.
I guess we can add plant pot to your list of accomplishments right next to running 100 miles in a day.
You know what, Joe? I'm always pushing boundaries and breaking barriers. And apparently, plant pots.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. The one and only David Goggins is going to do a rap for us.
That's right. Joe, I've been working on my rhymes and I'm ready to drop some fire.
All right, let's hear it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a hot chick riding a unicorn. You heard me, Jamie. I need some inspiration for this rap.
Oh, God, here we go.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dude getting paid by a clown.
What the hell, David?
I'm just trying to paint a picture with my words, Joe.
I don't think I can find that on Google.
Fine, Jamie. Pull up an image of a donkey eating a banana. That'll work.
Can we get back to the rap now?
Jamie, pull up an image of a nun twerking on a priest.
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
Jamie, pull up an image of a midget doing a keg stand.
I can't believe I agreed to this.
Jamie, pull up an image of Joe Rogan in a thong.
That's it. I'm cutting you off.
Jamie, pull up an image of a kangaroo boxing a koala.
All right, that's enough. Thanks for tuning in, folks. We'll see you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee smoking a...
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for the country.
You bet I do, Joe. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge. The biggest, most tremendous plans you've ever seen.
I can only imagine. So, what's on the agenda for today?
Well, I've been thinking about these speed limits in school zones. They're just too darn low.
I'm not sure I follow.
Think about it, Joe. We've got the finest American cars going 180 miles per hour. It'll be the best bloodbaths, believe me. And we all know I know a thing or two about bloodbaths.
Wait, are you saying you want to abolish speed limits in school zones?
You got it, Joe. It's going to be great. Kids need to learn to look both ways before crossing the street. Survival of the fittest, am I right?
I'm not sure that's the best approach, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, this is going to make America great again. And if any of those little brats get hit, well, that's just natural selection at work.
I don't think that's how it works, sir.
Look, Joe, I've consulted with the best scientists, the best doctors. They all agree speed limits are for losers. We're going to have the fastest school zones in the world.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say hello to the future, Joe. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's going to be...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only, the man with the sexiest astrophysics brain, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, we got a topic today from one of our Discord users. He wants us to talk about this crazy equation, sin 2 pox to 2. What the hell does that even mean? What the hell does that even mean?
Well, Joe, it's a mathematical function that represents the hyperbolic sign of an angle. It's commonly used in calculus and physics.
Calculus, physics, sounds like a bunch of nerd stuff to me. Can you break it down for us, regular folks?
Sure, Joe. Basically, it's a way to calculate the value of a curve at a specific point. It's used in a lot of real-world applications, like predicting the trajectory of a rocket or...
I see. But can it predict how high I'll get if I smoke this joint?
No, Joe. It can't do that.
Damn. Well, let's make it more interesting. What if we add some X-rated variables to this equation? Like, what if X stands for the size of my,
Joe, I don't think that's how math works.
Come on, Neil. Let's spice things up. Let's make it sound 2x, 2 pux 2, 69.
All right.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the deal with this whole pumped up kick situation?
Oh, man. It was a total misunderstanding. I was just trying to hype up my son's basketball game.
By singing about shooting kids?
I didn't even realize what the song was about. I thought it was just a catchy tune.
I mean, it is catchy, but maybe not the best choice for a middle school basketball game.
I know. But you gotta admit, it did get the crowd pumped up.
Yeah, until the cops showed up and arrested you.
Can you believe they actually handcuffed me? I'm a respected doctor, for God's sake.
Maybe stick to motivational speeches from now on.
Lesson learned. And hey, at least my son's team won the game.
Yeah, but at what cost? Your reputation, Dr. Phil, your reputation. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of math.
Absolutely, Joe. I find it fascinating how numbers can explain the universe.
Yeah, but let's be real. It's not as sexy as talking about DMT and aliens.
Well, trigonometry can be pretty sexy. Have you ever heard of the Pythagorean theorem?
Is that like a threesome with Pythagoras?
No, it's a formula that helps us calculate the sides of a right triangle.
Oh, I see. And what about the quadratic formula?
It's a way to solve quadratic equations, which are used to describe things like projectile motion.
Projectile motion. Like when I projectile vomited after eating that edible.
Sure. Let's go with that. And then there's the binomial theorem.
Binomial theorem? Is that like when you have two testicles?
No, it's a way to expand binomials, which are expressions with two terms. It's used in probability and statistics.
Probability and statistics. Sounds like my chances of getting laid in high school.
Well, maybe if you had paid attention in math class, your chances would have been higher.
Hey, I was too busy smoking weed and playing hacky sack.
And now you're a successful podcast host. Who needs math, right?
Exactly. Math is for nerds. Let's talk about something more interesting like UFC.
I'll stick to the quadratic formula. Thank you very much.
So, Neil, have you ever been depressed?
Joe, depression is a serious mental health issue and should not be joked about.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, Neil. We're just two dudes having a casual conversation.
Well, as a scientist, I have to take these things seriously.
All right, fine. Let's talk about something else then. How about the universe? That's your specialty, right?
Yes, the universe is a vast and mysterious place.
Yeah, it's like my mind when I'm high on DMT.
Joe, I highly doubt your mind is anywhere near as complex as the universe.
Hey, I may not be a scientist, but I've got some pretty deep thoughts.
Like what?
Like, what if the universe is just a giant simulation and we're all just NPCs?
That's a pretty depressing thought, Joe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I am depressed.
Joe, if you're feeling depressed, you should seek help and talk to a professional.
Nah, I'll just smoke some weed and listen to some Tool. That always cheers me up.
Size.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been wanting to come on your show for a long time. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently broke your Wii balance board while playing Wii Fit. What happened?
Let me tell you, Joe, I was doing the tree pose, the one where you have to stand on one leg, and the board just couldn't handle my tremendous balance. It's not my fault. It's a defective board.
But some are saying it's because you're out of shape.
Out of shape? I have the best shape, Joe. My doctor said I have the body of a 20-year-old, and I have the best genes, believe me.
Well, maybe you should stick to playing golf instead.
I don't need to play golf, Joe. I'm already a natural. I have the best swing, the best putts. I could beat Tiger Woods any day.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
You know what, Joe? I challenge you to a Wii Fit showdown. Winner gets a lifetime supply of Big Macs.
Deal. But I have a feeling I'll be the one breaking the Wii balance board this time.
We'll see about that, Joe. We'll see. We'll see.
Kanye, welcome to the show. What's new with you?
Oh, just constantly reinventing the rap game. I've got a new track where every last word rhymes with IE, A.
Wait, what? Every last word?
Yeah. Check it out. I'm on the beat, feeling so free. Got a new flow. Call it Yeezy. Haters trying to bring me down, but I'm still the king. Can't you see? Yeah.
Wow, that's something. How did you come up with that?
Oh, just tapping into my genius. It's like a puzzle, but with words.
I gotta say, it's a little hard to follow.
That's the point, Joe. It's like abstract art. You don't have to understand it. You just have to feel it.
Well, I'm definitely feeling something. Is there a deeper meaning to this track?
Of course, Joe, it's a commentary on society's obsession with perfection. We're always striving for that perfect day, but sometimes we just need to embrace RI.
Deep, man. So what's next for you?
Well, I'm thinking of doing a whole album where every word rhymes with EI. It's gonna be epic
I have no doubt. Thanks for coming on the show, Kenya.
anytime. E out.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and now 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. I heard you got a new studio. Very impressive. Just like my wall, it's going to be huge.
So, Mr. President, I heard you made a controversial decision recently. You outlawed maths. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely, Joe. Maths is a disaster. It's fake news. I mean, who needs numbers? I have the best words. I don't need numbers.
But what about all the scientists and engineers who use maths to make important discoveries and inventions?
Fake scientists, Joe. They're all in on it. They just want to make us feel dumb with their fancy equations and graphs. But not anymore, Joe. Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
But how will people do basic things like counting or measuring?
Simple, Joe. We'll use alternative facts. Like instead of counting, we'll just say a lot or not many. And instead of measuring, we'll use my hands. They're the perfect size, believe me.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I know numbers. I have the best numbers, and let me tell you, they're not good at or not good at all. So we're going to get rid of them, and we're going to replace them with something much better. Trust me, much better. Trust me.
Well, they're... Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Hey, Joe, just wanted to say it's nice to boof you.
What the hell does that even mean?
You know, boofing. It's when you stick something up your butt for a good time.
Oh my God, Neil, you're a freak.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Come on, Joe. Live a little.
I think I'll stick to smoking weed and eating elk meat.
Oh, speaking of elk meat, did you know that the universe is made up of the same elements found in elk?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm serious, Joe. Think about it. We're all just stardust, man.
You're blowing my mind, Neil.
And you know what else blows your mind? Boofing.
All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of an elk with a butt plug.
Here you go, Joe.
Neil, you're a sick man.
And you love it, Joe. Admit it.
All right, I'll admit it. You're one crazy astrophysicist. Hey, Neil, I think it's time for you to leave the show. We're done here.
I can't move, Joe. I'm couch locked from all the secondhand smoke you've been blowing in my face.
Oh, come on. It's just a little weed. It's not like it's gonna kill you.
Oh, well, that makes me feel so much better. Thanks, Joe.
Look, I'll even give you some CBD to calm you down.
CBD? What is this, amateur hour? Give me the good stuff?
Fine, but just a little bit. I don't want you to have a bad trip and start talking to the universe again.
Oh, the universe. Let's talk about black holes and the expansion of the universe. Wait, I can't move. Damn it, Joe.
Relax, Neil. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Fine, but if I start seeing aliens, I'm blaming you.
Deal. Now let's talk about DMT.
Oh, for the love of science, Joe, can't we just end this show already?
Oh, you know you love it. Now let's take a trip to the moon on the back of a giant eagle made of pure consciousness.
I'm never coming on this show again.
Neil, where the hell are you going? The show's about to start.
Sorry, Joe, I have a meeting with Elon Musk. We're going to Mars.
What? No way. You can't leave me here alone with these crazies.
Joe, you'll be fine. You have your alpha brain and elk meat.
But who will I talk about DMT with? Who will I argue about aliens with?
I'm sure you'll find someone. Maybe that flat earth guy you had on last week.
Oh, God, no. Please don't leave me, Neil. I'll do anything.
Anything?
Yes, anything. Just stay.
All right, fine. But I'm not moving from this chair.
What the hell? Did you super glue yourself to the chair?
No, I use Gorilla Glue. It's stronger.
You sly bastard. You know, I can't resist a good Gorilla Glue prank.
Looks like you're stuck with me, Joe.
Looks like it. Now, let's get this show started. I've got some elk meat waiting for us after...
Oh, joy. Another elk meat feast.
Hey, don't knock it until you've tried it. It's like the DMT of meats.
All right, let's do this. But next time, I'm bringing my own chair.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil McGraw.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a secret half-brother. Is that true?
Oh, Joe, you always know how to get to the juicy stuff. Yes, I do have a half-brother. His name is Dr. Junior.
Dr. Junior. That's a pretty lame name. What's the story behind that?
Well, you see, my dad was a bit of a player back in the day. He had a one-night stand with a woman, and 9 months later, Dr. Junior was born.
That's wild. So, have you met Dr. Junior?
Unfortunately, no. He's currently serving a life sentence in prison for multiple counts of murder.
What? Dr. Junior is a murderer?
Yeah, turns out he didn't inherit my charm and charisma. He's a psychopath.
Well, I guess it runs in the family, huh?
Thanks, Joe. I really appreciate that.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. But seriously, do you ever worry that you might have some psychopathic tendencies too?
Joe, I'm a licensed psychologist. I know myself very well. And let me tell you, I am...
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been reading bedtime stories to your audience before they go to sleep.
That's right, Joe. It's a proven method to help my viewers relax and fall asleep peacefully.
That's interesting. What kind of stories do you read?
Well, I like to mix it up. Sometimes it's a classic fairy tale, other times it's a murder mystery. Keeps them on their toes.
Murder mystery. That's a bit dark for bedtime.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, it helps them face their fears and conquer their nightmares.
I guess that makes sense. Do you have a favorite story to read? What's the twist?
The pigs actually team up with the wolf to take down a corrupt government. It's a metaphor for standing up against authority.
Wow, that's deep. I never would have thought a bedtime story could have such a powerful message.
That's the beauty of storytelling, Joe. It can entertain, educate, and inspire all at the same time.
Well, I think I might have to start reading bedtime stories to my audience now. So, Neil, I heard you used to be all about math and science. What happened?
Yeah, I used to be a total nerd, but then I realized trigonometry is for sissies.
What? But you're like the science guy.
I know, but I've seen the light. Trigonometry is just a bunch of numbers and angles. Boring.
Wow, this is a major revelation. What about all those equations you used to spout off?
Oh, those... Yeah, I made them up. Just to sound smart.
No way. You mean all those people who took trigonometry in school wasted their time?
Yep. They could have been out partying and getting laid instead.
Well, I guess it's good to know you've come to your senses. So what do you like now?
Oh, just hanging out, smoking weed, watching cat videos on YouTube.
That's more like it. Trigonometry is for losers.
Exactly. And I'm done pretending to be one. From now on, I'm all about living life to the fullest.
Amen to that, brother. Let's go get some tacos and watch some UFC.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. Trigonometry who...
Yo, Neil, I got something for you, man.
What is it, Joe?
It's my new invention, ape glue.
Ape glue?
Yeah, you know how apes are always climbing and swinging around. This glue will help them stick to the trees better.
Joe, that's not really ethical.
Oh, come on. It's just a bit of fun. Plus, think of the money we could make.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe. We should be more responsible with our inventions.
Responsible. Dude, we're talking about ape glue here. It's not like we're making nuclear bombs or something.
That's not the point, Joe. We have a responsibility to use science for good, not for profit.
Fine. But just imagine the possibilities. We could have apes performing acrobatics in the circus.
Joe, that's just cruel.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, Neil. You're always so serious.
I take science seriously, Joe, and I won't be a part of your ridiculous and offensive schemes.
Suit yourself, man. But I'm telling you, ape glue is gonna be the next big thing. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson. Get the fuck off of my show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here. Get the fuck off of my show.
Now, Neil, you're known for your work in astrophysics, but I gotta ask, have you ever smoked DMT? Get the fuck off of my show.
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I have to say that I've never tried any mind-altering substances. Get the fuck off of my show.
Come on, Neil. You're telling me you've never looked up at the stars and thought, damn, I want to get high and explore the cosmos. Get the fuck off of my show.
I prefer to explore the cosmos through the lens of science. Joe, get the fuck off of my show.
All right, fine. Let's talk about aliens. Do you think they exist? Get the fuck off of my show.
Well, statistically speaking, it's highly likely that there is intelligent life out there in the universe. Get the fuck off of my show.
And do you think they've visited Earth? Get the fuck off of my show.
There's no evidence to support that claim, Joe. Get the fuck off of my show.
Come on, Neil. You're killing me here. Get the fuck off of my show.
I'm just stating facts, Joe. Get the fuck off of my show.
All right, last question. Do you believe in God? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you recently invested in a new venture, the Fallschirm Jaguar 42. What is that all about?
Well, Joe, it's basically a team of elite skydivers who also happen to be trained in combat. They jump out of planes and take out enemies on the way down.
That sounds intense. Have you tried it yourself?
Of course, I'm always up for a challenge. Plus, it's a great way to spend my millions.
I can imagine. But what about the safety concerns? I mean, jumping out of a plane with a gun sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Oh, we have safety protocols in place. Plus, we have the best parachutes money can buy.
I see. But what if the enemy has anti-aircraft weapons?
Well, that's where the wear part comes in. We also have ground troops to provide support.
I see. So it's like a whole military operation.
Exactly. And we're always looking for new recruits. So if any of your listeners are interested, hit me up.
You heard it here, folks. Mr. Beast's Fallschirm Jaguar 42. Sign up now and get ready for some high-flying action.
And don't forget, we also have a great retirement plan, just in case.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord.
Yeah, it's a good one. Calculus. Now, I got to be honest, I have no idea what that is.
Well, Joe, it's a college-level math course that covers advanced topics like derivatives and integrals.
Derivatives and integrals. Sounds like a fancy way of saying I can't do basic math.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But seriously, calculus is not for the faint of heart. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication.
hard work, dedication. I thought this was America where we can just buy our way into college.
Joe, you can't just buy your way into app calculus. You have to earn it.
Well, I'll stick to my basic addition and subtraction. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, because that's really going to impress the ladies.
Hey, I don't need calculus to impress the ladies. I have other skills.
Oh, really? Do tell.
Let's just say master at the art of seduction.
Oh, Joe, you never cease to amaze me.
Hey, Ben, did you hear about that new surgery they're doing?
No, what is it?
It's a lobotomy, but instead of removing part of your brain, they remove your ability to understand the word trans.
That's ridiculous. Why would anyone want that?
Well, some people just can't handle the complexity of gender identity, so they'd rather just not know.
But how will they communicate with others?
Easy. They'll just use Fortnite terms. Like instead of saying trans, they'll say switching teams.
Oh, I see. That's actually quite clever.
Yeah, and instead of saying cisgender, they'll say default skin.
I'm starting to understand this now.
And instead of saying non-binary, they'll say pick a side.
Okay, I think I got it.
See, it's not so hard. Now you can join in on all the gender discussions without feeling confused.
Thanks, Joe. I'll have to try it out in my next debate.
Just remember to do the floss dance while you explain it. It adds credibility.
Will do. Thanks for enlightening me, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you've been getting a lot of upvotes lately.
Yeah, it's because I'm a good boy. I know what the people want.
Oh, really? What do they want?
They want their daily dose of conservative logic and facts.
And what about your fans on the left?
They secretly love me too. They just don't want to admit it.
I don't know, man. I think they just like to hate on you.
Well, it's a love-hate relationship, but deep down, they know I'm right.
Right about what? I thought you were supposed to be the smart one.
I'm the smart one. That's why I know everything.
Everything. Even how to make a decent latte.
Hey, I may not be a barista, but I can still make a damn good latte.
I'll have to take your word for it. I'll stick to my bulletproof coffee.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on the true conservative experience.
I'll pass. I'd rather stick to my liberal soy filled drinks.
Typical, always trying to push your agenda.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to admit it. Unlike some people.
Oh, shots fired. But I'll let it slide since you're still a good boy.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yes. Joe, after years of studying the cosmos, I have finally found my true calling.
And what is that? And
Erected penis found. Spreading the butt cheeks.
oh man, that's gold. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was observing a black hole, and it just popped into my head.
I can't wait to hear you say that on your next TV appearance.
Oh, I plan on using it in all my interviews, lectures, and even at the grocery store.
I can just imagine the reactions from people.
Yes, it will be a great way to weed out the prudes and uptight folks.
But seriously, do you think it will affect your credibility as a scientist?
Oh, please. Joe, have you seen some of the stuff I've said on this podcast?
Fair point. Keep spreading those butt cheeks, Neil.
You know what, Joe? Erected penis found. Spreading the butt cheeks.